July, on the occasion of the virtual inaugural ceremony of second edition of Ladakh Literature Festival 2020, on behalf of the Department of Tourism, Union Territory of Ladakh, I would like to extend July and warm welcome to the Honorable Lieutenant Governor, Union Territory Ladakh, Sri R.K. Mathur. And I would like to also extend warm welcome to the Honorable Chief Executive Councillor, Ladakh Autonomous Hill Development Council, Kargil, Sri Feroz Ahmad Khan ji. Honorable Deputy Chief Executive Councillor, Ladakh Autonomous Hill Development Council, Leh, Mr. Tsirngang Chuk. Commissioner Secretary Tourism, Union Territory Ladakh, Sri Rixon Sampel, and all the experts, authors in various fields. Ladies and gentlemen, this three-day event will see virtual participation of authors and experts in various fields of culture, literature, art, and heritage. They would be from Leh, they would be from Kargil, and various parts of country and abroad. So without much ado, I would like to request the General Secretary, Altua, Mr. Delix Namgyal, to share his views on this occasion. Mr. Delix Namgyal.
Thank you. July, and a very warm welcome from the remote Trans-Himalayan region of Ladakh to all the speakers and audiences. We are delighted to announce the opening of the second edition of the Ladakh Literature Festival 2022. The three-day event, starting from 10 to 12 December, will celebrate the rich cultural heritage of Ladakh and showcase authors, journalists, poets, and thinkers' work on the Himalayas to our audiences globally. We wish to thank all the guest speakers from all over the world, and we are sure their sessions will be a treat to all. Apart from this, we also have a very impressive lineup of local speakers from Kargil and Leh. This year, with the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, the administration decided to conduct this event completely online. This has also helped us reach to a wider audience base, and this will certainly help promote the Literature Festival and Ladakh as a tourism destination. We also like to thank Sri Radhakrishna Mathur, Honorable Lieutenant Governor of Ladakh, Sri Feroz Ahmad Khan, Honorable CEC of Kargil, Advocate Tashi Gyalsan, Honorable CEC Leh, Sri Jamyang Tsering Namgyal, Honorable Member of Parliament Ladakh, Sri Rixon Sampel, Commissioner Secretary Tourism, for their immense support for this Ladakh Literature Festival. Last but not the least, without the support of the Tourism Department and NIC and a team of their dedicated resources who have worked day and night, this event would not have been possible. On behalf of Altua and the tourism fraternity of Ladakh, we want to reassure all our guests that Ladakh will soon open for tourism, and the administration is working very hard in putting safety and health measures in place. So once again, a very warm welcome, July, to everyone, and hope you all enjoy the three-day Ladakh Literature Festival. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Delix Namgyal. And now, I would like to request President ACTA, Mr. Ashraf Ali, to please share his views on this occasion.
Honorable Governor Ladakh, Shri R.K. Mathur ji, Honorable CC Kargil Kacho Feroz Ahmad Khan Sahab, Honorable CC Leh Advocate Tashi Gyalsan Sahab, Honorable Member of Parliament Ladakh Shri Jamyang Tsering Namgyal, Honorable Secretary Tourism Shri Rixon Sampel Sahab. I, Ashraf Ali, President, All Kargil Travel Trade Association, would like
today she'll be speaking about her association here. Then William Dalrymple would be speaking on his recent book, which is a classic, The Anarchy, the East India Company Corporate Violence and the Pillage of an Empire. The same day, we are giving a tribute to one of the biggest names and legends in the world of Ladakh literature, Shri Tashi Rabgesji, whom we unfortunately lost very recently. Speaker Ngawang Singh Shakspo and Mr. Ngurup Namgyal would be speaking on the legacy of Shri Tashi Rabges. On day 2, we again have a galaxy of speakers from different parts of the world, as well as from Leh and Kargil. Stephen Alta, who's a Mussoorie-based writer on the Himalayas, would be speaking on Wild Himalayas, while John Key, who's an international expert on various countries, would be speaking with James Crowden. Our own local speakers on the same day would be Manjeet Singh, Bashir Ahmed Wafa, Mohammad Shafi Sagar would be speaking on Kargil, a typical example of communal harmony. On the second day, 11th, Gary Weir, who's an old hand on Kashmir and Ladakh and all across Himalaya, would be speaking on Himalayan journeys along with Jono Lennon and Tony Wheeler. Day 12th, we have Karuna Ezra and Aanchal Malhotra speaking on writing on partition, memory and longing, moderated by Resh Susan. I get to moderate a session with Venerable Tenzin Priyadashi, who would be speaking on his latest book, Running Toward Mystery. Same day, Alice Albania, who's a very popular author because of her book Empires of the Indus, and she's been to Ladakh while following the Indus river from Karachi to all the way till Tibet, and she's been to Ladakh. And other speakers, Taran Khan, who's written on Kabul, would be talking on a topic, unfamiliar trails, women writers on travel writing, moderated by Rehna Munir. Same day, Gen Thuptan Paldan, Shri Sering Nurbu Marse, and Shri Padma Rigzin would be talking on Ladakhi folklore and oral tradition, moderated by Dr. Diske Tangmo. So we are very hopeful that this program, which is a collaborative effort of so many talents, would be an opportunity for exchange of ideas among the best of the minds from the world of literature that we can think of. And once again, thank you to Honorable Lieutenant Governor and Honorable CCs and Deputy CC, as well as Honorable Member of Parliament and friends who have gathered with us today. Hopefully, we'll have a very good session in the coming next 3 days. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rigzin Sampale. And now, I would like to request the Honorable Chief Executive Councillor Kargil, Shri Feroz Ahmad Khan, to please share his views on this very great occasion. Shri Feroz Ahmad Khan Sahab.
His Excellency, the Lieutenant Governor of Ladakh, Shri R.K. Mathurji, Honorable Deputy CC, LHDC Leh, Honorable Member of Parliament Ladakh, Shri Jamyang Singh Namgyal Sahab, Commissioner Secretary Tourism, Janab Rigzin Sampale Sahab, and other distinguished guests. It gives me immense pleasure to be a part of Ladakh Literature Festival. This type of platform will definitely give opportunity to our local talented persons, writers, poets, and all. And also, it will boost the tourism industry of Ladakh and Kargil both. As we see here, a lot of international and national speakers will also be speaking on this occasion, and will definitely will know more about the history, literature, and other heritage places of Ladakh, Leh and Kargil, and those who are staying in any part of the world will come to know more about Ladakh from this type of events. So finally, I would once again I would be highly thankful to our LG sir and Commissioner Secretary Tourism and all the teams who are involved in this organizing this beautiful event. And we are sure that during the 3 days we will see a lot of history. History, we will come to know about the history of Ladakh, literature, folk songs, and other beautiful cultural activities of both the districts. So finally, I am highly thankful once again for the Department of Tourism and under the and dynamic leadership of LG sir for organizing such type of programs, and we hope this type of events will continue in future also. And due to COVID-19, we understand that this time we are organizing it virtually. So my humble request to the tourism department is that next time it should be organized in Kargil, so that it will be a beautiful exchange of cultural exchange event also. So thank you very much, sir.
Thank you so much, Mr. Feroz Ahmed Khan Sahab. And now, I would like to request the Honorable Deputy Chief Executive Councillor, Ladakh Autonomous Hill Development Council, Mr. Tsering Angchuk, to share his views. Mr. Tsering Angchuk.
Good evening, everybody. Honorable Lieutenant Governor Shri R.K. Mathur, sir, Honorable CC Kargil, Shri Feroz Ahmed Khan, Honorable MP Shri Jamyang Sring Namgyal, respected Commissioner Secretary Tourism Shri Rigzin Sampel, President ACTA, President Altoa, distinguished guests. I, on behalf of the Ladakh Literature Development Council, would like to congratulate all the participants. So, wish you all the best. I hope it will go very well. So, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Tsering Angchuk, the Honorable Deputy CEC of LHDC. Thank you so much. Moving forward, we now have a very dynamic leader. We all know him. He is the Honorable Member Parliament of Ladakh, Shri Jamyang Sring Namgyal. He would be speaking on this occasion. I request you to please share your views on this occasion, Mr. Jamyang Sring Namgyal.
July and good evening all. Honorable Shri Radhakrishna Mathurji, Lieutenant Governor of Union Territory of Ladakh, Honorable Chief Executive Councillor and Chairman of Ladakh Autonomous Development Council, Shri Kacho Feroz Khan Sahab, Deputy Chairman Shri Tsering Angchuk Ji, LHDC Leh, Shri Rigzin Sampel Sahab, President ACTA and Altoa, and all the dignitaries, scholars, thinkers, writers, journalists attending this Ladakh Literature Festival, 2nd edition from across the world. I welcome you all, and I'm very thankful to Honorable R.K. Mathur Sahab for leading us in such a very dynamic perspective of the world, especially enriching Ladakh from the wisdom perspective. And obviously, such literature festival will definitely enrich the young generation of Ladakh to think over such field like literature, arts, and identity. Especially, if I'm not wrong, I can say Ladakh itself is a very multi-composed culture. We have Dardi, we have Shinna, we have Balti, we have Brokpa, we have Aryan, we have Changpa, we have Zanskar, we have numbers of tribes with numbers of identity, numbers of literature, numbers of art, and numbers of culture. And also, for centuries, Ladakh has been known as the crossroad for exchange of goods, not only goods, but also ideas from different parts of the world. Ladakh used to host visitors from Kashmir to Kanyakumari, and also Lhasa to Banaras. If you go in history, Ladakh itself has an identity of wisdom. Today, Ladakh is very popular as the best tourist destination in the world. But what I'm expecting is we have to promote Ladakh as a hub of wisdom, hub of the wisdom of peace, wisdom of harmony, wisdom of, to lead the world, to showcase Ladakh as an example in the world, how to live a harmonious society. So by providing such platform that is enriching, innovative, and of the highest intellectual quality, the Ladakh Literature Festival hopes to continue that story in coming years, in coming decades, in coming centuries. And I remember the first Ladakh Literature Festival was held last year, and I got the opportunity to recite one of my poem. And in that poem, I tried to explain what is Ladakh and what the young generation of Ladakh is eager to do and dare to do also. So that feeling, that sentiment, I once again congratulate you all, the organizer of this event, and especially R.K. Mathur Saab and the host department. And also by this literature festival, I'm not only expecting to promote tourism, to only promote the economical world, but also the world of wisdom, the world of peace, the world of love, the world of harmony, and also to enrich and to promote the real identity of Ladakh, the multi-composed cultural identity. So due to the COVID-19 pandemic, the event, I'm given to understand that the event will be a mix of online and on-ground sessions. So I wish you all the very best of luck, and eager to listen you all one by one, and all the debate, discussion, and deliberation, so that we, like young generation, can get something to learn. With this word, once again, I congratulate you all, and once again I extend my sincere gratitude to Honorable LG Saab, Rigzin Sampel Saab, and all the hosts for conducting such wonderful event. Thank you all. Thank you so much, Julie.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jamyang Singh Namgyal, the young Member Parliament of Ladakh. Thank you so much. Now, I would like to request the former Assistant Director Tourism, Kargil, and also a writer, Mr. Mohammed Hussain, to please share his views with us. Mr. Mohammed Hussain Saab.
Honorable Lieutenant Governor L.K. Mathur ji, Janab Samfel Saab, Commissioner Secretary, Honorable C.C. Kargil, Deputy C.C. Leh, and Honorable MP Sahib Shri Jamyang Singh Namgyal ji, and the writers and researchers joining the event from all over the world, representative of Alto and Akhtar. It gives me great pleasure to attend this inaugural session of the second virtual literature festival of Ladakh, which is being organized by the UT Ladakh administration, headed by Honorable LG Saab. I came to know that we are showcasing the literature and multi-ethnic entities of Ladakh during this 3-day event. As I am representing the literary fraternity of Kargil, I am very thankful to the organizers and particularly LG Sahib for this opportunity to us to express ourselves. As you all know, Kargil is a hub of multi-ethnic tribes living here. We are having more than 6 tribes in Kargil, and from time immemorial we are living here with complete harmony, which should be showcased as aptly indicated by our MP Sahib. And beside that, Kargil was an important station on the Silk Route. And I know that during these festival events, we are also having a program on this aspect of the of Kargil. Besides, as you all know, Kargil is adjacent to the Greater Himalaya, and we have great potential for adventure tourism. We have the mighty Nunkun peaks, the Suru Valley and the Zanskar Valley. By this kind of events, we are hopeful that tourism in Kargil will be boosted up in coming days, and we hope that such type of events will be a regular thing and conducted by the tourism department in our area. I want to reiterate the point raised by Mr. Ashraf that the Purig language has not got the due share in the cultural aspect of things, particularly the Ladakh Cultural Academy should kindly register this Purg language also, because so far in the J&K Cultural Academy side of things, Purg language was not registered, and it is now time that we have now in UT setup, the Purg language should get its due share. I, on behalf of the literary fraternity of Kargil, once again, thank you, sir, for organizing such a beautiful virtual program. Thank you.
Shukriya. Thank you so much, Mr. Muhammad Hussain. And now James Crowden has joined us. I would like to request James, who is the author of The Frozen Rivers, Seeking Silence in the Himalaya, to share his views with us. James, please.
Thank you very much indeed for inviting me. I never thought when I visited Ladakh in 1976 and went down the Chador not once but twice that I would be taking part in a virtual literary conference. It's absolutely amazing, and I think it must be the world's highest literary festival, and I think great congratulations are due to all the people behind organizing this. I know it hasn't been easy, but I think it is a fantastic group of people organizing it, but a fantastic group of people taking part. And I think one of the most important things is this wonderful sharing of ideas. And I think that is why Westerners come to Ladakh. They value its culture, its history, the mountains. There are so many things in Ladakh. And as Janet Rizvi, an old friend of mine, said, it is the Silk Road. It's those exchange of ideas. And I think maybe those ideas can be spread around the world. I think Bhutan was and also a similar place. So I think I wish you well, and I think it is an extraordinary event. Thank you very much indeed for asking me to take part, and I hope it is the first, or the second as it is, of many events. It is a great privilege. Jule.
Thank you so much indeed, James. That was really nice. Thank you so much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have the former director of Central Institute of Buddhist Studies and also a writer, Dr. Ngawang Sering, with us. And he's going to share his views on this virtual inaugural ceremony of Ladakh Literature Festival, 2nd edition. Dr. Ngawang Sering.
His Excellency R.K. Mathur Sahab, Honorable Trustee Jalsan CSC Leh, Honorable Ahmed Khan Sahab, CSC Kargil, Shri Honorable Jamyang Siring Namgyal Sahab, Honorable Rizin Sampal Sahab, Secretary Commissioner Tourism and Culture, July. I welcome you all to the Ladakh Literature Festival year 2020. In the beginning, I would like to say about the language of Ladakh, which the Ladakhi read and write. This language is also known by its name, Bodhi language. In Tibet, it is called the Tibetan language. In Bhutan, it is called a Bhutanese language. In Mongolia, this language is spoken and written by the scholar of Indian Himalayas from Arunachal Pradesh, Sikkim, Bhutan, Sikkim, Kalimpong, Lahaul Spiti, and Ladakh. It's a very rich language, and its origin goes to 8th century Christian era. The king of Tibet those days, he failed to have an alphabet, a script for the Tibetan language. He sent minister to Nalanda in 8th century to invent script for their language. Timisambota, returning to Tibet, he invented a script suitable to the Tibetan tongue. And then from 18th century, from 8th century, there have been a strong cultural exchange relation between India and Tibet. The scholar from India visit to Tibet, and the Tibetan scholar visit Nalanda to study Sanskrit and Buddhist texts. And this scholar, when they go back to Tibet, they went back along with Buddhist texts And translation of these Buddhist texts and Nalanda texts started from 8th century and continue up to 12th century. It took about, say, 400 years to translate all texts. And by the 12th century, the Tibetan have got all Indian Buddhist literature from Sanskrit into Tibetan. The scholar who visited Tibet from India are Acharya Shantarakshit, Acharya Kamalashila, Padmasambha, Dipankara Atisha, and Shri Jnana Kashmir. They learned Tibetan and sat with the Tibetan scholar and started translating those Buddhist texts in Tibet. It's a very rich language. I am very thankful to the organizer of this literature festival on Ladakh. I feel a pleasure to express, to say something, a brief information about Ladakhi or Tibetan literature on this occasion. I once again thanks to Rigdin Sampil Saab and his team of organizer of the festival. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Navamkar. Thank you so much. And now I would like to request Mr. Shantam Seth. He is an ordained Dharmacharya teacher, and Shantam is also a member of the second edition of Ladakh Literature Festival. I would request Mr. Shantam Seth to please share his views on this occasion.
Okay, Jule. So, dear friends, thank you very much for inviting me to the Ladakh Literary Festival, and I would like to echo James Crowden's congratulations in some way for getting such a wonderful collection of writers, thinkers, artists from across the world, and of course from Ladakh. It's a great effort, and I would like to congratulate Rigdin Sampal and the whole team for this. The topic that I was asked to share with David Michie from Australia, who does journeys in Africa, was on mindful journeys and sort of extraordinary journeys, really, both outer and inner. And I, of course, I've been doing journeys in the footsteps of the Buddha for more than 30 years, mainly through Bihar and UP, but also to places of Buddhist culture like Ladakh or Vietnam or Sri Lanka, and really trying to understand the living culture of Buddhism. And as the director of the Central Institute of Higher Studies just spoke, we are the great beneficiaries of a whole lineage of wonderful, wonderful teachers right from the time of the Buddha to now. And many, many different streams have developed, and we are also the beneficiaries of the people of the intellectual and Buddhist community of Ladakh and Tibet now, who are bringing one aspect of Buddhism, the Vajrayana Buddhism, back to India, or down further south. I would say the Himalayas have really kept that. And I think I'm speaking from the great destination for that. And the hospitality of people of Ladakh, I've taken people there, and I feel very much at home, including, of course, when we get people like His Holiness the Dalai Lama leading the Kala Chakra there. That was a wonderful event, which I feel can be, can showcase or invite people to Ladakh. And I think I just end by saying also that this tradition of mindful journeys doesn't only come from traveling, but it should also come to children. And I know with the Buddhist culture of Ladakh, we can actually use those mind training techniques or practices into education to help young people to understand the interconnectedness of everything, to understand who they are in the context of this ever-changing world, and really to have as the bottom line, share with you, and congratulations, and I wish you all the best for these 3 days.
Thank you so much, Shantam. Thank you so much for all the good wishes and everything that you have shared on all the former speakers. Thank you so much once again. And moving forward, so we have with us now the Director of Ladakh Art and Media Organization, LAMO, Dr. Monisha Ahmed with us. And she's going to speak or give introduction to the online exhibition, Your Window is My Frame. Monisha, over to you, please.
Thank you, Stanton. Thank you. Chile, everyone, and it's a pleasure to be here with you all at the opening of the second edition of the Ladakh Literature Festival. Though I do wish very much that I was actually in Ladakh and not sitting in Mumbai, but it's great that we can do this virtually. Greetings to the Honorable Lieutenant Governor, Shri R.K. Mathur, to the CC of Kargil, Khaja Feroz Ahmed Khan, to the Deputy Councillor of Leh, Tsering Amchuk, Member of Parliament, Shri Jamyang Tsering Namgyal, Commissioner Secretary Tourism, Shri Rigzin Samphil, friends and everyone watching this virtually. LAMO is delighted to invite you to the opening of our exhibition, Your Window is Your Frame, which has been curated by our arts officer, Tsering Mujib Sidhu. Normally, we would be inviting you to our center in Karyok, but where you would experience the exhibition in the heritage homes of the Munshi and the Gyau families that make up our center. But today, as we all adapt to the new normal, we invite you instead to the virtual opening of the exhibition. So when we did the exhibition, the idea for the exhibition actually came during the early days of the lockdown, when people were at home and it was all very new to everybody. And LAMO decided that a public art project such as this would attempt to inspire people to use the frame of their window to capture the immediate image outside of it. In some cases, quite literally, in other cases, metaphorically. So works, people sent in works that also captured their feelings of loneliness, isolation, anxiety, but yet others focused on the landscape and the brilliance of nature, which was something that I think a lot of us were experiencing, maybe not in Ladakh, where you have nature around you all the time, but certainly in cities like Mumbai, we were experiencing nature in all its glory after a long, long time. The works that came into the exhibition were in the form of writing. They were prose, poetry, there were short videos, there were drawings, paintings, photography, and poetry. As you look at the works, I hope you will all reflect on this time in our lives, which has certainly been challenging for all of us. It's sort of an unprecedented time in history that we're all living through, and it's made us all flexible, imaginative, and adaptable.
But his deputy, Mr. Amchuk, who is present here with us, our Honorable Member of Parliament, Mr. Jamyang Namgyal, Mr. Rigzin Samphil, our Commissioner here, and the galaxy of people present here, starting from Dr. Monisha Ahmed, Mr. Shantum Seth, Dr. Nawang Shering, Mr. Muhammad Hussain, Mr. James Broden, Mr. Ashraf Ali of ACTA, Mr. Delex Namgyal of Altua, and many more who have joined us in this virtual mode. I feel it is a great occasion for Ladakh to be able to organize such a festival. It is something which is important in today's context of Ladakh, where as a new union territory, you are launching into more interactions with the outside world, and yet you want to be moored to your own culture, to your own knowledge. And a literature festival of this type, to my mind, helps in achieving that objective. Great part of this festival, I find, is a combination of a galaxy of literature people from Ladakh, from Kargil, from Leh. Also, the vast interest it has generated among the literature enthusiasts, the literature people all over the world. To me, it conveys a message that not just within Ladakh, there is an interest in Ladakh and its culture all over the world. And that is something which is very reassuring, which is something which I think we need to build upon. We have talked earlier already of the vast variety of Ladakh in any case, other than the let us say, the religious heritage, whether through Islam, whether through Buddhism. It has also been a center for exchange of trade, which brings altogether a new dimension, where whether you call it a Silk Route, but you have people interacting from the rest of India, from Central Asia, from Tibet. And to me, it shows that this gives the people of Ladakh a unique opportunity to develop their own culture, their own identity, and also to get inputs, new thoughts from all over the world. It's very important from my point of view, because through this occasion, I would particularly like to invite the students of Ladakh. They are our future. They are the persons I would appeal today to participate in very large numbers. This literature festival gives a sort of mirror to what contemporary Ladakhi society is in the eyes of the people of Ladakh, as also a mirror given by people who do not belong to Ladakh and therefore bring a altogether new perspective, a new dimension. And I think it is this knowledge of the two words together which is extremely important, extremely useful for our students. Helps them develop an identity, helps them develop a sense of rootedness into Ladakh. And therefore, I feel something which every student in Ladakh should look forward to, should participate. I would like to stop at this point. I'm extremely happy that we are now into the second edition of this festival. I would like to particularly thank Mr. Sagat Vishwas, Commissioner here, who thought of this idea in the first place and who sort of went through the first festival which was held here. I would look forward to different sessions. I would look forward to the enrichment this festival would offer to us in Ladakh and perhaps to the rest of the world. Thank you so much, Julie. Namaskar.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for your valuable views. Thank you once again for inaugurating the ceremony also. And now, to give out a formal vote of thanks, I would request Venerable Gelton Samtan to please do the honors. Venerable Gelton Samtan.
Julie, Namaste. Honorable Lieutenant Governor Shri Radhakrishna Mathurji, Honorable Chief Executive Council Kargil, Shri Firoz Ahmed Khanji, Deputy Chief Executive Council Leh, Shri Tsering Angchwekji, Honorable Member of Parliament, Shri Jamyang Tsering Namgyalji, Commissioner Secretary Tourism, Shri Rigzing Sampalji. Thank you very much. I feel really privileged to have been given this opportunity to present a vote of thanks on this wonderful occasion of the second edition of Ladakh Literature Festival 2020. We all know we all are going through a very precarious condition through this COVID-19 pandemic. This may have changed our lives, but it has not deterred our spirit. I, Gelton Samtan, on behalf of the eminent authors and speakers who would be over the next few days sharing the important findings and work with the participants and invited guests, extend a very hearty thank you. Thank you, Honorable Sir, for providing a platform that is enriching, innovative, and of the highest intellect quality. An event of this nature certainly does not happen overnight. It requires a great deal of planning and a bird's eye view of detail. I would like to extend my heartiest gratitude to your very motivated and very dedicated team of people who have been working to put together this virtual congregation alongside an on-ground event. I, being here on ground, am enjoying the most luxurious warmth, of the unmatched Ladakhi hospitality. Thank you so very much for the warm welcome and a comfortable stay. And before I leave, I would like to recite a poem that I found from a very beautiful Christian pastor. Not everything is cancelled. Sun is not cancelled. Winter is not cancelled. Relationships are not cancelled. Love is not cancelled. Reading is not cancelled. Communication is not cancelled. Imagination is not cancelled. Conversations are not cancelled. Most of all, hope is not cancelled. And God's love for His people are not cancelled. Thank you so very much for putting together this wonderful occasion so that everybody can participate and exchange their ideas and views and make our society a better one. Thank you, Julie.
Tugjeche, thank you, Venerable Galtan Samtanli, Tugjeche. And once again, on the behalf of the Department of Tourism and every single organizer of Ladakh Literature Festival 2nd edition, we would like to express our gratitude and thanks to the chief guest of the virtual inaugural ceremony, the Honorable Lieutenant Governor of Union Territory of Ladakh, Sri Radhakrishna Mathurji, and all the dignitaries and all the speakers of the inaugural ceremony who participated, and all the viewers. Thank you so much once again. And for the information of all our sessions will be streamed online on our website. Thank you so much once again, and Julie to all. Julie, ladies and gentlemen, in this section of cultural performances, we would like to present a fusion song of old songs into new songs of Ladakh. As we all know that the concept of change is inevitable, is a universal truth. So keeping that concept in mind, we have made an effort of a fusion from old songs into new songs. We hope that you'll enjoy this one.
Shari don't jani lima ni me ode las mo que spe mariu lansha. Just pe mayuldi, rito jumla just pe mayuldi. Shezrik tosna zombe pamzotani, oh shezrik tosna zombe pamzotani. Chino lamzang sten pe tabzangi, chino lamzang sten pe tabzangi. Riksna toksna jume mi riksi, oh riksna toksna jume mi riksi. just pe mariuldi Rito jula just pe mariuldi Shezrik tos na zombe panzotani Oh shezrik tos na zombe panzotani China lam zang sten pe tab zangi China lam zang sten pe tab zangi Riksna tosna juve mi riksi Oh riksna tosna juve mi riksi
Ladakh for centuries has played a role of connecting bridge between Central Asia, Tibet, and India. It was because of the trade that there was the exchange of goods, ideas, and beliefs. Leh, the capital region, developed as an important commercial and cultural hub during the past 19th and the early 20th century. Here, I'm bringing to you the interesting section on conversational-based tour to Central Asian Museum. Today, we have with us Mr. Dean Khan, who is the founder member of Central Asian Museum. He and his team, he manages the whole museum, entire museum. He belongs to one of the trading family. His great-grandfather was a trade representative from Central Asia. So the concept of setting up this great museum was to showcase Leh as a important center for the trade. So Ajamli, can you elaborate on this?
Yeah, this concept came from discussion with different visitors and other things, and importance of Ladakh as a trade center between Central Asia, Tibet, and India. And we wanted to show the importance of Leh and its connection with others and its impact on Ladakhi culture also. And that is why we thought, we will start a museum. And we have got 4 floors in this. The ground floor consists of Ladakhi art and everything. And second is the Central Asian. Third is the Tibet section. And the fourth, last is the, sort of a religious things, where we have kept some important religious things there. And people like this idea, and now it is getting a publicity from in India and outside India also.
As we see, there's lots of material around this museum. So Ajahn, it must have took lots of hard work to collect these materials. So can you please tell us some more about how do you manage to get all these materials?
Yeah, it was quite difficult to find these things, And after the discussion with our team members and I and Mr. Mustafa, who's contributed a lot, and we decided to go around into different families, old families, and try to find out if they have got and they can contribute. And I brought myself some things from my home, and people were very cooperative, and they liked our idea, and they contributed a lot. Some we had to buy, no doubt, and rest we got the help from the lay mosque. That is the biggest contributor in this, and different families. If I go on naming the families, it will take a long time. But the contribution of the Ladakhi old families is there in this bringing up of this museum. Yeah.
So the contributors are mostly from Leh area, or is it from the outside of Leh as well?
It's mostly in Leh, but there are some when they heard about this museum, and we also went around.
Please elaborate on few pictures, Ajahn.
Yeah, we have got some quite interesting pictures. I can show you one, which is shows the arrival of the caravan into Leh town. This you can see it. The caravans are loaded, and they are coming it. And here, little bit further, they have to undergo through a excise sort of a check, and they have to pay the tax also.
Okay.
Which that building has no more there. In our childhood, we used to play in that gate, which was the main route of the caravan. And there are few other photographs. Hardship and difficult places they have to cross, like this, very barren land, and these mountains, this gorge, you can see how the traders, they bring their camels, donkeys, and horses, and this sort of a very desert area, open area, where you can't see anything else behind and in front of it, and it's with their camels. They are taking a rest on the way.
Okay.
And this are the collection from the different sources. We got it from different people, different for books and other things.
Okay.
And we tried to display this, how it used to be. Yeah, this is the map what shows the trade route for Central Asia, and also not only up to Central Asia, but in India. The traders used to come from Central Asia, and their main trading part in India used to be the Amritsar, where the traders from Amritsar also used to come, and many families are still, their 4 grandchildren are here who are doing the trade in Ladakh itself.
Okay, so now can we have a look at the first floor?
Yeah, which is the Central Asia floor, which we call it. And this is the Central Asia side floor. We just show you the whole set of the horses gear, they are very fond of decorating their house with the carpets and other things, and a lot of big bells. They used to put it in that to just so that the people around them, if they lost each other in the desert, they can hear the sound and they can find it, and also keep away from the wildlife also. And these are the things, which the Yakindis, we call it, in Ladakh. Mostly they are known from Yakindis. They brought it for their with them to Ladakh for different use. And these are some things which they use for sharbat, After when somebody comes to home, they serve with the sharbat. And these are the samovars where they make kahwa tea, which is very famous in Kashmir also. And this is the chabon. They put the water in this and the tea lives in that and little bit salt. And when there's a fire, they put it in the middle of that and it boils. And
it keeps it warm.
It keeps it and boils, and then they go on serving singja. They call singja for this. This main purpose of this thing is to make singja. No, nothing else.
So this shoes looks very modern, contemporary. So we can actually revive the old tradition. What do you think, Ajam?
Yeah, it's ladies' shoes, and it was very difficult to find that. But luckily, we got it in a family house, and they donated us these shoes, And same is the case with just chain shoes, and it keeps their feet warm because of it's sort of a waterproof, It's later it doesn't go water inside while they are traveling,
Can we go to the next floor?
This is when we have kept it made a Tibetan section because Tibet was very connected to Ladakh, and it traditionally and religious point of view, you see a lot of connection. And we were able to find some very good pieces. These are the things which is used in the Ladakhi families, table, the cups. Cup stand and the lid.
Silver cups.
Yeah, silver cups and the fireplace where you keep the teapot to keep it warm and the carpet, This. There we found from a family which is very old family in a very old, far villages, And we kept it with a monk. And there is prayer books inside, filled it up. And they were not able to tell. They say, our great-grandfathers used to have this in their house,
So it must be around, say, 200.
Yeah, something like that, yeah. Okay. The way it has been there, I think it looks more than 200 years. So it's a very rare thing,
We will go to the top floor.
Top floor, which is the religious section. The ladies used to sit behind this, and gents in there, if there is a meeting for marriage and other things, so that both the party can sit here and advise each other and discuss with each other behind this screen. That's why you will see in very old houses, not in the modern houses.
This is the
religious section.
And
where they try to put some religious books and of all community, And here are some, and mostly they are handwritten sort of religious books, Quran and Buddhist religious book. And these two things, we found it in the Lay Mosque, In one is there is much bigger one. On that, all the prophets' name are, what do you call it? Their lineage and the generation, in that.
Genealogy.
Yeah,
Okay.
those are things.
Okay.
And we don't know
Okay.
who made it and who brought it.
Okay.
We found it in the Leh Mosque.
Okay. So can you decipher those words or you cannot?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
But it will take a long time
Okay.
to understand the things.
Okay.
And here are some religious books, again, Qurans, which are handwritten Qurans,
Do you
now-
have Bible as well?
Yeah, Bible is one
Okay.
piece is there.
Okay.
And these are, nowadays everybody can go and buy the Quran in the market.
Okay.
Previously, very few families used to have Quran at their home,
Okay.
30 volume,
Okay.
and yearly they read the Quran in the house. And for the otherwise, they have to go to the mosque and borrow it and carry it to the home, then bring it next day to Shah Hamdan.
Okay.
They met these two saints. They met somewhere in the middle of nowhere, in the desert, and they didn't have anything to exchange, to give a gift.
Okay.
And Tagdang Rinpoche, there's no record, written record,
Okay.
but there's coming from generation the story that he presented this stick while he was coming from his monastery,
Okay.
and he was carrying this and he presented to Shah Hamdan,
Okay.
this one.
Okay.
And Shah Hamdan, he was not carrying anything except the Quran
Okay.
in his pocket,
Okay.
He took it and he presented that, and that is still in the Himis monastery.
Okay. The Quran is at
The
the
Quran is there.
Interesting.
That's very interesting, and that keeps these two religious people very
strongly bound.
Bound, yeah. That's the story of this,
Thank you so much, Ajangle. It was such a wonderful tour to whole of the Centralation, all the floors we visited. I have learned a lot. I hope all the viewers of Ladakh Literature Festival will also learn many things from this and do visit this museum. Thank you so much, Ajangle.
I will say thank you for visiting this place and recording it, and you are doing a good cause to tell about Ladakh and influence on Ladakh of different cultures, tradition, and religions, and hope for the best.
Thank
that
you.
we will. I think you enjoyed this too.
Very much.
Okay, thank you for
Thank you so
visiting
much.
this place.
Thank you so much.
Chigla thong song wang me tu secure ja tus me chigla jung song zemba traspechika sixteen kurvina la nas pezu tulsang ma tam jikon chona ha go matuga manches miru randot yo temila deva to kumiru nagari yo semla lustan talveseta chiva mista komna luga sedere
Welcome back to the Ladakh Literature Festival 2020. Our session for today is At the Crossroads of the Silk Route, a conversation between Monisha Ahmed and Janet Rizvi. Janet Rizvi is the renowned author of Ladakh, Crossroads of High Asia and Trans-Himalayan Caravans, Merchant Princes, amongst others. Monisha Ahmed is co-founder and executive director of the Ladakh Arts and Media Organization in Leh, Ladakh. She is an independent researcher, writer and curator with a focus on the histories, practices and material culture of Ladakh. Today Janet will talk about the important position Ladakh held in the high Himalayas as a conduit to the Silk Route and the network of trade routes that pass through the region.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to introduce Janet Rizvi today as the first speaker of the Ladakh Literature Festival. And I'd like to thank the organizers for inviting us to be here this morning and to open this second edition of the Ladakh Literature Festival. Janet is probably known to many of you with an interest in Ladakh. She's a renowned author of Ladakh Culture at the Crossroads, which has been like a standard, almost like a standard textbook for any researcher with an interest in Ladakh who just wants to begin by getting to know a little bit about the region and the history. It's almost standard reading for most of us. Janet then went on to write specifically on trade in Ladakh, her next book was called Trans-Himalayan Caravans, Traders, Merchant Princes and Peasant Traders in Ladakh. And that was looking specifically at the role Ladakh played in the world of trade that took place in this part of the Himalayas in Asia. Another book that she worked on after that was Pashmina, the Kashmir Shawl and Beyond. I had the privilege of contributing a small chapter to this book. And in many ways, like Ladakh Culture at the Crossroads, this book has also been a sort of a major work on Pashmina and the trade and design and the history of it all. And that book itself has also done overwhelmingly well and has gone into a second edition. So we're very happy to have you here with us, Janet, this morning. And could you, and maybe tell us a little bit about how you first came to Ladakh, what was your interest in this part of the world, what brought you here?
Well, I came as the baggage of a development commissioner. My husband was appointed development commissioner in 1976, and we lived in Ladakh in Leh till 1978. And I'd always wanted to see Ladakh. In fact, when the possibility of his being appointed as DC Leh came up, I remember having a very strong feeling, yes, we have to do it. We have to go. We have to see Ladakh. And I'd heard a little bit about Ladakh from my husband's colleagues. So that's what must have engendered this feeling of compulsion that I had. 76, 78, we were there, and we had spent a very happy 2 years there.
Okay.
And leaving after 2 years was a huge wrench. And it was good that I'd started writing about Ladakh, and having written Crossroads of High Asia, I then knew that what I wanted to do was the trade, work on the trade. And so that also gave me the opportunity to make several return visits.
But when you were there in 76, that was when you started doing research for your first book, Ladakh Culture at the Crossroads.
Well,
is that correct?
Not immediately. I mean, the first thing I wrote about Ladakh was a long account, a detailed account of the journey to send to my mother. Then I'll tell you something that I don't know about today, but in Leh in 1976, when you talked to Ladakhis, you heard about the Yarkand trade, you heard mention of Gartok, you heard mention of Lhasa, you heard mention of these things. They were still a reality to some people in Leh. And I've always been interested in trade. I've been interested in the meeting of peoples, the meeting of civilizations, the meeting of peoples. And of course, trade is an important vehicle for that. Mm-hmm. And so listening to this, it was very interesting for me to know that, to hear that the trades, which I knew nothing about previously, had been an important part of Ladakhi life. And so I did a chapter on the historical chapter on the trades in Crossroads of High Asia. And that was what started me off. I said, I must do more. I must work on the trade now.
Okay.
So that's what happened.
A PhD in history from Cambridge.
Yeah.
That was before you started your second book, or that was much earlier?
Oh, much earlier. And if you did a PhD in history in Cambridge, you were basically writing on political history. And I realized as I went on the political history, I call myself a historian, but political history is not really what I like. I like knowing how people lived and what they did and how they lived, and their material conditions in what you could call historical periods. And the trade, so the trade just really, the trades of Ladakh, they just grabbed me.
Yeah, I mean, even the title of your first book, Crossroads of High Asia, that kind of sort of automatically located Ladakh in the middle of this Himalayan world with trade routes passing through it, different cultures, different communities, the sort of diversity that you found in Leh. Is that what you also sort of witnessed and experienced firsthand when you were there in the 70s?
At first hand, I can't say no. I can't say. Not really, because it was the talk. It was what I heard people talking about, or the casual mentions about the Yarkand trade. Now, what was the Yarkand trade? I knew nothing. You know, I have not called it the Yarkand trade I didn't call it the Yarkand trade when I wrote about it more specifically in my second book. I called it the Trans-Karakoram trade because Yarkand was definitely the focus that the Ladakhis saw of the Trans-Karakoram trade. Okay. I didn't know all that much about the Himalaya. I'd lived 2 or 3 years in Kashmir. But I didn't, Himalaya in general, I didn't know much about.
Yeah. So you must have met some of you, like you were saying, you met some of the old timers who were traders, who may have been part of the Lobchak mission that used to go to Tibet, or old traders that may have gone to Yarkand before the trade routes closed, or traded with Punjab or Kashmir. Do you remember? Do you have recollections of any of them?
Not in my first 2 years in Ladakh. I met all those old guys when I started my research, because my research was it had to be orally based.
Yes, of course.
It had to be oral history because there was no documentation. There was, of course, the Trans-Karakoram trade was documented historically, but there was no documentation of the recent years, and there were people alive who had indulged in it, and I met them. I met them, and then, well, it was Akbar Ladakhi, really, who pointed me first towards the importance of oral history, and that was, if I may just digress a little bit, Akbar, we talked a lot with, perhaps it was Akbar who would have talked about the trade and things. After all, his father was a trader. And I'm sure there are people listening to this who remember Akbar Ladakhi, that very dear man.
Yeah.
I remember Akbar telling us one evening, he became a friend. He was a real friend. And I remember him telling us one evening that when he was a boy during the war, he could remember that the mission station, the Moravian mission station, had a radio, and the radio was powered by a huge battery. And every now and then, the battery had to be lugged down to the bank of the Indus and charged by wind power.
Oh, yeah.
And then it was lugged back. The radio was plugged in, and there would be a rush to the mission to listen to the war news.
Oh, okay.
Now, this seemed to me such a fascinating anecdote, and it tells there's such a lot encompassed in that anecdote, that Ladakhis were interested in the war, that that there was no electricity except what they could generate by wind power and put into the battery, that they had to go down. And there's such a lot there. Yeah. And that was what gave me the idea, first of all, of oral history.
Okay.
And then again, once the project started as Life and Society in Ladakh in the first half of the 20th century, or some such name, but it was trade that when I started interviewing people, it was trade that I could get the most information on. And I got so much information that I said that I focused on that only, and didn't go in for the wider project.
Okay. No, of course.
And again, it was Akbar who pointed me towards the Shamma traders.
Okay.
And that, in its turn, led me towards the Pasham trade.
Ah, okay, which came later for your last book on Pashmina.
Well, no, but before that, so there was I could see that the Pasham trade was a very important part of the trade, and it was what differentiated the trade, the local trades of Ladakh. I mean, the trade of Ladakh with neighboring areas, with Tibet and with Tibet. It was what differentiated it from the trades that were going on across the whole length of the Himalaya, because it was a luxury product. The Nepal trades, the Bhutan trades, the other trades, they were trades in subsistence products, salt and butter and barley and sheep and wool. But in Ladakh, you had this added dimension of a luxury product. So that was very interesting. And that, of course, led on to my third book. But I don't know if you remember, Monisha, in London, you we went to meet Rosemary Krill at the V&A. By great gratification, I understood from Rosemary Krill that mine was the first authoritative account in Western scholarship of the origin of Pashun. I had not yet started studying the shawl, so I didn't realize at all that actually my modest attempt at portraying the trades of Ladakh had in fact produced something of quite important in Western scholarship.
Yeah, it was something that the world didn't know.
When you talk about things, you talk, I mean, when Western scholars talk about something being discovered, means that they discovered it. I mean, you could say that the Shama trade had not been discovered, but well known to every Ladakhi of say Akbar's generation and the following generation. About today's generation, young generation, I don't know, but it wasn't known to Western scholarship.
Yeah,
and so I was quite chuffed by getting by Rosemary letting me understand that I had actually revealed something quite important.
Yeah, that's true. I think a lot of us, maybe you had just sort of taken it for granted that everybody knew where the trade came from.
Yeah, yes, as I did. There's no point writing it if everybody knows. Yeah. But yes, I didn't think it was really of something of enormous importance. It was just something basically, it was something I wanted to do.
Yeah. Well, that's really good. Yeah. And were there other traders that you have any memories about? I mean, maybe from Yarkand that you may have met in Ladakh, or people who maybe went on the Lokchak mission. I mean, did you ever meet Tonyot Shah or?
I met Tonyot Shah.
Yeah.
And I don't remember him telling me so much about the Lokchak. I'd have to go back to my book and remind myself. But yes, I met Tonyot Shah, and what was the only guy actually from Yarkand that I met was a trader in. He was living in Kargil, and he had come to Ladakh as a trader, and he had fallen ill, and by the time he was fit to go back, the borders were closed.
Okay.
So he got back and he lived the rest of his life in Kargil.
Okay.
And he gave me an account of what it was like, what the journey was like across the Karakoram. And one stage of the journey is the Depsang Plain, which is 5,475 meters dead level above sea level, and it's dead level, the highest plateau in the world, I've written. And I suppose after all the up and down and the being joggled about on his horse's back on the rough ground, he thought he had the great idea that he'll get off and walk.
Okay.
After 10 or 15 steps, this is the translation of his account. After 10 or 15 steps, I had no strength left, and I was a young man at the time. It's up and down. There's no up and down. It's flat, but there's no oxygen. I was walking behind the horses, and my breath failed me in 2 or 3 minutes. I stopped to draw breath, and meanwhile the horses and camels drew far ahead of me. And I started again very, very slowly. My breath caught in my throat like this, and I could breathe only with great difficulty. Then someone noticed his absence and came back and picked him up, and he was saved.
Okay.
And while he was talking, he kept coughing. He was really reliving it. And, the way he talked, it was so vivid that even I could almost feel his pain and his panic as he wondered if he's going to survive, or if they'll notice his absence and come back to him. So that was one of my earliest interviews.
Okay.
And that was, so interesting that.
But that was one of the hardest trade routes. I mean, people used to write about it and say that it used to be like used to be literally walking on a trail with maybe bones on either side of animals.
As one European traveler wrote, a line of bones as straight as the lines, as straight and as unvarying as the lines on a tennis court. Obviously much broader.
Yeah.
And the interesting thing about it, one of the interesting things about this was all a trade in luxury goods. This was not a subsistence trade. To think that you got from Yarkand side, you've got, from this side you had opium. At one time it was, and from that side you had charas. At one time it was almost an exchange of drugs.
Yes.
From Yarkand you had raw silk, carpets, and because that was all they wanted more from India. They exported silver.
Yes.
In ingots, in boat-shaped ingots.
Okay.
While from the Indian side went Banaras brocades, Dhaka muslins, indigo, tea, and spices.
Yeah.
So these people were struggling over the Karakoram with brocades and raw silk.
You also, I remember reading with interest about your trade between with Zanskar, between in Changtang, between the Changpas and with Zanskar, and then how they would go on into Himachal. That was also hasn't really been written about much in the past, right?
Yeah, that hasn't been written at all. That was also, I think, original scholarship.
Yeah.
And yes, that was an interesting thing, and that almost the currency of the trade was salt.
Yes.
But it was Changtang, the Changpa, the Rupchu Changpa. They got their food grains, their barley, mainly barley, and maybe some wheat from Zanskar, and exchanged it for salt from the salt lakes.
Yeah.
Then the Zanskaris distributed that salt south of the Himalaya to Padar and across into Kulu, Manali, Lahore, and into Kargil, and wherever they went, it was exchanged for for the commodities they needed. Zanskar was actually slightly surplus in food grains.
Yeah. So salt was like one of the sort of basic necessities that was traded at that time, right?
Oh, absolutely, because it was needed for livestock as well as for human consumption.
Yeah. But it did not go parallel with the trade in Pashmina. So salt did not go to Kashmir in any way or into the rest of India.
Salt only went to Kashmir, didn't go directly from the Shamma. I don't think traded in salt, if I remember rightly. The Suru Valley traders would take some, who were also surplus in Suru Valley was also surplus in grain. They would take salt from the upper villages of Zanskar, which were not which did not have surplus grain, because they grew livestock more than grain.
Okay.
And so they would exchange grain for salt with the upper villages of Zanskar, then take it into Kashmir.
Yeah. So, but apart from the exchange of actual raw materials or goods that used to happen within Ladakh and also to outlying areas. A lot of the traders also brought with them their own tastes in food or dress or maybe artistic aesthetics and backgrounds. Did you, also see any of that happening, or remnants of any of that when you were in Ladakh, or did you look at any of that?
Well, I think the trade made Leh into, which was the fulcrum of the trades, into a fairly cosmopolitan place. Lasting influence, I couldn't say. There was, you've asked me about culture. What kind of culture? I don't think there's much in the way of Central Asian or Kashmiri culture. I don't know enough about music, but I think the outside cultural influence in Ladakh was more from or via Baltistan than directly from Leh. There's in cuisine, you've also mentioned, well, there's Yarkandi pulao.
Yes.
One of the best pulaus I know. But that's the only influence that I'm aware of.
Yeah, like your baked samosas.
Dress, I don't think so. Yeah. An inclusive and tolerant outlook, because so many people from other places did throng the Leh Bazaar during the trading seasons. And obviously an influence on Leh's demography with the creation of the Argon community.
Yes.
These are the main, the main influences that I could.
Can you tell us a little bit something about the Argon community and how they directly related to trade
some Muslim. A flourishing trade concern would have, if it had a base in Srinagar, might well have a base in Leh and a base in Yarkand or Khotan or whichever side of Xinjiang they were trading to, or both, or Lhasa. And it had to be manned. So there would be, and similarly with a trader based in Yarkand, a merchant based in Yarkand. I mean, they were big firms. They weren't just individual traders. They were substantial companies.
Mm-hmm.
And so some of these traders lived in Leh for years and months on end, and they married local girls. And girls may or may not have converted. I mean, it was not love jihad.
Yeah. Yeah.
But even if the girls converted, or whether the girls converted or not, I mean, I don't know if there are any statistics or any knowledge about that. The children were obviously Muslims. It's the father's religion that gets followed. And so that's the origin of the Argon community, as far as my understanding goes.
In around the 16th, 17th century or earlier, or
who knows? I mean, it's not documented. It's not these trades. Such documentation as there is on any of these trades is not. There's nothing much before the early 19th century in Moorcroft.
Okay. Yes. Yeah. You don't really find any written sources before that. Even local sources, I guess, are very scant.
I mean, the Ladakh Chronicle, for instance, doesn't interest itself in trade and traders and things like demography. So there are no written, I mean, there's Desideri in 1716 or 1715. He doesn't, he's got a few words about trade, but nothing detailed. But Moorcroft lived in Ladakh for 2 years and was himself interested in trade, and particularly in the Pasham trade. And he wrote about everything that there was to write about.
Yes.
And so his is the first, generally speaking, the first comprehensive account of Ladakh, and including Ladakh's trade.
So which of the trade routes do you think would have been most important for Ladakh, or most crucial to the economy of the country?
The local trades, the only, I mean, what the Trans-Karakoram trade was a trade in products produced in India and products produced in Xinjiang, what is now Xinjiang.
Okay.
What it contributed to Ladakh was the demand for services, meaning supply of fodder, porterage,
yes,
transport, horse transport. But that's all it could, and you know, fuel goods. Ladakh didn't produce anything that India wanted apart from salt, and that was, you know, by the time it had the Changpa salt had got to Zanskar, it was distributed about, but not India of the plains.
Okay.
By the time so the Trans-Karakoram trade was essentially a trade in goods produced in India, goods produced in Xinjiang, and maybe a few would drop off in Ladakh, being purchased by maybe the rich people.
Yes.
But it didn't contribute much to Ladakh's economy, except, as I say, by the demand for services.
And what about
important trades were the local trades, no doubt about it.
Okay, and what about the trade with Tibet? I mean, that was also important to bring.
Yes, Tibet. Well, I was counting that among local trades, which of course I shouldn't.
No, you
yes, but the trade with Western Tibet, yes, the Pasham trade, and of course salt came from came from Western Tibet. But the
tea came from.
But otherwise, the trade with Lhasa was pretty much just the Lokchak.
Yeah.
And that, of course, had a lot of apricots.
Okay.
The best apricots were sourced from Baltistan anyhow.
Yes.
Sorry to say. And so I don't think that the Lhasa trade was of primary importance to Ladakh, no.
Not even the tea that it used to bring?
Well, the tea, yes. Well, yes. Yes, I was forgetting about that.
It's quite important to Ladakhi diets also, and a lot of it came from Tibet.
Yes. Yes, okay. Yes, the tea trade is something I have not focused on, but you're quite right.
Yeah, and when you're talking about local trade, you're talking like about trade between, say,
I'm talking about the trade in salt, the trade in salt and barley, the trade in Pasham, and the wages from the Ladakh. That's what I'm talking about. And they were of critical importance.
And that would be like, I'm talking, if we look at regions, it would be Changtang and Sham, it would be Nubra and which areas? I mean, how do we, because I know Changtang and Sham had a very important trade going.
Changtang and Sham. Yes, of course. Yes, of course. And that was in salt, barley, Pasham.
Yeah.
And Zanskar, as we were talking about Zanskar earlier, that was also very important. And it was a question of shifting goods from where they were produced and therefore available cheaply to where they were not produced and therefore a good price could be got for them. Buy cheap, sell dear. That's what it was, and that was of critical importance to the Ladakh economy. It was what, the 19th century travelers all remark on the prosperity of Ladakh relative to Baltistan, for instance, which is not a major trade route.
I know that, we all say that Ladakh was annexed or taken over by Jammu and the Maharaja of Jammu because, that's why he sent Rawar Singh to Ladakh. He wanted control of the Pashmina trade.
Yes.
And what effect did that have on the trade from Ladakh? Did you ever have the East India Company or the British, government later on also eyeing Ladakh?
That's a whole different story, and I think it's too long to get into now. But yes, you're right. It was in order to get hold of the Pasham trade that Gulab Singh sent in Zorawar Singh, and that Ladakh came under the Dogra. That came under Dogra rule. Yes, it was to get hold of that. That was the only thing of interest that Ladakh had for the Dogra rulers, I think.
Okay. And then the British also tried. I think they were not as successful.
Well, they tried to divert the trade down to the Punjab with not a great deal of success, because it had to go through, the Pasham had to go to Srinagar because Srinagar was where the skills were to make the shawls.
Yeah. So then, now moving on to Srinagar, which was the book you did, Pashmina, the Kashmir Shawl and Beyond. So when you went there, you sort of followed the trail from Leh along Sham and then to Srinagar. And what was it about the shawl industry there that interested you, that fascinated you, and that you have some, I'm sure, also little anecdotes to tell?
Well, if you really want to know, of course, I had this interest in the Pasham trade and Pasham, and I thought I did know a fair amount about it. One fine day in 1988, it would have been, Jaya Jaitley invited me to contribute to the book she was editing on the crafts of Jammu, Kashmir and Ladakh. And if you please, she wanted me to write about the textiles of Jammu, Kashmir and Ladakh. And I knew damn all about textiles. I knew Pasham trade Pasham was important, Pashmina shawls and all that. But textiles, I knew what a warp was, I knew what a weft was, and that's about all I knew. Some knowledge of my knowledge of textiles. So why she asked me, I don't know, perhaps because of the Pasham angle. So I started reading up, and I started reading up about the Kashmir shawl. And there are a lot of secondary texts about the Kashmir shawl. There are a lot of texts about the Kashmir shawl. And when it came to the origins of the fiber, they either glossed it over completely or told a lot of lies.
Okay.
Oh, it's Tush is the feather from the neck of a certain bird.
Yeah.
Pashmina, yes, it comes from goats. It is rubbed off and becomes, it is rubbed off on rocks and bushes.
Yes, and then you go looking for it and collect it.
Yeah, all sorts of things, and nothing about it. So I said, people are writing about the Kashmir shawl, and they don't even know the basis of it. And I also did a little bit of research, and I found that some of what was written was not adequate. I won't mention names, but there are books that were written before my book on the Kashmir shawl, and they are not reliable. So I said, I was still working on the trades of Ladakh. So I said, well, if I finish my book on trade and get it published, and if I live long enough and in my right mind, I will write a book on Kashmir shawl that will put all these misconceptions right.
Okay.
So I did, and you helped me.
Yeah, that was great. And I think in your book also, the same way that you talked about the origins of the fiber, you also talk about the history of the Pashmina shawl in Srinagar. And there again also you write something that was new and original, saying that, you know, it didn't come from anywhere outside. It was something that developed within Kashmir.
Sorry, what's the point you're making?
No, I'm saying that in the same way you discovered, I mean, you wrote about the origins of the fiber.
Mm-hmm.
You also wrote about the history of the Kashmir shawl and looking at where it came from.
Oh well, you know, once you get started, once you get started on a subject, you follow it up.
No, because there again, most writers have always have claimed that the origins of the shawl were from outside Kashmir, right? That it came.
Now that's a point. I just feel that if of course Kashmir was closely connected with Iran, which is what most people say that might be the origin of the Kashmir shawl. It was that craftsmen came from Iran to teach the poor Kashmiris how to make shawls. But I think the Kashmiris, if you just look at any artifact in Kashmir, whether it's a textile, whether it's a woven textile, whether it's an embroidered textile, whether it's a wood carving, whether it's a metal piece, whether it's papier-mâché.
Yeah,
the Kashmiris have got magic in their fingers.
Yeah.
Not all of them, but the craftspeople of Kashmir have got magic in their fingers. And this magic cannot have developed, must always have been there. Can't have developed in the last 500 years.
Yeah.
Must always have been there. And if they've got magic in their fingers, and not only in their fingers, but in their brains,
yeah,
they're perfectly capable of originating the designs and the technology of the Kashmir shawl.
Yes, of course. I mean,
how long they've been getting Pasham, we cannot be known. I mean, there are myths and stories, and even there are legends really about. I mean, oral stories that have been passed down. And oral history is okay if you talk to the people directly, but if an oral tradition has been passed down several generations, you may be sure that it's somewhat garbled. Mm-hmm. And I just don't think that all these stories about the origins of the Kashmir shawl, I mean, there may be something. I don't say there's maybe nothing in them. Someone from outside may have contributed something, but I think the Kashmiris are perfectly capable of originating the shawl, originating the designs, where we can see how the designs have developed since Kashmir shawls were being designed, probably. And I think that the Kashmiris have got that much talent and that much genius in their
of course just to sort of, I mean, you look at your whole sort of career in this region. It's been almost like 45 years or 50 years since you.
Whoa! 50 years.
45 years.
Well, we went to Ladakh in 1976, so figure that is 24 years and 44 years.
Yeah, almost come up to 45 years, Janet. Yeah. How does it feel? I mean, when you look back?
You feel very, very old when you put it that way.
Oh, no, you brought a lot to many of us who sort of started off much after you. But I mean, just looking back, I mean, would there have been anything else you'd like to have? I mean, you could still write about or do, or
No, I'm a one-trick pony, or maybe a two-trick pony.
yeah. Would you like to have done anything else or done anything differently, or what were some of your biggest challenges that you look back at maybe in the work that you did that was very hard?
No, it wasn't hard at all. It was all of it was great fun.
Yeah.
Research is fun.
Yes. Great. Yeah.
If you're researching what you want to research, I enjoy researching in libraries. I do reading up the documentary stuff in libraries, but I also enjoy, but you know, what is fun and what is memorable is meeting people and talking to them.
Yeah.
And in the case of the shawl book, looking at shawls in museums in several continents.
Yeah.
You know, all that was a lot of fun. And if you want me to, I can relate an anecdote or a situation.
Yeah, sure.
It still makes me smile when I think of it.
Okay.
Although it wasn't quite on my agenda, the Rani of Mulbeck asked me to make a recording of her talking about her family history.
Okay.
She claimed to be descended from a brother of Sengye Namgyal.
Okay.
Okay. So I was in Kargil at the time. So I went along. I got so much help from people, you know. I didn't have my own transport. I probably went in a government jeep from Kargil to Mulbeck to do this recording.
This would have been when? Which year? In the 80s?
This would have been, oh gosh, around mid-80s, shall we say. 88 maybe?
Yeah.
88, 89. And so the Rani sat me down and we started recording. And she did not have children, I think, but her sister had children. Her sister was out working in the fields.
Okay.
And so she had to break the interview every now and then to go and supervise things in the kitchen or do the cooking herself for when she's an unassuming Rani. Okay. But her sister's 4 children, aged, say, between 4 and 12, they were also interested in what was going on. And they also, when they saw that her voice was coming out of the machine, they wanted their voices to come out of the machine.
Okay.
And so they were capering about and they were laughing and they were interrupting. And they were, then every now and then she would shoo them away.
Yeah.
And then they would peer in through the window, through the door, through the chimney hole, I remember.
Okay. Yeah.
These 4 kids laughing and giggling, and then, of course, having to have, and you know, being totally annoying, but one couldn't take them seriously. One couldn't help but enjoy them being there.
Yes.
And then, of course, they had to listen to the playback and hear themselves. And that's a situation that is etched on my mind. As you know, there's sort of one of the rewards, sort of fun that you can get sometimes when you're researching.
Yeah. No, I mean, yes, of course, we all have memories of our research. I mean, still do have memories of the research, of traveling to places and meeting people, and it's fascinating. And then I think as people move on, like people like, you know, Akbar Ladakhi or, you know, Syed Ali Shah or some of the people, Tonyot Shah, these people we used to know and meet. And it always feels like a little bit of Ladakh, almost seems like it's sort of lost along with them.
Yeah.
I mean, they were, I guess, amazing for their time, those are the people that we remember. Yeah. Is there anything else, Janet, you'd like to say or add? Or
one thing I'd like to add, and it's a little bit of a promotion,
okay,
but it's not a promotion really.
Yeah.
But the only semi-serious work I'm doing now is working on the Moorcroft transcription project.
Okay.
As most of you will know, Moorcroft was, I won't say he was an explorer, he was a traveller.
Mm-hmm.
Or he wasn't a traveller by profession, he was a vet by profession, but he was travelling through Central Asia he wanted to reach Bukhara by horses for the stud, the East India Company's military stud, of which he was superintendent. And he thought he'll go via Ladakh and cross the Karakoram and go via Yarkand, but that didn't work out. And while he was waiting for permission, which never came, he sat in Ladakh, as I mentioned earlier, for 2 years. And he wrote 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 by hand. He scribbled and he scribbled. And there is a Moorcroft archive in the British Library.
Okay.
And a friend of mine is very interested in Moorcroft and in his work, and has first of all, this friend of mine has organized set up a website which you can find. It's very easy to remember on pahar.in.
Yes.
It's called the MCAD website, MCADD something and Central Asia database, something like that. Anyhow, MCADD pahar.in.
Mm-hmm.
And he has collected almost everything that was ever been written on the Himalaya and Central Asia and North India that is not in copyright.
Yeah.
And that is available, that has been digitized or can be digitized. He's got a whole library.
Okay.
Of things. He's got the whole run of the the Journal of the Royal Geographic Society. This American gentleman has purchased on his own account not the whole of the archive in digital form, but a large part of the archive in digital form from the British Library.
Okay.
And no, I don't understand these things, but it's too heavy a load to put up on the website as it stands.
Okay.
However, the transcriptions, part of the transcriptions have been made. Part of his journey is from Srinagar Garhwal to Leh is already up on the website. 2 more sections to come. They're on the anvil. Then my friend is interested in Moorcroft's stay in Bukhara.
Okay.
And the last part of his life, so part of that has gone up. But I mean, this is tiny fraction. But of the Moorcroft. But if you go on the Pahar.in website, if you go to projects, you'll find it. So and I'm somewhat involved in this when I've got nothing better to do. And so if you want to know about this, I thought I would take the opportunity of making a promotion, because I think a lot of people don't know about it.
Yeah, but was Moorcroft also interested in Pashmina, or was he only going for the horses?
Oh, Moorcroft was fascinated by Pashmina, and Moorcroft was actually an economic imperialist. However, nice a man he may have been, and I believe he was, and he seems to have been a very nice man, who was interested in getting Kashmiri know-how and, if possible, organizing similar raw material to set up an industry in the UK.
Okay.
Anything he thought about setting it up in the UK. He's traveling through, Lahore, if I remember rightly, and he sees that the women have taken scraps of brightly coloured this and that and made artificial flowers and put it in their hair or put it in their hats or something. And he wonders, now there must be a lot of waste in milliners' shops in London, in the UK. If that could be collected and exported to India, or that could be made into, no, I think for the milliners to make similar artificial flowers and export them to India for the mountain women of Lahore. I mean, he goes off at all sorts of funny tangents like that. Okay. But he is a very, very accurate observer.
Okay. Yeah.
So he's really worth looking at, and some of his writing is now typed up and transcribed on the website.
Yeah.
That I've mentioned, and I think possibly the sort of person who comes to the Ladakh Lit Fest might be interested in checking out not only the Moorcroft project, but also the rest of the website, because there are a huge number of interesting books, journals, articles, maps, photos
on the website. Yeah.
On the website. For all stuff that is out of copyright. So there's no very recent. There are no recent publications, but out of copyright stuff.
Yeah. Would you like to say anything, Janet, by way of conclusion about, Ladakh studies, or sort of written how over the years, I think you've also seen the whole body of work of literature on Ladakh grow, whether it's been
that's an amazing thing, and I think it's due partly to the fact that people like me, when I first came to Ladakh, people like Ladakh or love Ladakh, and they want to do. But organizing it has been largely, I suppose, due to the International Association for Ladakh Studies first, and to Henry Osmaston and John Bray. When I was writing my Kashmir book, I was primarily fixated on Kashmir, and I never really went back to doing anything serious on Ladakh. So what's going on in Ladakh studies as of today?
Thank you. Thanks, Janet. Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure chatting with you. And
you're most welcome. It's been my pleasure. And thank you very much for inviting me.
I hope we can meet again in Ladakh sometime. Speaking about her years of research in Ladakh and the work that she's done. We've received many questions, and we hope we can 15 take them all in 15. But to start with the first one, Janet, from Riggs and Chodan. Can you tell us what is your perspective of Ladakh today in the 21st century, with Ladakh by all kinds of people?
To tell you the truth, I haven't been to Ladakh for the last 10 years, and I don't think I should go again because I'm getting old and short of breath. So I can't really talk about an update of what I think about Ladakh now. Because I haven't seen it, and all I know is what I read in papers. So I'm very sorry. I'll have to pass that one.
Okay, Janet, thanks. There's another question, well, probably a similar question from Said Mustafa, who says, the time you had your research now, in terms of economy and trade, are we heading in any better direction?
Again, I can't say because I haven't been there and I haven't seen it. Sorry.
Okay.
It's off my brief.
Thanks, Janet. Can you tell us the question by Ali earlier? Could you tell us in what way the economy was affected after the closure of the trade routes?
Well, I think when the trade routes gradually closed about the time before and after independence and partition. And then the government took over and started, and Ladakh was reduced from being a self-sufficient economy to being an economy that was dependent on government handouts, or not handouts, government contributions, and contributions from outside. That's what I think. I can't go into much detail, I don't think.
But one of the things, I mean, there's a question from Tashi Murup, and I think this leads on from what the previous question. And it's that historically the trade of Pashmina was mainly from Western Tibet via Ladakh to Kashmir. Ladakh was merely the conduit. But is this true, he's asking? And then, what happened, as the trade changed after 1959?
Well, it's difficult to say because there was probably a fair amount of leakage of illegal trading across the border. But then the Pasham production moved or was developed in Ladakh, and that's something that you know more about than I do, that the Changpa increased their flocks of goats relative to their previous flocks of sheep. And whatever Pasham was leaking across, well, it continued to come, but there was no longer any formal trade. And the economy of Changtang changed because the herdspeople got more dependent on the production of this luxury product, which is Pashmina, rather than the subsistence product, which is wool.
Yeah, so there were some changes in economy. Yeah. There's a question from Jigmit Kotier, who's asking, apart from a trade in fiber that was so important to Ladakh, were there any important textiles that were also being traded to Ladakh or from Ladakh outside?
No, I don't think so. Some shawls. I mean, the rich people would have probably bought some Kashmir shawls. As far as my understanding goes, most of the textiles that the Ladakhis used, and even though I've talked about their modest prosperity, it was still not a rich economy. There were a few rich people. And so most of the Ladakhis, as far as my understanding goes, would have been wearing the locally produced pattu and possibly other types of woolen textiles. Again, it's something you know more about than I do.
Well, the monasteries would have been wealthy, and the monasteries would have been buying maybe silk brocades, to adorn.
Well, then again, that's your field, not mine.
Okay, I won't go into that. We'll ask you the questions. So Roshan Dharwat is asking, can you throw some light on the trade in hashish, charas? Is there anything that you can say about that right now?
Well, right now, it's not. There's something about it in Trans-Himalayan caravans in my book, and it was an important commodity up till about the late 1930s, coming from Central Asia to across the Karakoram to Ladakh and on to the Punjab. And it was such a major and profitable article of trade that the British, because they were effectively the overlords of Jammu and Kashmir and Ladakh, the British did keep track of it. I believe there was a charas go down in Leh, and it wasn't just a free item that the traders could do what they liked with. In any case, they were mostly sending their stuff on to the Punjab. I'm talking about the Karakoram traders, Trans-Karakoram traders. But this was a matter of concern to the British authorities.
and they did keep an eye on it, and it was very much legal, obviously. Wasn't banned. And an interesting point is that at one time, in about 1840s, 1850s, the Trans-Karakoram trade consisted essentially of an exchange of narcotics. Opium going from India into part of China, and it was a sort of tiny twig, tiny branch of the whole opium trade, which was such an infamous part of British imperialism and British economic imperialism and led to the Opium Wars. It was sort of tiny first cousin of that, because compared to what was going via Bengal by sea, it must have been a very small amount. But anyhow, opium was going from through Ladakh from the Punjab or from Plains, India, wherever it was produced, into Xinjiang, and charas was coming in the other direction.
Ah, fascinating. And that it was illegal. Okay, there's another question from Sania Sheriff. Could you, well, it's more about the cosmopolitan nature of Ladakh and the changes that it has undergone since the border closed. I think we can skip that. There's a question from Arun, who's asking, to what extent have oral traditions helped you in picturizing the details of?
Well, there's a difference between oral tradition and oral history. I call myself I based my research, my trade research on oral history, which means going to people who can give firsthand, or sometimes they include secondhand testimony of what you're asking about. And that certainly was the basis of my work on trade. For the history of it, of course, I went to the documentary sources, but for the particularly for the work on the local trades, I went to oral sources. Oral tradition is a different matter. It's what's been passed down for generations, myths and legends, and the Kesa saga, and some stories, some history stories, which, as I think I said somewhere in our interview, inevitably get a bit garbled as they go down the generations. So I hope that answers the question.
There's a question from Punsuk Namgyal. Is there any possibility of the Silk Route reopening?
I think the Silk Route, now, Silk Route, kindly, Silk Route is, I mean, the what shall we say, the bastard descendant of the Silk Route is the China's OBR project, which wants to open up trade between China and the rest of the world over land, as far as my understanding goes. If you're talking about the Trans-Karakoram trade, well, I see very, very little possibility of it opening in the foreseeable future.
Thanks, Janet. There's a question from Sanzin Palmo, Zilzam. She said, why isn't there much light shed on the Ladakhi Pashmina shawls? Is Ladakh not acknowledged for its Pashmina shawls, which are thicker than the usual Pashmina shawls? Can you say something about that?
Well, you and I have to slightly address this matter in our book on Pashmina. I don't think we've perhaps given it the importance it may deserve, but why anyone else has not addressed it, I don't know. I think because there's such a close correlation, mental correlation between shawl and Kashmir, and shawl and Pashmina and Kashmir, and people are not aware. So I don't think there's been, I don't know if there's been any academic work or any even journalistic work on the Ladakhi shawl.
I think there has been, I mean, I've done some work.
Again, this is something you know more about than I do.
Yeah, there has been some work done on that. Finally, there's a question from Tashi Lunduk. Would love to hear your assessment on present change and challenges.
I'm sorry, I have to go back to my earlier questions. I don't want to waffle about things I don't know too much about and I'm not up to date on. So, changes and challenges there will always be. I mean, life is a work in progress. Society is a work in progress. And I would quite like to refer to the Ladakh 2025 vision document that was produced in, I think, 2005. And that seemed to be very much pointing in the right direction. But how far it has been implemented and how far politics permits it to be implemented, I can't say.
Amen. Thank you, Janet. It's been a pleasure.
One more thing I'd like to say, which I seem to have omitted earlier. I just want to thank all the people in Ladakh and in Kashmir who helped me in my research. And I know it's invidious to pick out names, but one name, well, Akbar Ladakhi, I think I mentioned, and Abdul Majid Bardi and GM Kakpuri. They were my, as it were, lieutenants in Leh, and Akbar and Majid are no longer with us. But I just wanted to thank all three of them for their contribution.
Yeah. Thank you, Janet. Thank you very much for the session today. It's been a pleasure doing the earlier session with you and talking to you. And
it's been my pleasure entirely.
Thank you. Thank you, Janet.
Okay. Bye.
Bye.
Julie.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Welcome back. Today our session is The Anarchy, the East India Company, Corporate Violence and the Pillage of an Empire, a lecture by William Dalrymple. An acclaimed historian and a prolific writer, William Dalrymple is an award-winning author of multiple books, including In Xanadu, City of Jinns, White Mughals, The Last Mughal, amongst others. He is also founder and the co-director of the Jaipur Literature Festival. Join us for a session as he speaks about the relentless rise of the East India Company in the backdrop of a crumbling Mughal empire, and talks about the East India Company as essentially a forerunner to the modern multinational companies.
I'm going to be speaking to you about my book, The Anarchy, which is the story of how a private for-profit corporation based in just one London office took over the whole of India and seized power from the Marathas and the Mughal Empire, which was ruling at the time. In India and in Britain, people still talk about the British conquering India, but it's much more sinister than that, because it wasn't the British government that was involved. It was the East India Company. And the East India Company didn't pretend that it was about anything except profit. It was about profits for the officers who worked for the company and the soldiers who fought for it, profits for the directors, but above all, profits for the shareholders. And And it was that profit principle which the East India Company put into action when they conquered India. And they treated it like a corporation would treat any other corporate asset. And effectively, they asset stripped it. They looted the country. And it was the possession of India and its riches that began the process of turning Britain from a fairly peripheral country on the edge of Europe to the world's leading economy by the time that the East India Company was finally wound up and nationalized in 1858. I'm going to start this story not in India, but in a castle on the Welsh borders. And as you can see from this picture, it's a big, massive, very British-looking affair with box hedges and crenellations. But go inside Powys Castle, and you're confronted by a very different situation. Because in the long galleries of Powys, there is more Mughal loot than in any single museum in India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, or Afghanistan. The word loot, incidentally, is, of course, a Hindustani word, lutna, to plunder. But it was a word that had never been heard outside of North India until it entered the English language for the reasons you can see in front of you in the mid-18th century. Because looting is exactly what the East India Company did very well. And what you're seeing in front of you are trophies seized from different Indian rulers by, in this case, Lord Clive, Robert Clive, known to the Victorians as Clive of India, the man who began the territorial takeover of India by this company. And what you're seeing in front of you is the showcases of Clive's loot. There are talwars, shields, helmets, spears, armor, and all sorts of trophies, including some quite major pieces of Indian history. What we're looking through here, the glass is looking through the palanquin of Siraj-ud-Dowlah, the Nawab of Bengal, and through the arch at the end, you will find yourself in Tipu Sultan's war tent, because this was indeed the place where Tipu's final accoutrements and armor and throne and so on ended up after his defeat in 1799. What is all this loot doing in one house in the Welsh borders? Well, this picture, which hangs rather in over the entrance to that museum in Powys Castle, tells the story. And what you see here is what's called the gifting of the Diwani, according to the caption here. And what is happening is that this picture by Benjamin West shows Shah Alam handing over a document to a man in a red frock coat, which is Robert Clive. And this scene is supposed to show what happened after the Battle of Buxar in 1765, when Clive had defeated not only Shah Alam, but also Shuja-ud-Dowlah, the Nawab of Awadh, and the Mir Alam, the Nawab of Bengal. And in the aftermath of that battle, when Shah Alam gave himself up to the company, he was compelled to sign this document, which handed over financial management of what was then the three richest provinces in India. That is Bengal, Bihar, and Orissa. Now, today we obviously think of, I suppose, Punjab or Maharashtra maybe as the richest part of India. But in the 18th century, Bengal was, because of its incredible weavers and its textile industry. The weavers of Bengal created the wealth which powered the Mughal Empire. Today, when we think of the Mughals in India, we tend to think of, Mughal-e-Azam or Mughals dropping mangoes into the mouths of courtesans or whatever. But what we don't sometimes forget is that the Mughals actually ran a Mughal empire that was producing 40% of the world's GDP. It was at this period, for the first time since antiquity, that India led the world in manufactures, particularly textiles. And 1 million of those weavers producing the textiles were based in Bengal. And this document handed over to the private company, the East India Company, the right to manage the economies of Bengal, Bihar, and Orissa. In other words, to mint coins, to tax the citizens, and to extract revenue from these areas. And obviously, this is an incredibly valuable coup for the East India Company. And it was this that set them off on the road to conquest and ultimately dominion. But back at home, the East India Company was based only in this tiny office. It's not even the 2 tall buildings on either side. It's just the 5 windows in the middle, set slightly back from the street. And as you can see, really a very modest building, much, a fraction of the size, say, of the palace in Leh. It's just 5 windows wide. It's hardly Rashtrapati Bhavan or its South Block, or even a rich person's house in Delhi. And yet, from those 5 windows, from this one office, the policies which changed Indian history were decided upon. And the East India Company has a beginning. It was founded by this man, Sir Thomas Smythe, who's like the kind of Vijay Mallya of his day. He was an extremely entrepreneurial figure. His father ran the customs in London, which he inherited. He started his first business bringing in currants from the Greek islands when he was in his 20s. He then founded something called the Levant Company with a few other ship owners and began bringing in spices from Venice, Aleppo, and Cairo. But in the 1590s, he realized that business was threatened because the Dutch had just realized it was quite easily possible to sail round the Horn of Africa and to go direct to the Spice Islands and pick up cloves, cardamoms, and other spices, nutmeg, from what we now call Indonesia, from the island of Run off the coast of Java. And Smythe, in order to compete with the Dutch, decided to found his own East India Company because he was importing spices via the Arab world. So he was getting old spices with a huge markup, which the Arabs and the other traders on the way had already charged to the spices. So the Dutch was undercutting him in the market. And he knew the only way he could fight back was to found his own company. So he announced a public meeting. Here is the list of people who attended. It's still there in the British Library. And what you can see is these, the £200, the first man, the Mayor of London, puts in, the next man puts 1,000, 200. In other words, all the bigwigs are contributing large sums of money. But the list goes on for another 20 pages. And the people at the end are people who describe themselves as butchers and grocers and haberdashers. And they are putting in small amounts of £10, £5, £7. And when this meeting was concluded, this is 1599, this meeting takes place, the year that Shakespeare is writing Hamlet, not very far away, the other side of London. They go off and they appoint this guy, Sir James Lanchester, to be the captain of the first voyage to the Indies. And they go off and they try and buy a ship. They reject a creaky old hulk called the Mayflower, which of course becomes famous later as the ship which eventually discovered America. Sorry, it didn't discover America, which took the first British pilgrims to America. And Lanchester sets off in a ship called, this formerly a pirate ship called its original name had been the Scourge of Malice, but they didn't want to frighten everybody with their ship, so they changed the name to the Red Dragon. And initially, the voyage didn't go very well. They got stuck off the coast of Dover. The wind died, and they were bobbing around for a week, and everyone thought these guys are never going to make it anywhere. But the wind picked up, off they sailed, and 6 months later, they did indeed arrive at Spice Islands in Indonesia. And as they were arriving, a Portuguese ship was spotted coming in the opposite direction, and as the crew were all ex-Caribbean pirates, they simply jumped on board the Portuguese ship, looted it, moved all the contents onto their ship, then they sailed back and they sold the contents for £1 million sterling back in London, a huge fortune in Elizabethan times. And this was the fortune which started the East India Company. With it, they bought a new headquarters in Leadenhall Street. Here it is. And they did fairly well until in the 640s, they realized that ultimately the Dutch had better ships, bigger, deeper financial pockets because they were better financed. The Dutch bankers, this was the golden age of Holland. Rembrandt is alive. So rather like a modern startup that has to restart and redefine its business goals after a tricky start, the East India Company decides to change tack, and it leaves the Spice Islands to the Dutch. In return, they're given a small island in the Hudson River called Manhattan. That, of course, is where New York is now, and it becomes, in due course, a very rich acquisition. But at the time, it seems like a bad deal, and the East India Company decides to refocus not on spices but on textiles, and they begin to trade with particularly Bengal, where the world's greatest textiles are being made. Now, at this stage, England has just around 7% of the world economy, while the Mughal Empire has 40%. In other words, the Brits are these, peripheral figures stumbling around in codpieces, while the Mughals are these jeweled figures in silks. The company does very well exporting Indian textiles. Soon they have enough resources to build their own ships and make their own dockyard at Deptford. And all goes well until Aurangzeb blows the Mughal Empire apart by his intolerance and partly also by his overstretching of Mughal resources when he tries to take the whole of the Deccan. And as the Marathas rise up in the west of India, as the Jats rise up outside Delhi and Agra, as the Sikhs rise up in the Punjab, everyone wonders what's going to happen to Delhi, which then is the richest and largest city in the world, 1 million people, gorgeous countryside from the Red Fort here. You can see out over to the Jamna. Today, of course, all that is horribly polluted suburbs of Delhi and Old Delhi. Look how magnificent Chandni Chowk was in the 18th century. Everyone is wondering who is going to get looted. Is it going to be the Marathas? Jats? Is it going to be the Sikhs? In the end, it's none of them. It's this man, Nadir Shah, who is the new Shah of Persia. In 1739, Nadir Shah comes down, he takes Afghanistan first, he then descends the Khyber Pass, takes Lahore, and he is challenged by an army of 1.5 million Mughals at Karnal. Now, in Karnal, he has only 160,000 Persian troops, but he's armed with the latest military gizmo, something called the swivel gun. And as the Mughals charge him, his light cavalry parts like a curtain, and there facing the Mughals are these guns that can pierce Mughal armor. It's the latest thing in military technology invented by Nadir Shah. 5 minutes later, the battle is over. The cream of Mughal chivalry lie dead on the ground. And that evening, Nadir Shah asks Muhammad Shah Rangila, the Mughal emperor, to dinner. And the idiot Muhammad Shah goes with just a few musicians and dancing girls. And of course, what happens is that after dinner, Nadir Shah arrests him, rides into Delhi, and loots the capital city. 6 weeks later, he takes away the Peacock Throne, the Kohinoor Diamond, and 800 wagons filled with jewels and gold. And as Nadir Shah departs, the Mughal Empire basically shatters. Imagine taking a gold Baroque mirror and throwing it out of a third-story window. That's what happens to India. The Mughal Empire shatters because there's no money to pay the army, there's no money to pay the civil service, and the empire simply fragments very dramatically, very quickly. And every town is for itself. Jodhpur, Jaipur, Udaipur, the Mughal hill states, Tanjore, Hyderabad, all these different cities become city-states. And where previously you'd had one centralized empire based on Delhi, now India is split up into hundreds of competing states. And the people who take advantage of that are not other Indians. It is primarily the French and the British East India companies. There are now two. There's the British one and the Compagnie des Indes, which is the French one. These are the French sepoys. You can see only the French would dress their soldiers up in sort of Vogue-like shorts with natty little colours. But these guys, although they look like a gay pride parade, are in fact the cutting edge of military technology of the day. And the companies have imported to India a whole new way of fighting. There's a military revolution taking place with ballistics, with mobile artillery, with firing of muskets. One crew kneel down, shoot from a kneeling position, while the others reload behind them, then they swap, which means you can put an incredible amount of firepower into an infantry army. And the Mughals have got nothing to gather it, to meet it. And the first person to suffer this type of warfare is Siraj-ud-Dowlah, the Mughal governor or Nawab of Bengal. In 1756, he is irritated with the company and he attacks Calcutta because they haven't asked his permission before rebuilding the walls. This, however, is a mistake because when the day that the news of the fall of Calcutta has taken place, the day that this news arrives in Madras, this man, Robert Clive, arrives off the coast of Madras. He's come to fight the French. A war with France is about to break out, and intelligence has arrived with the East India Company that the French are outfitting a fleet to fight the British. But it turns out that the fleet has not gone to India, it's actually gone to Canada. So when he arrives, he has no one to fight. And the news then comes that Siraj-ud-Dowlah has taken Calcutta. He simply sails up to Calcutta from Madras, up the coast, retakes Calcutta, attacks the French headquarters at Chandanagar, which is just downriver from Calcutta, and then a letter arrives from a man called the Jagat Seth. Now, the Jagat Seth is a Marwari banker, the richest man in Bengal. And the Marwaris then, as now, are the financial elite who control the finances of India. And the Jagat Seth makes him an offer. He says that Siraj-ud-Dowlah is a tyrant. He's threatened to circumcise me if I don't lend him money. I don't want to lend him money, so I'm making you an offer, he says to Clive. I will pay £2 million to you personally and £2 million to the East India Company if you bring your troops upriver, fight Siraj-ud-Dowlah and depose him. And Robert Clive says, no problem, sir. So he heads north, and this is how the Battle of Plassey is meant to look in British history textbooks, this glorious fight. In actual fact, it's a setup because Siraj-ud-Dowlah's main general, who's a guy called Mir Jafar, is also in the pay of the Jagat Seths and is part of the conspiracy. It's a palace coup. So it's no great military victory because both sides are actually being paid by the Marwaris. And when Siraj-ud-Dowlah realizes what's happened and tries to flee the battlefield, he's captured, he's killed, and when Clive walks into Murshidabad, he simply stuffs his pockets with loot from the treasury, and then ships the remains back down to Calcutta. Later, when he's asked in Parliament how he could just effortlessly help himself to the jewels, this wasn't something authorized by the company from London. He'd had no orders to take Bengal. When that happens, he simply replies, "My lords, I was astonished at my own moderation." Now, 8 years later, there's another battle, the Battle of Buxar, 1765. And with these two battles, Plassey and Buxar, the company basically conquers the whole of the Gangetic Plain, the heartland of the Mughal Empire. And suddenly this company, which had been trading for generations and been making a tidy profit on the textile trade, suddenly becomes something quite different. It suddenly becomes a territorial empire that is running great chunks of India as an empire, while remaining a trading company based out of a London office and making a profit. It's a very odd situation. Companies are not meant to be territorial landlords. They're not meant to have armies and conquer places. They're meant to be traders. They're meant to be merchants. But the company has moved from that to being something quite different. And over the years that follow, its army grows enormously. It goes from around 20,000 soldiers, sepoys, in the 1750s to 200,000 sepoys by 1799. 200,000 soldiers is twice the size of the British army. In other words, you have a private company which has an army twice the size of the army of the host country. So, I mean, for an equivalent today, you'd have to have Microsoft with fighter jets or Google with nuclear submarines. There is no modern equivalent, thank God. But this is what happens, and by 1780s, the company is straddling the globe. Tax collectors are crossing India, taking taxes from Indian peasants. The company begins growing opium in Bihar, which it sells in Hong Kong. It then sells the tea that it buys in China, in India, in Europe, and in America. And here is the Boston Tea Party, which starts the American Revolution. That is East India Company tea, which is being poured into the harbor. So we have a bizarre situation where the first multinational company is now an imperial power, a state within a state. But it suffers from the flaw of all big corporations. It's just too greedy. And in 1770, it suffers its first major problem when there is a massive famine in Bengal and 1 million Bengalis starve to death. Now, the company doesn't think it's its job to go around administering soup kitchens or looking after the people of Bengal. It just regards them as assets to be looted. And so when the famine takes place, there are no soup kitchens set up and people just die. But the company needs to make a profit, so it sends its soldiers out into the villages and extracts taxes from starving people by force. Incredibly inhumane, incredibly unpleasant behavior. And when the news comes to London that summer that the company has managed to pull in the full tax revenue by force, despite the fact that 1 million Bengalis are starving, then the shareholders vote an increased dividend from 10 to 12.5%. But that is not sustainable. 1773, the famine continues, and suddenly by 1774, there is no more money to be looted out of India. And the company has to go to the Bank of England to try and look for a loan, but it can't get enough money. It's million in debt. And so it has to go to the government. And this is the point, first time, that the government begins to gain control of the East India Company. The company is bailed out in return for 50% of its shares by the government, and the Regulating Act is passed, which turns the company from a kind of libertarian, free market, unregulated capitalist dream to what it is now, which is a sort of public-private partnership. The company by this stage has got its own flag. It has an enormous office in Leadenhall Street, the size of Buckingham Palace. The director's boardroom is the palace from which all of India is administered. It has its own docks where it loads up all its goods. It has another dock at Brunswick where it builds all its clippers to ship its opium, textiles, and spices around the world. And it's not until 1858, when the Great Uprising or the First War of Independence breaks out, that you find that the company is beginning to face problems, because the English government has had enough. It's not going to put up with this sort of behavior by a private corporation. More than 1 million Indians lose their lives in the course of the First War of Independence, and the company is rolled up and nationalized in 1858. after pictures like this begin to circulate in Britain of the 1 million Indians who were killed during the uprising. The company is not mourned. It is rolled up, says the Times, with less bother than a regional railway bankruptcy. And here's the Punch cartoon, which shows East India House being blown from the mouth of a cannon, just as the company had blown sepoys who'd rebelled from a cannon. So East India House is now blown up as the company is nationalized, and the captions read nepotism, blundering, avarice, misgovernment. This is Warren Hastings, who's put on trial, the symbol of the East India Company's corruption, when in 1780 he is impeached before the House of Commons. But today I think this history is not just something to be relegated to a history book, because today, with giant corporations like Facebook and Google becoming ever more powerful, ExxonMobil, if it was a state, would be the 14th richest state in the world, rather than an oil company. Big multinational corporations have wealth greater than whole nations today. And this is an important moment to realize the power of these corporations and the need to regulate these creatures, which can take charge and topple states. Think of the way that, for example, the Anglo-Persian Oil Company got rid of the democratically elected Prime Minister of Iran, Mossadegh, in the 1950s, or the way that United Fruit got rid of a democratically elected government in Guatemala, leading to in 1955, leading to the phrase Banana Republic, or the way that ITT topples the government of Salvador Allende in collaboration with the CIA in 1977. So today we should be wary of corporations because they have inherited in their DNA ideas that the East India Company first came up with, the idea of corporate lobbying, the idea of managing to persuade a state to alter its policies through bribes and campaign contributions. So the East India Company bribed the British Parliament and was the first to do so. The same kind of corporate lobbying that goes on in Britain and America and all over the world. At the trial of Warren Hastings, I will just conclude with the speech made by the Lord Chancellor. He said, "Corporations have neither bodies to be punished nor souls to be condemned. They therefore do as they like." Thank you very much.
Julie, ladies and gentlemen, now
she's on mute. She's muted.
Rixon, you're on mute.
Here.
Okay. So, Rixon, William, can you hear Rixon?
Hi, William.
I can hear Rixon very well.
Julie.
So, you guys are going live in 6 minutes. I'll give you a thumbs up. Rixon, when you can start, I'll give you a thumbs up. And 2 minutes before you're ending.
Julie, ladies and gentlemen, now in the cultural performances, we are going to present a performance from the region of Dahanu. The population of Ladakh is considered or said to be the blend of distinct tribes of the Mongols, the Tibetans, Mons, Dards and others. The inhabitants of Dahanu region of Ladakh are considered to be Aryans, and they have succeeded in maintaining their traditional dances, which they do to the rhythm of a drum called dinjang with great enthusiasm. And in this performance, they are singing in praise to a beautiful princess of the community. Please enjoy this dance performance from the region of Dahanu.
Very good. I'm all set. Okay, I've retweeted an after the pinned tweet. Yeah, it's number 2 and 3 on my tweet.
Live.
Okay.
Julie, everyone. Thank you so much, William, for the wonderful presentation.
Thank you so much. Great pleasure, Vincent, and well done on your amazing debut. Sounds like it's been a great success, your festival.
Thank you. So we would like to start off with a couple of questions that we have from our audience here. And yeah, so the first question is how can we Indians psychologically, mentally, economically decolonize ourselves? This is the first question by Stanzin Aniyangmole.
Well, I mean, obviously, politically, you were decolonized 70 years ago, but the lingering effects of colonialism, the most damaging probably is the way that colonialism saps confidence in the individual and the culture. That obviously lingers long after the end of political colonialism, and to a certain extent, we are all subject to various sorts of economic colonialism that continues still. One of the lessons of the anarchy is that it isn't just nation states that are capable of colonizing. Large corporations can do it too. The East India Company was not a nation state; it was a corporation, and it's the most terrifying example of how a corporate can colonize our lives in every sense, economically, politically, and so on. One note of warning, though, is I think that, while it's very important to build up individual and national confidence and be aware of the negative effects of colonialism, I think it's very important not to throw the baby out with the bathwater, in the sense that much that is great in culture comes from the mixing of cultures, from when two different worlds come into contact with each other and share ideas. Most of the great advances in art and literature and thought and philosophy and religion have come through the minglings of different peoples. And I think it's very important that, in a sense, that when you, in the process of decolonization, that you don't end up in a little nationalistic bastion, building walls around yourselves and remaining distrustful of everything coming in from outside. The ability to pick and choose the best of the world is a great freedom, and to get lost in a little nationalistic bunker opposed to everything coming in from outside would be a far worse defeat, in a sense, than to have failed to beat off colonialism. I think there's always a danger in post-colonial countries that you end up distrusting everything from outside and waving your flag so patriotically that you cease to gain from all that the world has to offer. If that answer makes any sense.
Right. We have the next question by Jasima Mustafa. She asks, would you recommend that history lessons be quote unquote redrafted, even economic history for that matter? And she says that I completely agree with the DNA of MNCs. She would like you to comment on that.
The DNA of which?
DNA of MNCs, the multinational corporates.
All these acronyms, DNA. What was the first part of the question again?
So she wants to ask, what is your recommendation when it comes to the lessons, redrafting of history lessons?
It's a very difficult question because on one hand, it's very important that history and the history taught in schools is updated, it remains relevant. And every generation should, can, and does rewrite history because history looks different from different perspectives, just like a mountain range. If you stand on the bottom or go halfway up or stand on the peak, the same mountain range can look completely different from the angle you're looking at. So it is with history. And every generation sees different things in the past, and it's important to highlight that. The danger is when you have a political project of rewriting history from a radically subjective point of view, whether it is the Marxist Nehruvian historians of the 1950s who wrote the initial Indian textbooks in this very particular point in 1950, immediately after partition, when millions of people are being killed through religious hatred. And their textbooks undoubtedly did minimize, religious conflict with a view to nation building, creating a single nation out of the wounds of partition. What you've got to avoid, in a sense, is being so stuck in your own time zone and writing history from your own time zone that you write a history that's fundamentally false. And I think everyone is worried that the RSS BJP project of rewriting school textbooks, which has been ongoing in some BJP states for 30, 40 years now, will create a hugely communalized history, which has the opposite effect of the Nehruvian Marxist textbooks, which minimalize religious conflict, and instead will produce a version of history where Muslims and Hindus particularly were always at each other's necks, which is also historically false. Somehow to try and get the balance is the key, and given how the ideological certainties of this government, I would be very anxious about any school textbook that came out of this dispensation. But nonetheless, yes, it is important that history continues to be researched, new discoveries put into the public sphere, and history reinterpreted for the present. And school textbooks should reflect that. You somehow, though, got to find a way of avoiding school textbooks swinging from one ideological extreme to another every time a government changes.
Right. I do see the importance of archives when you mentioned that, because you've used a lot of really beautiful visuals even in your presentations, and that is something that we need to kind of document and keep properly. Well, I would like to ask the next question by Gavan Nurbu. We go back to the Great Game. He asks, can you speak about the Great Game and perhaps a little bit about the adventures of William Moorcroft in the context of the same?
Well, very nice question. This is obviously outside the field of the anarchy. I've written about the Great Game in the third book of the company quartet, which is called Return of a King. And I have a particular interest in Moorcroft because he was a friend of my wife's ancestor, William Fraser, who was then the resident in Delhi at the same time. And Moorcroft's diaries ended up in Fraser's possession. We don't know quite how the diaries made it back from where Moorcroft died and ended up in Delhi, but someone at some stage brought them there because they survive, and they survive by William Fraser's archive. the Great Game, I mean, in brief, was this supposed rivalry between Russia and Imperial Britain for control of the space in between the two empires, which led to spying, exploration, and competition across the entire range of the Himalayas, Pamirs, Afghanistan. I think the British probably exaggerated the extent of the Russian obsession with the Himalayas, and I think much of it was generated by British paranoia about the Russians turning up on the Khyber Pass. Nonetheless, there were Russian agents at work in that. My book, Return of a King, opens with the Russian agent Mikovich, who was found by a British archaeologist called Rawlinson, who'd got lost in the desert, and by chance ran into this party of Cossacks crossing from Persia into Afghanistan. And that started the whole chain of events that led to the catastrophic First Afghan War of 1839 to 42, which I wrote about in Return of a King. So my best answer is to refer you to that book, which, if you haven't read, I would love you to do.
Sure. Yeah, I would love to do that as well. Stanzil Loldan, he has a question. He says, what is your take on the end of history thesis put forth by Francis Fukuyama?
Well, honestly, it was wrong, is the short answer. The classic moment of imperial hubris when Fukuyama, against all good judgment, allowed himself to be conned by the spectacular collapse of the Soviet Union in 1989 and the breaking down of the Berlin Wall, and the way that democracy spread throughout the world in the period between 89 and I suppose 92, 93. And Fukuyama wrote his essay at that moment and made out that everyone would now henceforth embrace democratic liberalism. Now, as we know, that ain't necessarily the case. But, even the United States democracy remains slightly dubious at the moment, as the entire Republican Party has failed to recognize the victory of Joe Biden, despite clear evidence from every court case that there was no rigging. So no, history may appear to pause occasionally, Fukuyama, but it never ends.
Okay.
Every generation of children reacts against the ideas of their parents, and history continues for better or worse. My perspective as someone in my mid-50s, I cling to the liberal democracy, which were the ideals of my youth. But clearly, there are many the younger generation who have embraced far more right-wing populist views across the world, not just in America and Britain, my own country, which is undergoing a crucifixion by Brexit at the moment, but in Brazil and obviously in India. The whole standoff, the farmers' strike and so on is evident. History continues apace.
Right. That brings us to the next question, leading on to the social media giants. Mustafa Ali asks, social media giants are dubbed as the new colonizers, colonizing the minds and behavior of the people. Is that the new form of colonization? He wants you to comment on that, Mustafa Ali.
Well, I think there are many ways which colonialism continues. As we said, in some cases there is outright political colonialism. I think you could argue that what the Chinese are doing to the Uyghurs at the moment is an example of that. Not so far from Ladakh, you have entire people being put into work camps and enslaved and made to abandon their faith. There is economic colonialism, both by corporations and by countries. And yes, there is the huge influence of the tech companies. As we saw yesterday, the United States is now trying to break up Facebook, accusing it of monopolistic actions dating back many years, and that may well now happen. The book to read about this is Shoshana Zuboff's book, Surveillance Capitalism, which I actually mention in the final paragraph of the anarchy. And that makes a very strong case that these tech companies are new colonial forces, and that they may not have armies like the East India Company, and they may not be conquering outright territory like the East India Company, but they know every time we open our fridge, or they're listening to this conversation now, and if we say certain buzzwords like Saag Paneer, suddenly we get adverts of Saag Paneer in our Facebook feed or Instagram feed tomorrow. Whatever we talk about, we will be listened to and slashed at by these companies. So yes, it's a real worry. I mean, like anything in life, there are solutions. And, Shoshana Zuboff in Surveillance Capitalism lays out that very well. But it's an important book, and I'd highly recommend it to anyone.
Thank you. We have several more questions for you, William, but I'll due to we have limited time frame, so I'll ask you the last question. We do have a few other questions by Saspal Kundan, which
I don't know whether you can see.
Right. So I'm sorry. So Saspal Kundan asks, how should Ladakhis respond to proposals for large-scale investment by billionaires and MNCs from outside Ladakh? That's one question. And then the next question that I want to quickly ask you is, Rinjin says she wants you to talk about your next book, which is about the diffusion of Buddhism from India to the Far East, the diffusion of Hinduism from India to the Southeast Asia.
So the first question I'm not really qualified to answer. I mean, investment can be a very good thing, but obviously if it comes with strings, avoid it. But I don't know the specifics, so I will not answer that question. Other than say that multinational corporations are capable of great good as well as great bad. Just because they are multinational corporations doesn't mean that one should say no to them. About my next book, I'm talking about it actually with the digital library. If you go to my Twitter feed, you'll find the link to a session in 3 hours on the spread of diffusion, diffusion of Buddhism, with the great archaeologist Himanshu Prabharai, which I'd highly recommend. I think we've run out of time. Can I answer this question further, Vincent, or are we out of time?
Maybe another 2 minutes. Yeah, we are. Okay. Yeah, 2 minutes, please. Yeah.
Lajik has raised her hands. I didn't know what at the end of. In brief, it's the story of the diffusion of Indian civilization in the early centuries AD. It's the story, first of all, of how Buddhism traveled up through what's now Pakistan and Afghanistan into Xinjiang and then into China, becoming by the 7th century the state religion in China. Part 2 is about how Hinduism, particularly out of Pallava, South India, but also out of various other parts of the Indian coast, such as Bengal and the Marathi, led to the wholesale changing of Southeast Asia into a Hindu and Buddhist regions, using Sanskrit, building Hindu and Buddhist temples. This is a subject that was embraced by the ultra-right Hindu nationalists in the 1930s, who claimed that there were Indian colonies in Cambodia, which slightly queered the whole subject, and the people then went into the opposite extreme and said, no, there weren't colonies, and minimized Indian influence. Now, obviously, there's a middle path there. And it quite clearly was an extraordinary moment of the diffusion of civilization, culminating in the largest Hindu temple in the world being built in Angkor Wat, not in India. And so to try and, again, to distinguish fact from fiction in that is the second part of the project. And the final part is the story of how the numbering system of ancient India, started by Aryabhatta and Brahmagupta, traveled to Baghdad via, incidentally, Kashmir. It was Kashmir-trained family called the Barmakids, who had been to university in Srinagar, that brought Indian numbers and Indian learning to Baghdad. They converted to Islam, Barmakids, and became the viziers of the Abbasids in Baghdad. The number system, slightly modified, spread across the Arab world, reaching Spain and finally Italy in the 11th century. And Fibonacci popularized what were then known as what have since been known in Europe as Arabic numerals, which of course started off as Indian numerals. So anyway, so it's the story of that, and again trying to find a middle path between the kind of ultra-nationalistic excesses of people who overstated the case of this in the 1930s, but recognizing the extraordinary way in which ideas from India changed the world between the 1st and, I suppose, the 12th century.
Well, thank you so much, William, for being here with us today. And I mean, I've been a big fan of your works, and I'm sure we'll all look forward to reading your next book. Well, thank you so much for your time.
I'm a huge fan of Ladakh. COVID is over.
Yeah, please, you're welcome here.
Leh-Kargil National Highway, an abode of different cultural legacies and heritage sites. Shunlu is a song and dance form which is sung during the Snola, meaning flower festival. This festival is celebrated every year in summer when the wildflowers are in full bloom. The artists in this particular dance form sing and dance in joy wearing traditional headgear, Perak Dunhu, which is a unique type of headgear found only in Wakhamul area of Ladakh. Meanwhile, since the ancient times, the customs and rituals of the performance has more or less remained similar till the present times. It is said that the villagers go to highlands prior the day of celebration and return their homes the next day with sticks adorned with flower garlands. The performers, while performing the traditional act, present floral tribute to gods and goddesses and pray for a rich harvest in the river valleys.
Jule everyone, I'm really excited and honored to have with us today as our speaker Ms. Helena Norbeck Hodge. Helena Norbeck, also known as Ache Helen Dolmale, is a pioneer of the local economy movement. She is an author and a filmmaker. Helena is the founder and director of Local Futures. Local Futures, previously known as the International Society for Ecology and Culture, is a non-profit organization that, I quote, examines the root causes of our current social and economic environmental crisis while promoting more sustainable and equitable patterns of living, both north and south, unquote. For more than 4 decades, her organization has been working towards, I quote, renewing ecological, social, and spiritual well-being by promoting a shift in direction away from dependence on global monopolies and towards decentralized local and regional economies, unquote. An activist and a critic of economic globalization, she co-founded the International Forum on Globalization in 1994 and with other prominent individuals from around the world, and the International Alliance for Localization in 2014. Helena is also the founding member of International Commission of the Future of Food and Agriculture and Global Eco-Village Network, founded in 1991. Educated in Sweden, Germany, Austria, England, and United States, she specializes in linguistics, including studies at the University of London and at MIT. She speaks 7 languages, one of them being Ladakhi. About her journey in Ladakh, she first visited Ladakh in 1975 to work for a documentary film wherein she started learning the language, and in the following years, along with John Page, they founded the Ladakh Project in 1978. Ladakh, then a remote region of India, was opening up to development and tourism. In the 70s, the project provided the people here with information about the impact of conventional development in other parts of the world and explored more sustainable patterns of local development based on the use of Ladakhis' own local knowledge and resources. She also helped in setting up several other NGOs like the Ladakh Ecology and Development Group, LEDEC, in 1983, Women's Alliance in 1990, and Ladakh Environment and Health Organization in 1991. In 1986, Ladakh and Helena and Ladakh shared the Right Livelihood Award, also commonly known as the Alternative Nobel Prize. And in 2012, she was awarded the prestigious Goi Peace Award. In the course of time, in 1988, Helena's seminal work, Ancient Futures Learning from Ladakh, was published in Sweden and Denmark, and it was first published in English in 1991. Her book is based on her first-hand experience of Ladakh's rich traditional culture and the impacts of conventional development on it. It has been translated into more than 40 languages and sold about 500,000 copies with the film version of the same. Helena is also a filmmaker and has produced and co-directed the award-winning documentary The Economics of Happiness in 2011, along with John Page, where she lays out her arguments against economic globalization and for localization. Her most recently published books, Local is Our Future, Steps to an Economics of Happiness, 2019, outlines how a systemic economic shift from global to local can address the world's social, ecological, spiritual crisis. And her second book, co-authored, titled Bringing the Food Economy Home, Local Alternatives to Global Agribusiness, was published in 2002. And today we have her here to speak about her work in the context of the ongoing Ladakh Literature Festival 2020. And thank you. We would like to invite Helena to speak now. Thank you.
All right, well, I'm very happy to be able to speak at the Ladakh Literary Festival. As many people know, Ladakh became my life. I came to Ladakh just after it had opened up in 1975. I learned to speak the language fluently, and I encountered people who were happier and healthier than any people I had ever met. I was coming out as part of a film team. I was only going to be there for 6 weeks, and they had brought me as a linguist, as someone who learns languages quickly. and because they thought they wouldn't be able to communicate with people. And I started learning a lot of the language, and by the time the film was finished, I was quite fluent actually. And I decided to stay on after the film was finished. That was after 6 weeks. And I went through the region. I was collecting folk stories. I was going to do a PhD on Ladakhi. And I also helped to start a rudimentary Ladakhi dictionary, writing down Ladakhi, not Tibetan. And in the process, I walked through the entire region. I never, ever met a single person who said to me, "We are so poor and backward. You need to help us." Never. On the contrary, people said, "Have you tasted all our delicious food?" Which I didn't always find so delicious, but I loved Ladakh and I loved the people. And I saw that as the area was being opened to development, it was being opened by the Indian government to a process of Western style development that was all based on fossil fuels. So it was thrown open to the global economy. Ladakh had had its own local economy for thousands of years. The houses were made of the mud and the poplar and the willows, of local materials. People were still weaving their own clothes, dyeing them from local herbs. The diet was local and it was rich. People were healthy. I never saw any signs of the modern illnesses that came later, like heart disease, like strokes, like diabetes. Of course, there was high infant mortality. There's no doubt about that. But this was in a context where people were actually so secure in their extended family and in their community relationships that it wasn't the same tragedy that it is for modern people in their little nuclear family. However, some people will argue that places like Ladakh have to be developed because of high infant mortality. And if we don't look at the overall cost to the entire economy, to the culture, to people's happiness, to their health, then we might think that yes, it's worth the price. I would argue that it's definitely not worth the price, particularly because we started demonstrating already in the late 70s that it was possible to meet the modern world and to introduce certain technologies based on renewable energy that could create more comfort, that could create a bit more of a shield between people and nature without sacrificing the entire culture, the entire economy, and the environment. So we started the Ladakh Ecological Development Group, and I was very happy that Ladakh's leaders, most of their leaders, joined that group. However, I also realized very early on that if there wouldn't be more understanding in the West, if Westerners would continue to assume that they had figured everything out and that their wealth and their culture was superior to Ladakhi culture, if that continued, Ladakh wouldn't really stand a chance. So very early on, I started traveling to the West, to America, to Europe, all later on Japan, Korea, all over the world, to try to raise awareness about the way that the global economic system is actually having a destructive effect worldwide. I don't know of a single country today where the gap between rich and poor is not growing to obscene proportions. We can see billionaires who now have hundreds of billions. We are really long overdue in recognizing that we must make economic change if we want not only to have healthier, happier people, but if we want to survive. So what became very clear to me early on was that this was essentially a battle between the global economic system and local economies all around the world. I saw that even in my native country of Sweden, the global forces were coming in, introducing an Americanized consumer monoculture, making children already aged 3 or 4 feel that their culture was inferior, making everyone around the world believe if you don't speak English, you are nobody. So if I hadn't in Ladakh seen this extreme shift, if I hadn't been engaging with Ladakhis who were the most deeply self-respecting people I had ever met, I never encountered people who were so secure in who they were, who didn't feel embarrassed and self-conscious, didn't feel they had to posture and pose to be something other than who they were. I discovered without a doubt the healthiest people, psychologically speaking, of any people I had ever encountered. I spoke 7 languages, I had traveled to many countries, and seeing the changes that came strengthened this perspective because I saw how people who had the strongest self-esteem, within a matter of years, the psychological warfare of a global consumer culture made young children in Ladakh feel that their culture wasn't good enough, that they were backward and stupid, that, as people would say, boom boots oxen. We don't speak the language. We're like donkeys. And this was completely new. It was the opposite of what the Ladakhis had been like. So I became, even more motivated to raise awareness about what I call the economics of happiness. What are the economics of happiness? They are economies where people are allowed worldwide to feel that their culture, their language, their traditions are perfectly valid. This is not about closing off, building some big wall around Ladakh, shutting down communication with the outside world. On the contrary, we sponsored Ladakhis to come to the West, to see with their own eyes what life in the West was actually like. They were getting a completely misleading impression that we didn't do any work, that we had infinite wealth, that we were, oh, so happy and oh, so much leisure. They had no idea that we were working much harder than the average Ladakhi. And I mean much harder, running faster and faster and faster, and never feeling like we had enough time. We had all kinds of health problems, and especially mental health problems. That when I used to say to the Ladakhis, in the West, which is supposed to be such a success, we actually now have doctors who are only concerned with our mental well-being. We have something called depression. It was long, long conversations in Ladakh before people could understand at all what I was talking about. They just didn't believe me. Why would you need a doctor for your mental health? As you all know, in Ladakh, this has changed dramatically. And now there's suicide, at least 1 a month, and very often among young people. All of us, outsiders as well as Ladakhis, really need to step back, take a deep breath, and try to understand, why is this? What has happened? And as I said earlier, I saw that it had to do with this almost like warfare from the global economic forces influencing local peoples and local economies. When all around the world you get through media a consumer monoculture beamed into every house And I saw it in Mongolia, I saw it among the Maasai, all around the world. You are creating a type of psychological warfare against young children. And as those children see these images that look like people are so happy and they look different from me, and I'm, in the beginning in Ladakh, it was all white skin, blonde hair, blue eyes. Now that consumer culture has changed. You're allowed to have dark skin, you can have brown eyes, you can even be Asian looking or African, but the message is still, if you don't live in the city, if you don't have a fancy car, if you're not part of this power elite, you are nobody. So we still have forces going on that are even more insidious. And we need to have those deeper conversations that we facilitated with some Ladakhi leaders, in fact, quite a few we sponsored to come to Europe and America, to really have a deeper understanding of the fact that around the world, we're all facing the same issues, and that we really need to collaborate together internationally to support one another in maintaining respect for our own identities. Above all, it's about maintaining respect for the local, to see that if we want to survive, we need to protect biological diversity. And the way that we did that for generations was through more local, experiential knowledge. We had languages and ways of observing our environment that allowed that maintenance of the local fabric. When most basic needs were met from local regions around the world, the ecological footprint was minimal. Cultures were able to sustain themselves for generations. Now, what I saw so clearly in Ladakh was that fundamentally, the global economy doesn't just romanticize urban consumer living, but it pushes people into urban centers. So there's a structural link between this monoculture and the push away from farming, away from the land. And as people through schooling, and most of our education, even at university, especially at university, we are trained for jobs that have been held in urban centers. They've been linked to so-called cheap oil, but the oil was never cheap. We fought wars over it. It led to most of the world wars, and the wars we've had have been over resources, because this global development path increases the ecological footprint massively. And it doesn't do that by improving our living. It does it by increasing profits to fewer and fewer billionaires. Now, we're getting to the point where we all need to work together to support the strengthening of local economies. Ladakh is a very important leader in that movement. It's certainly what shaped my thinking. It's what gave me like a roadmap towards a healthier world. It's a world that I called ancient futures. We need to learn basic principles from ancient indigenous culture to take the fundamental structures into the future. And they have to do with human scale institutions. They have to do with more holistic knowledge, holistic, interdisciplinary, and place-based knowledge as a priority. They have to do with intergenerational community, not segregating our children into separate age groups. It's a disaster. It creates divisiveness and competition and insecurity. They have to do with a deeper contact with nature, an ongoing deeper contact. They have to do with a balance between urban and rural. urgently, we need to support people to either stay on the land as farmers or to go back to the land. Not everyone needs to be a farmer, but we need to maintain respect and make sure that people who do the work of producing food have the respect and the remuneration that they deserve. In fact, I often try to explain that the only thing that humans produce, that every person needs every day of their life, is food. Raising the status of farmers is more important than maintaining the status of engineers, doctors, lawyers, the professions that are now considered very important. Healthy food is fundamental to health. Healthy food is fundamental to maintaining biodiversity and the health of ecosystems. Localized, healthy organic food economies are the way to reduce the emissions that have led to climate change. Currently, we have countries importing and exporting the same foodstuff. The US exports 1.5 billion tons of beef and turns around and imports 1.5 billion tons of beef. The UK exports as much milk and butter as it imports. On a daily basis, around the world, from Norway, from America, from Australia, fish is flown to China to be processed and flown back again on a daily basis. Apples are flown from England to South Africa to be washed, flown back again. The global food economy is the biggest contributor to climate change. And because the giant farms that fuel this global supermarket economy can only produce in monoculture, bigger and bigger monoculture, just one thing. No diversity, no adapted species, either of seeds or animals. These monocultures are destroying the soil, destroying the water. At that time, the Ladakhis were producing more than 3 tons per hectare of wheat and barley as well, but we did wheat. In America at that time, the average yield using all the artificial fertilizers and the big machinery and all that were lower than that. But now, because this chemical industrial agriculture has destroyed the soil so badly, the yields are going down further and even collapsing. So we have many, many reasons why we need to learn from Ladakh and why we need to support a more diversified, localized economic development and regain a balance between urban and rural, between global and local. Thank you very much. I'm very happy to be with you today.
Thank you so much, Helena. I have a few questions regarding your presentation, and even in general, I'm sure the readers would, the viewers, I'm sorry, would love to learn more about that. So since you talked about the local versus the global versus the local economy, and you are an advocate of the, you are the pioneer of the local economy movement. So my first question towards you is, what is your, in the context of Ladakh, what is your model of development, or the term yarges that we call, and wherein development defined by our local administration or the local people here is more to do with the infrastructural development, you see. So I wanted to understand, from your experience, what is development or the model of development for this region is, or how do we interpret the idea of development? Yeah.
Well, it is very tricky. As I said, one of the first things that should be looked at in Ladakh is the destruction of agriculture. And that means there should be major efforts put into supporting people who are still farming, supporting the young people who would like to farm. Because in Ladakh, like everywhere else, there is a micro trend of young people who would like to go back to farming. That, I would say, is the number one issue, how to support those young people who want to go back to farming. The second issue is really that all the infrastructure development should be based on renewable energy. But we now have a problem because there is a sort of a large-scale Green New Deal that is arguing that we can keep transporting things back and forth, back and forth. We just need to have mega solar plantations and giant windmill farms. No, we need to look at reducing the energy that we're using in needless transport and trade. So the emphasis in Ladakh should be on increasing the productivity there. There should be a big push to try to stay with the adobe or mud architecture, but make the adjustments as we demonstrated, with glass in the windows, perhaps with a bit more reduction in dust, but the basic building materials should be Ladakhi. We should not be looking at trying to turn the desert into some kind of plantation, but where trees were planted, they need to be replanted as they always were traditionally. And the local economy, you have to be careful that it doesn't just become objects for sale to tourists. That's not maintaining the local economy. You want to try to have the basics, the food, the clothing, the shelter coming from Ladakh for people who live in Ladakh the year round. Ideally, you want to learn from Bhutan and limit the number of tourists to maintain a high quality experience, both for the Ladakhis and for the tourists. When you have endless numbers pouring in, inevitably you will have resentment and antagonism and a degraded environment and a degraded culture. So those are some of the elements that we would recommend.
Right, thank you. Now that we have all been hit by COVID-19 pandemic, so as an observer, I have seen a lot of changes in the trends when it comes to the local economy and how young entrepreneurs are, Ladakhi entrepreneurs are taking up or stepping up towards producing locally. You will be happy to know that there are many startups here. I'm sure you must be aware of it already, but who are producing a lot of items which focuses on generating of course, self-employment. At the same time, they are generating employment for others and also focusing on making sure that the environment is not affected that much. And the whole, while I was reading your book, I went across the era when the Indian government brought about a lot of subsidies in the form of, rice, in form of flour that is still being used or being taken by the Ladakhis. So like during the pandemic, I tried planting my own, planting vegetables this summer. And not just that, a lot of young people who were not able to go back to college in different parts of India, they went back to agriculture. A lot of young people were, restarting or going back and learning farming. And a lot of initiative have also been taken towards encouraging people to, look at agriculture and go back to the traditional knowledge systems and practices that we have here, while at the same time we are keeping up with the modernization that is going on. So, how do you see? I'm sure you must have friends here, who talk about the changes that are taking place in Ladakh at the moment due to the pandemic. How do you see the world changing or Ladakh in that context changing during the pandemic?
Well, one thing we've seen worldwide, because we're working worldwide now, and we're literally seeing worldwide this turning towards growing your garden, growing your own food, but also we have helped to build up a local food movement around the world. So we've helped to start farmers markets and edible schoolyards and community supported agriculture. Now, all of these schemes, almost without exceptions, help to support people in the crisis and are still. And it was wonderful to see that small farmers supplying to the local farmers market, they were able to increase their production significantly because the people who worked with them were there and they were helpful, they could see the need. In the big supermarket system, they had huge crises because, first of all, in the meat packing plants, it was rampant with COVID. But in other places, they were dependent on migrant labor who were just sort of flown in, a sort of modern type of slave, a little bit like some of the Nepalis and Biharis in Ladakh, actually, because this whole economic system does that. It sucks in poorer people to do the job that local people don't want to do. So anyway, that faced a lot of crises, and these local food economies were real centers of welfare, of inspiration, of community and concern, and local food production. Now that is something we have been promoting anyway, way before COVID. So we are thrilled to see that now with COVID, the awareness has been increasing massively. But you were saying that you have been also keeping up with modernity. And I just want to warn about what kind of modernity, because there are these two paths now appearing after COVID. One of them has to do with coming back home to community, to connection to the land, and to who we really are as human beings. We long to be more connected, to have community, and especially more contact between the generations. At the same time, as we're showing the benefit of community, of local food economies, local business alliances, unfortunately, our governments are supporting a path away from that. It's very much linked to war and competition, going off to Mars, using robots to replace people in healthcare, in agriculture, in education. We all need to be discussing the need to adapt technology to society's needs, not to have society shaped by the needs of technology and by the needs of a few billionaires. So this is a very important issue that I hope people will take seriously. Thank you so much. I've really enjoyed having contact with you, and I hope we can stay in touch again and collaborate further.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Helena. It was indeed a wonderful presentation, and I think I learned quite a lot from you regarding how we should go forward with the local economy system here in Ladakh, keeping the local businesses and the local food market in mind. In the context of the local economy, since you mentioned that the focus should be on the basics, that is food, shelter, and we could also follow the model of Bhutan, wherein we limit the number of tourists coming to Ladakh to have lesser impact on the region. So her presentation and the discussion that I had with her gives us a lot of things to think about, to how to go way forward, making sure that we boost our local economy, boost the farming systems here in Ladakh, and also in the context of tourism, how we could go further and adopt more sustainable way of tourism. So thank you again, Helena, for being here and taking out your time. Thank you again.
conversation with Shaheen Bhatt and Jyotsna Mohan Bhargava, two wonderful and different authors, with Tenzin Jamphil, where they share their perspective on mental health through books they have authored and also their own personal dealings with it. Shaheen Bhatt is a screenwriter and author of the best-selling book I've Never Been Unhappier. She is also the founder of Here Comes the Sun, a mental health awareness campaign to help address the stigma and discrimination around depression and anxiety. Jyotsna Mohan worked with NDTV for 15 years and rose to the position of senior news anchor and senior news editor. She's a columnist for newspapers and digital publications in India and abroad. She has authored the book Stoned, Shamed, Depressed, an explosive account of the lives of Indian teens.
Hello everyone. Welcome to this online discussion on mental health. And first of all, I'd like to extend my gratitude to the Ladakh Literature Fest for having me part of this. And I'm extremely delighted to be moderating this panel of two wonderful authors here. First of all, I'd like to welcome Ms. Jyotsna Mohan. She is a senior journalist who's worked with NDTV for more than 15 years as a senior anchor. Mental health is one of those topics which I have a personal say in, and I'm quite happy to be able to talk about it freely, as I would have done it a few years back. And also, I understand like the importance to have a dialogue such as this more often as possible, and I'm sure in many places. But I think it's quite important, I would say, in Ladakh as well, because understanding of this is still not really understood. I mean, a lot of people don't understand about it, and also about the rising cases of the patients that have been coming in couple of last year. I mean, there are different factors to it. Of course, Ladakh being our economy is predominantly focused on seasonal earnings, and because of the ongoing pandemic, a lot of things have changed for them. And also, I think with social media coming in the mix is not making things much harder, much easier for anyone, especially for the younger kids now. So, well, today, what I'm hoping to achieve from this session is to get a more profound understanding of this disease in a short period of time as much as we can, and also I think to understand the different factors that contribute in this disease. So I think I'd like to start this session with Ms. Jyotsna, ma'am. I'd like to start with a question, if I may, and you can follow it with your talk after it. So, ma'am, I've heard you quite often talk about you were quite baffled about the amount of attention the kids are getting in serious issues. So my question to you is, does that somehow reflect the insecurity in our society when it comes to such matter?
Oh yeah, Jampal, actually I say that I've written this book in the context, it has to be read in the context of a society like ours, a society like ours that is so traditionally minded, a society that, it resists change more often than not, and it also has a very patriarchal mindset. To me, all of these factors actually combine, and, there's this undercurrent that I have tried to, keep it consistent through many of the issues that I've dealt with in the book. And I think mental health is one of them, for the simple reason that I find that, we are still resistant to issues that involve mental health with our children. And so just to give you a very quick background, the book is it says it's about teens, but actually it's a huge demographic. It actually starts with 8-year-olds and it goes up to people in their 20s. I've got an immense feedback from millennials as well. So it's a demographic, actually, as I say, 15 to 50 to be read. But again, as I say, when you're teenagers and also 20-year-olds, I find that the reaction has been that what is the problem with these people? They're young. They have everything going for them. What are their worries? What are their problems? And I find that is compounding their issues because, as you mentioned, social media has changed the dynamics a lot. And, so you have to wait in the context of times that have changed. Times like ours, I'm sure there were issues, I'm sure there were people who have anxieties, but even now there's everybody, even older than me, everybody thinks that it's a stigma to go and, seek help or get medication. But these children, I find are different. They're actually craving to get help. They're looking to get help, but they don't quite know where to go because, again, in schools and colleges, counseling is limited. It's not something that is, let's just say, it's not something that is important, or at top of the hierarchy for our schools and colleges and educationists. So I think that's their bigger dilemma, is that they actually quite understand that they are going through issues, but they don't know how to deal with it, or how to go around a society that is possibly not going to accept it all the time.
Yeah. So I think now I'll shift to Shaheen. Again, I'll ask you, I'll pose a question to you, and then you can continue again with that. So understanding that you've been under depression for quite a lot of time, quite a lot of years now. And there's this line in your book which resonated to me quite deeply, and which I'll quote to it, where you've mentioned saying, I've been able to cultivate an awareness on my condition in myself, and it's the only way I've been able to rid myself of the shame those with mental illness are often plagued with. So my question would be how important do you think is to understand the nature of the illness itself, for someone under it and for someone who is looking?
Yeah, I think it's one of the most important things, right? Because it's how do you go about fixing something if you don't know what it is? How do you go about dealing with something if you don't know what you're dealing with? It's like the old cliche, which is a known devil is better than an unknown devil. So it's very important to sort of understand the nature of the thing that you're dealing with. And it has been the thing for me that I've been in therapy now since I was 18 pretty much, and on a very consistent basis. In the pandemic, I realized I needed therapy a lot more. So I started doing therapy twice a week as opposed to once a week. It totally depends on where I am. But basically what that does for me is it helps me sort of understand where I am in my head. And I understand what my triggers are. I understand what the things are that are causing my low bouts or sudden changes in my mood. And because I understand that, I'm able to go about figuring out how to deal with it. I'm able to, because I know a trigger, I know now how to avoid it. I know how to I know how to deal with it. And it's, for me, depression, like you said, it's been a thing that I've dealt with since I was 12 years old. And so over time I've kind of learned I've learned so much about myself, and in the process of writing the book also, I learned so much more about the nature of my depression, because everyone deals with depression in a completely different way, right? It's completely individual to you as a person, whatever your sort of historical references are, the way you've been brought up. There's so many factors that go into sort of informing the way that you will personally deal with depression. And so over the years, I've sort of learned the particular texture of my depression. And as a result of that, I've learned how to now deal with it a lot better. Obviously, there are days where I don't deal with it very well, because again, that's what depression is. It's, I haven't got it all figured out. That's what I feel like it's really important to say, is just because I've dealt with it for a really long time, it doesn't mean I've figured it all out. It's something I have to do on a constant, ongoing basis, because it changes. It changes based on where I am in my life. It changes based on, me, how I'm changing. But yeah, it makes a huge difference to sort of just have a general understanding of what it is that you're dealing with. And I mean that on a psychological level as well as on a sort of a chemical level, because there are so many things that affect your mood in both ways, right? So I have psychological triggers, and then if I don't sleep, for example, I know that that's immediately going to set me off the next day. If I've had a bad night of sleep, I know immediately that sort of tends to affect my mood. So once you kind of get an understanding of those things, it helps you figure out what you need to do.
Just to follow up that, to you, ma'am, I just want to ask, now there's different types of depression. Like you tell, there's this, you've been clinically diagnosed, right, at a young age. And there's this, when you talk about chemical and then the psychological, is there a certain difference in that? And the therapy, do you go you go about in a different way or sort of?
Yeah, I mean, so the thing is, like, again, I always tell people also, like, I'm not a psychologist, I'm not a therapist, I'm not a psychiatrist, so I'm not like the best person to talk about, you know, the various kinds of depression. But from my understanding of depression, yes, I do know that there are various triggers for it. For example, I can only speak for myself. Like, I'm only an expert in my own mind and what I feel the cause of my depression has been. So for me, I know it started off when I was 12, and I feel like I understand that it started off as a chemical thing. But because I dealt with it from the age of 12 now into my 30s, it became progressively more psychological. And which is why for me personally, I do two types of therapies. I do, like, I have medication as well as I do talk therapy. So for me, I find that one or the other in isolation doesn't necessarily help. I kind of need both things because for me, like I said, the causes are varied. It can be purely a physical cause, like I'm underslept, I'm not eating right, my immunity is low, and that can trigger something. Or because it's been so long that I've dealt with it, I will have an emotional trigger. Something will happen to me that will emotionally trigger me, and then it will send me into sort of a downward spiral. So yeah, there are various causes and various kinds of depression, and I guess that's also one of the things that makes it particularly hard to deal with, because there are so many causes of depression. There's not just one thing that it makes it particularly hard to diagnose as well, the cause of it. But yeah, for me, I can only speak personally for myself.
And ma'am, Jyotsna ma'am, what I'd like to ask is, like, like the journey to adulthood. In your book, you've written a lot about, like, the teens into the influence of social media and that stuff. So my question is, like, I just wanted to ask, because I remember when life was spent in classroom and fields. But now in today's world, where there's a strong influence of social media, right? And I remember me growing up in a very painfully normal, awkward, confused. But do you think now, due to the strong influence of social media, is the transitional space for them is altered a little?
I say this pandemic has actually been like a very hard lesson to learn, because, before the pandemic, we were telling all these children, leave the gadgets, get out of here, just go out, go play some more. And, I've got two children. So I've seen, initially when it happened and it all shifted to online studies, the children were really excited. Oh, we don't have to go to school. We'll be on our iPads and our tablets, right? And now 8 months later, 10 months later, they are all so done. And it's ironical because now they're the same kids who are wanting to go out into the playground, who want their friends to meet them out for cycling or for, just whatever, badminton. So I find that it's been a really hard lesson to learn. However, I think as human beings, we tend to unlearn lessons very quickly. So I don't know how long that lesson will stay once things normalize, when they normalize. But everything is changed. And, to just go back to what Shaheen had mentioned, the fact that identifying a problem is crucial. Now, in our society, again, I'm going back to that society when we talked about that recent suicide of an actor, there were the kind of reactions you got were like, oh, but he, can you not see that he's smiling in this photo? He was absolutely normal. And that is the problem a lot of these children are facing, because they say just because we're outwardly smiling, and I think again Shaheen will agree with this, just because we're outwardly smiling, or at some point we're okay, doesn't mean that we're consistently okay or we don't have a problem. And the fact that everything is uploaded first on social media, it has to look good. They have to look good, and they have to get those instant gratification. They have to get those instant likes, and that obsession that if you get that few likes lesser than your best friend. I think the triggers in this generation are so different, but this peer pressure has, it's just evolved into something completely different. So of course you have those exam results as well that are going on with, 100% expected in colleges, and that is putting the pressure differently. But it's a cycle, and there's a lot of noise here suddenly. Because I find it to be a cycle in the sense that depression and drugs, these children, there's a linkage here. I actually know of a child who's done so well. He was a topper in school, and then he went on to lose 2 years in college because the parents can't figure out whether it was the anxiety or whether it was the drugs that he can't do without. What is the linkage? And they actually say that at the end of the day, they would rather deal deal with his anxiety and depression and allow him to have that, have a joint here or two if that keeps him going. So it's a very tricky place out there for this generation, very, very tricky, because the peer pressure in social media is, unlike anything we've seen, at least I've seen.
So this, I'll just give put out an open, like an open question to both of you. So we are living in the age of where our insecurities are being capitalized. How true would you say that statement stands for both? I mean, any one of you can.
Yeah, I mean, I think like a lot of people, I also watched The Social Dilemma, which is the documentary on Netflix, which is about social media. And I think one of the things that really struck true for me when I watched that documentary is if you're using a product and you can't tell what the product is, if you're using a platform and you can't tell what the product is, it means you are the product. And we've been turned into products. And exactly like you said, our insecurities have been turned into products for capitalism and advertising and, the works. And, you've got, I don't know. The thing is, I feel like there's some days I'm like, you don't stand a shot, because you're up against like really powerful AI and computers that, know you better than actually you know yourself. There was a very sort of famous case of, I think, was it Amazon sort of realizing that a woman was pregnant before she realized it based on her purchases, like based on her purchases over the last 3 months. So a computer and an algorithm now knows you sort of better than you know yourself. And some days I'm like, you don't really stand a shot, because that algorithm doesn't care about you as a person. It just wants to exploit your insecurities to make sure that you buy the things that you think are going to make those insecurities go away. So clothes, skincare, fancy things that you think you need because that's going to make you feel better. But I also feel like we're kind of at, we're at a sort of a very crucial sort of crossroads right now, where we are, because we're aware of this. We now know this. Maybe 2 years ago, we thought of social media as being purely, wow, this is a means for connection. But now I think what we're realizing is that it's slowly actually going the other way. We think we're connecting with people on social media, but we're realizing it's unraveling our ability to connect. Because we're spending more time doing this and not actually talking physically to people anymore. So I think the fact that we now know this is great, and we're at a point where we can now sort of responsibly for ourselves decide how we want to use social media, how we want to use these platforms that can be very beneficial to us if we just figure out what are sort of boundaries. We have to set boundaries around them, basically. So in a nutshell, I think that statement is very true.
Champal, can I just add to that? Because, I also find that the whole thing, like, Shaheen said, it's social dilemma. I'm actually glad that my book came out before the documentary, so nobody could say, because I realized there were just so many parallels, and so I was really grateful. It came out like a month before. But, to quote again from there, it's like, you're in a matrix and you don't quite realize you're in that matrix, right? And I think that's what's going on. And I think my generation, the problem is that we still consider it to be a toy ourselves. So, we can't really, how do we then monitor younger people who are exposed to so much more with unrestricted freedom, and still, for the simple reason that we don't take cyber safety seriously as well. So I think that's another big issue that is going on, because we don't take it seriously. We have underestimated privacy, and I think that is going to cause a lot of problems going forward, because I don't think anybody's gonna just yet take a turn and take a U-turn or something. Although I've also mentioned the fact that people like Steve Jobs and Bill Gates didn't quite allow their children to get on it, and they had that one old desktop in the kitchen. To give you an example, I was at my daughter's gymnastics class just before everything shut down, and there was this gentleman who had his young daughter there as well, and he was originally from Silicon Valley, and he was he had like this Nokia phone, okay, and he was like, I bought it for 60 quid. And because I'm not going to allow my kids to do it. So that's the whole thing. They're buying into our insecurity. They know what they're doing, but they won't do it to their own kids, and they won't do it to their own family. So I think it's up to us to be smarter about these things, and how we need to let our children use it. For that, I think we need to figure it out how we are using it initially. And that's how we're going to help them harness it responsibly. Because if you're giving your child a tablet at the age of 8, 9, and then trying to take it back at the age of 12, it's not happening. Aggression is so rampant today in our society. Again, it's something we won't accept. But, 11-year-olds, 12-year-olds hitting back at their parents, the cops are being called. I personally know many instances like this. So I think, it's a minefield out there. How we harness it is all up to us. And, activism is great. I think it can be used in such good ways. There's so many children out there, older teens who are using it for activism, whether it's mental health or, drug abuse and very different cases. But I think, yes, it boils down to how we look at it, how we process it, and, how we let it play us.
Sure. Having said that, ma'am, with technology now and the advancement with the kids themselves and how they use it, do you think it's going to be more difficult for the parents to police it, check on them, or in the future?
Of course I do. I really do, for the simple reason that I think that, I think they can do a better job of it, I think again, this is personal. So my take is that we've got to be a little bit more stricter and give a little less freedom. All in good time. I find that, a child who is on a gadget at 15 versus a child who's on Instagram at 13, there's a huge difference. And to say that these things are only happening in the West is, it's a fallacy. Everything that's happening in the West is now happening in our country. That smartphone is instant. We're streaming the same shows. We're, watching the same Jenner sisters or, the Kardashians, whatever. Everything is the same role models. They're all in the same, wavelength today. So I think, as parents, but I've spoken to so many parents, jump in, and I'm fascinated how they say that privacy is overrated, how they don't care that they're predators on social media, how strangers are lurking. So many children have told me that, they've been approached, or they've leaked their nudes, and there's trust. We've just given into the trust because again, it's grooming, right? And this is going through gaming as well, which again we don't understand in our country, but it's huge. Grooming is huge in our country. But as parents, I'm fascinated that nobody takes it seriously. So I'm really hoping that if they read the book, as my intent has been to just show them a mirror. We all will take our personal steps. Parenting is very personal. It's not a parenting book. How we take it forward is all up to us. But yeah, why should a child be forced to come on social media and expose all his vulnerabilities, or the fact that he's got mental or she's got mental health issues? Why are these things not being dealt at home, or within a fraternity that is offline? So I find that this is another problem, as I call it, sad fishing. They're playing out their emotions online, and it's really sad. Because, obviously they're trying to fill a void that they're not getting offline.
Sure, ma'am. So I'd like to ask Shaheen, ma'am. So I just want to understand self-acceptance, right? So you understanding, like, when you are under depression, there's a lot of negativity around you. There's a lot of it, like your self-confidence just plummets and your insecurities are heightened. So getting to that stage of self-acceptance, like how, many don't, some of them don't, and they just scary. I've seen a lot of people who are like, first of all, are not even aware of what they're under. Self-acceptance is the last thing. So understanding that first, like how does it come about? Like you cultivate your own, like how you said it. And following that is, would you say once you get that self-acceptance, is that like a first step towards your recovery, sort of?
Yeah, so like I said, honestly, I haven't also yet reached the place of complete self-acceptance. It's like I said, it's a journey, and some days I accept myself more than I do on other days. And it really totally depends on where I am at emotionally. I think the number one thing that I worked on accepting was the fact that I was dealing with depression to begin with. That's the one thing that I have accepted to a much larger degree than anything else. There are, obviously there are things like, when you talk about insecurities, my body image is still something that I really struggle with, and I struggle with very consistently. And around that, I haven't really managed to get to the self-acceptance point of it yet. I'm trying to, you talk about body positivity. I'm just trying to reach body neutrality. I'm trying not to get to a place where I love it. I'm just trying to get to a place where I don't hate it actively, or I'm not thinking about it all the time. But the thing that I have learned to accept is the fact that depression is something that I deal with on an ongoing basis. And once I accepted that, it just made the process easier for the simple reason that I wasn't spending my energy fighting it. I was spending my energy then when I was having a bad day on figuring out how to get through that bad day. Exactly like Jyotna said, you spend so much time otherwise pretending you're fine. And, just because I'm wearing a smile, it doesn't mean that internally I'm okay. And that's what I was doing for the longest time. I was constantly pretending to be okay. And that energy that I was spending doing that, I could have spent on, soothing myself and looking after myself on days where I wasn't feeling good. So, for me, that was definitely step one in my journey to healing. As soon as I accepted that, then I was able to say, okay, now this is an ongoing thing that is happening in my life, and now how do I figure out what are the ways that I now have to deal with this? And through that, I realized the things I have to accept were also have to learn how to figure out my relationship with my body. I have to learn how to figure out my relationship with the world around me that I find sometimes quite, because I'm very introverted, and so I find socializing something like this is also quite, I'm very used to it now because in a couple of months of having done it regularly. But otherwise, initially, this was impossible for me to sit and have a conversation with people like this. So it's been over time that I have slowly now learned that there are certain things I have to learn to accept about myself, and then through that acceptance I learn how to work around them, rather than pretending that these are I'm constantly confident all the time and I have everything together. I now say, no, man, I'm scared. I'm really nervous about this thing that I have to do. And that is a form of self-acceptance. It's accepting that I'm not 100% comfortable in a situation, but that admitting to that then helps me figure out, okay, now I don't have to focus on pretending. I can now figure out how to work around that anxiety rather than hiding it.
Sure. Having said that, Jyotna ma'am, you've talked about body shaming and all in your book as well, right? So I've seen body shaming really quite prevalent in most of the societies, including ours in Ladakh. And what I've noticed, the sad thing is, the person who's been the victim of it, they get so used to it, they don't care much about they being calling body shamed or whatever it was. But I just want to understand, does that have more a deeper subconscious effect to him, which would later project in his later life? Will it later project in his later life?
No, I think, of course, I find a huge link, actually. I did when writing about body shaming and, anxiety and disorders like even, bulimia and anorexia and everything. But I find that, it's also, again, it all boils down, as I say, to the society that we've internalized it all humorously in a sense, kala, patla, mota, chota. I always laugh. Now I laugh and I say, the amount of time somebody called me thin and said, that hasn't your mother fed you? I'd be a millionaire by now, honestly, I grew up hearing this one line that you're so thin, you're like a stick, you're like... And I see a little bit of that happening with my daughter as well. And, I see that frustration on her face because she's also got a tiny frame. And so, it's something that we just, I'm glad that there's talk about it, but I think, for, many people like Shaheen, I think body neutrality is the first step. I think body positivity, again, I've written about it, but I think it's far, far away for us because as a society, it's something that we first need to, accept it. We haven't accepted it. We have not accepted the fact that our children are bullied for body, or body shamed in schools because, we tend to dismiss it as a phase. This is something that happens and, they'll outgrow it. And, if they're upset about it, they'll forget about it. No, they're not. Simply because sexual bullying and cyber bullying has taken bullying to a whole different level today, that it's not the same as it was. And also the fact that, bullying is now 24/7. It wasn't like our time, you go to school and then you get home and you're done, you have a little bit of respite till you deal with it the next day. It's constant. So for us, as a society, I think there's a lot of changes. Again, I also think we're at crossroads when it comes to our society dealing with all these changes of a generation that has grown up, surrounded by gadgets and social media. I mean, it's the way they are. And unfortunately, we can't take that away. But I think we have to understand, we have to accept, normalize the existence of certain things. We have to take the stigma away from the fact that, people can get body shamed, that it is an issue, that we need to confront that issue, that if someone is body shamed, we cannot just simply dismiss it, because it then goes into very different issues. I mean, it's so many children, I've written about how they've casually self-harmed. And, so there are repercussions. And unless we accept it, how are we going to deal with it? So I always say that acceptance is a first step to anything. If you don't accept it, how are we going to look for solutions, honestly? So, I mean, and so many children, they're cutting their wrists, or they're drinking phenyl because, somebody called them overweight, or somebody just, photoshopped them to make them look bad. It's really a part of how strongly influenced this generation is. And I think we've really got to take this issue up very, very seriously. We've got to talk a lot more about mental health. We've got to talk a lot more about body shaming, because, some of the instances that I came across, they were heartbreaking. There are people who achieve so much professionally, and yet personally, the moment they go back home, they're a wreck, trying to figure out, how is it that, they can do all these multi deals at what time, and, yet deal with issues with society that looks at them and, just looks and says that, you're not conventional. And unfortunately, everybody cannot be conventional. And I think that's where that's our biggest drawback. We tend to want everybody to conform. And if you don't conform, and that could be in a negative way. So for us, conforming again has been that mota chota patla, that kind of a talk. So I think, yes, I think body shaming and mental health has a big connection, I find.
Would you like to add anything, Shaheen? Or...
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I think that's over time, that's what's happened with us in our society, where we've just sort of, and it's happened across the board. It's not just necessarily in India, it's across the board, where we've just, we've created these boxes over time, and we have this habit of slotting people into boxes based on, whatever metrics are important to us, height, weight, skin color, all of these things. And I mean, I think my first sort of memories of my depression also blossoming came with a very, very heavy dose of discomfort with my body. I remember, because I gained a lot of weight. I felt very ashamed. I, at the same time, stopped eating because kids were making fun of me in school. And, the thing is also, especially if you're talking about teenagers and the sort of body shaming in teens, kids are cruel. Kids are just cruel because you don't understand at that age. I was cruel, as a teenager without realizing it. There are things that I now look back on and think about, and I'm horrified at certain things I may have said to someone else, or, certain behaviors I may have exhibited because I just didn't know any better at that age. And as a result of that, obviously there are many kids that are inflicting harm upon other kids without really realizing what they're doing. To you, it doesn't seem like a very big deal, but it's sort of the roots of things, that insecurities that are going to sort of govern your life they take hold at that age, because that's the age at which you're like really very impressionable. So I completely agree. I think there's a huge sort of correlation between body shaming and your view of your body and your mental health, because if you think about it, this is where you reside. Your whole life is experienced through this vessel, and you're going to obviously be very sensitive to any criticism about the vessel that you experience your world through, whether it's anything really. So it makes complete sense that somebody saying something about that or shaming you for it or feeling like it's not up to scratch. And also, I just want to touch upon very quickly. So your negative feelings about your body might not also necessarily have to do with your weight or your appearance. For me personally, a lot of it is I have chronic pain. I deal with a lot of pain in my body. And so as a result of that, I get, I've been ill very often. And so as a result of that, I feel like my body is also not on my side. So I have a very complicated relationship with my body as a result of a lot of stuff that I've gone through. But I completely agree that I think it's your connection with your body and has a lot to do with how you feel emotionally.
I think now we've come to the end of the session, and it was really nice to have both of you talk about it. So I'd like to say thank you so much, and I feel really, a bit more, insightful than I was before this. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you to both of you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Shindard ethnic tribe mostly inhabit the area of Dras and Shingo Valley in Kargil, known for their bravery and who never compromise on their self-esteem. Shindards are likely people full of culture and traditional values and are further enthusiastic about traditional festival and festivities. The artists in their particular song and dance item describe the feelings of anguish and pain of an infidelity struck lover. Through the lines of this song, the lover recounts the good times he had spent with his beloved, is deeply engrossed in her thoughts and seek her company. Nevertheless, despite the infidel nature of their beloved and heartbreaking jolt she has inflicted on him, the lover has noble thoughts about the beloved and wish her a happy and prosperous life.
Lulu pele salaro me ane शिवेरे म्योकारा कोने है जालो पुना la 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 nushi mere nokara kone hai jalo puna nushi mere nokara kone hai jalo puna Burma fatoe aane jo vasta Burma fatoe aane jo vasta Mise punaru le bode garasta Mise punaru le bode garasta Nushi vere myo kara Kone hai jalo puna Nushi vere myo kara Kone hai jalo puna La 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 Nushi mere nokara kone hai jalo puna Nushi mere nokara kone hai jalo puna La 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 Nushi vere nokara kone hai jalo puna Nushi vere nokara kone hai jalo puna Samboja punare achoni ganoti Samboja punare achoni ganoti Hiveja ache hai sadani si shoti Hiveja ache hai sadani si shoti Hiveja bude takara Kone hai jalo puna Hivere nokara Kone hai jalo puna La 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 Nushi mere nokara kone hai jalo puna Nushi mere nokara kone hai jalo puna Nushi mere nokara kone hai jalo puna Nushi mere nokara kone hai jalo puna
Welcome back to the Ladakh Literature Festival of 2020. The following session for today is Mindful Journeys, Extraordinary Experiences, Outer and Inner, a one-on-one discussion between David Michie and Shantam Seth. Shantam Seth leads Buddha path journeys in the footsteps of the Buddha to places of significance in Buddha's life and culture in India and other parts of Asia. David Michie leads mindful safaris to the African bush and Victoria Falls. Both integrate formal meditation sessions and the teachings as part of these unique pilgrimages. In this session, they describe the journeys they lead, outer and inner, and the impact on those who travel with them. They will end their session by offering short meditations. Thank you for that stimulating session. Do tune in for more such exciting sessions.
So welcome, dear friends, to this session between David and myself for the Ladakh Literary Festival. We'll be sharing a little bit over the next 40 minutes, but we thought we'd start with a meditation and close with the meditation. So I'm going to just share a short meditation where it's really a practice of arrival in the very here and now, in the present moment. It is a practice that was suggested by the Buddha in a text called the Anapanasati Sutra. And so I'll just guide it for the next few minutes. So those of us who are sitting, watching this, you can try and sit in a comfortable way. Try and keep your back straight. Feel the solidity of the ground under you or the chair under you. Feel your spine, coach of the spine going up the back, into the neck, to the head. Just sitting upright and stable. You can imagine a thread holding the top of your head to the sky. Just feeling your body between earth and sky. And relaxing your body, relaxing your shoulders, your arms, your hands, which you can place on your lap, on your knees, on your thighs. Relaxing the muscles of your back, your hips, your thighs, your legs, your feet, your chest, your abdomen. Feeling the softness in your abdomen. And feeling the gentle rise and fall of the abdomen with each in-breath and each out-breath. Being aware of the whole length of the breath, the beginning of the in-breath, the end of the in-breath, from the beginning of the out-breath to the end of the out-breath. And just being aware of this breath of life. That we are alive And offering ourselves a gentle half smile of awareness. It relaxes the muscles of your face. It gives us a sense of well-being. And just knowing that our body and mind are anchored here in the present moment, in the here and now. And I'll invite one more sound of the bell just to close this short guided practice. But listen attentively to the sound. Be aware what a miracle it is to just hear, to have ears to hear. Those of us who have our eyes closed, when you open them, be aware of the miracle of seeing. Colors, the forms. So thank you, dear friends. This is a practice I do all the time when I find that I want to just really focus in on being here and now, wherever I am, on whatever I'm doing, not being distracted. And it's a practice that also helps me relax and feel more alive. So my name is Shantam, and I'm very grateful that the organizers asked David and me to share in a conversation. And I've got to know David a little bit over a couple of Zoom calls before this, and wanted to ask him really for your benefit, in a sense, and for mine too, to understand, first of all, where does David go? What has inspired him to do these journeys? In Africa, if I understand. So, David, please.
Thank you, Shantam, and thank you everyone at the Ladakh Literature Festival for inviting me along. It's a great honor to be with you, and especially an honor to be in this conversation with Shantam. Yes, in terms of my own background, I was actually born and brought up in Africa. My parents were Scots, and they had 3 sons, of which I was the second. So I was born and brought up in the middle of Africa, and with all that entails, there was a closeness to the countryside. It was a fairly untamed and wilderness. There are many amazing wild animals, but because I was brought up there, I took them completely for granted. I didn't think there's anything particularly special about herds of elephant or journeys of giraffe or all the wonderful beings that we were surrounded by. You know, there is such diversity in Africa of wildlife. And of course, then the landscapes, the amazing things we have in Zimbabwe, including one of the great natural wonders of the world, Victoria Falls. All of that I was amazingly kind of complacent about because it was in my country, and I just grew up with that as the norm. When I went to university and made my career, I was actually living in London, and I lived in London for 10 years. And that really brought home to me in a very visceral way that I felt a huge sense of wrench, of dislocation from where I'd been brought up. And that was something that I felt very profoundly, living a very, very urban life compared to what I was used to growing up. So much later in life, because I now live in Australia, I met and married an Australian woman. Later in life, as I have become more familiar and practiced meditation and the Dharma, the Buddha Dharma, I have had a kind of renaissance, if you like, of a sense of connection to nature, and in particular, the nature that I grew up with. So I thought, wouldn't it be wonderful to be able to share my own passion, my own sense of homecoming with Africa, with other people? Because, you know, Africa is the cradle of civilization, so we're told. It's where we all originally arrived from. And it's amazing that the sense of connection that people feel when they go to Africa. It's almost like
once the dust of Africa has touched people's feet, they have the sense of connection too. So that was the genesis of the mindful safaris that I have been taking to Africa now every year, apart from this one for obvious reasons. But Shantan, tell me a bit about yourself too, and I'm fascinated to know what journeys you do and how they arose.
Now, I'd like to hear more, but okay, let me share a little bit about mine, and then we'll to play, because it's interesting how there's a little bit of a similarity in where we were brought up and how we discovered when we go to England, where I went to study too for university.
I recognize
I was brought up in Patna, which is in the state of Bihar. I went to the Buddhist sites as a young child, but it was only in 1988 when my own teacher, the Venerable Thich Nhat Hanh, who's a Zen master, asked me to organize a journey for him to these sites, that I really made that into a practice. That is what he suggested to me. And that is what the Buddha had suggested 2,600 years ago in the Mahaparinirvana Sutra, saying, those of you who are lay disciples or monastics, do go to these places and it will be of great benefit. So I started doing these journeys in the footsteps of the Buddha in 1988. And then slowly I started taking friends, and it became my own practice every winter. And then it also became my form of right livelihood, because I felt it allowed me to really combine my interest of my own spiritual practice with also making a livelihood. And then I got more and more interested in Buddhist culture. So then I started organizing journeys to places which had a Buddhist culture. For example, Ladakh, where we are now. I remember I've been doing a few journeys there. One special one was when the Dalai Lama, I think it was 2014, he was giving the Kala Chakra teachings there. So I'd taken a group there. And so just organizing journeys like that. And then, of course, to other countries like Burma or Thailand or Vietnam, where my own teacher's from, Sri Lanka, and also to different places in India, which have a Buddhist culture. Now, the Buddhist culture in India, a lot of it is sort of under the ground, as it were. India is like a big archaeological site, the Buddha land, but it's only in certain areas of the Himalayan belt, like in Ladakh, where you have the Vajrayana, type of Buddhism. So I feel it's a sort of interesting country, because we also have things like rock-cut caves in Maharashtra, where you can go and sit in the way that the monks and nuns sat there for 1,000 years. They're now archaeological sites, but you can study there, you can meditate there, and you can feel that very strong energy of an interiorness which you get in a cave when you meditate or when you are reading even the teachings. So that's, in short, what I've been doing. But I've also been interested in, David, in knowing who are the people who come on your journeys and how do they hear about it? And then.
Right. Well, typically what happens is people, because I write books about the Dharma, and possibly the better known books that I've written are a series called The Dalai Lama's Cat, in which I try to present the Dharma or key concepts of the Dharma in a kind of a fluffy coat, as it were. It's my wonderful teacher, Geshe Acharya Thupten Lodin, once said, even though you may love a baby, you can't feed a steak the finest meat. You have to start with baby food. And so I think my job really in the West is to try and present the Dharma to people in a digestible form, in a way that they can find accessible and entertaining. So entertain and educate. So I write books, and people who like the books will typically find out more about me by going onto my website, and that's where they can read about the Mindful Safari. So that's how I promote it. In terms of what sort of people are they are, in demographic terms, 40% American, 40% Australian, and the rest come from everywhere else, UK, Singapore, Middle East. And what we tend to do is they tend to be older, people who are slightly older, who have some disposable time and disposable income, because traveling to Africa is not cheap. We congregate for about a week in just outside Victoria Falls, and I take them on this marvelous journey to experience things both outer and inner. But listening to your own journeys, Shantam, I was really fascinated by a couple of things you said. One is that you said the Buddha himself said there's great benefit to going to these sites. And I'd love to ask you what those benefits are. And also, you mentioned the feeling the strong energy in the cave. And I was wondering, do you think that, this is a separate question, obviously, do you think that that energy has anything to do with resonating with people who have meditated there in the past, or would you attribute it to other things?
Yeah, I think, to go to a place which is, in a way, a place you're not habituated to, is going to touch seeds in your consciousness or in your life which have been lying dormant. So it's a very good way of getting to know yourself, who you are. And it is not always the comfortable place you want to go to know that. So when you go traveling, you're sometimes going into the unknown. There's a lot of trust. And in that, fear may arise, humility may arise, of course, patience. So all these qualities that we develop as human beings, which are very necessary, are developed on travel. Travel as an education, as you were saying also. I think it's an education to get to know ourselves. Of course, the external is important, and that is what is interesting. That's why people get attracted to Victoria Falls, for example, or to the Bodhi tree. But for me, the journey, the inner journey, is, I would say, more important than the external journey. It's important to have the external sort of skeleton of where you're going, but it's how you go that is more important. And that inner journey of when you see a beggar, for example, in India, and India, is going to bombard your senses anyway, which way. And you see, and what are you going to do? What comes up for you? Is it fear? Is it guilt? Is it compassion? Is it, feeling generosity? What is it? Confusion? So I often tell people, don't give, because that will allow you to close that little chapter. Feel the discomfort and feel what is happening inside you. And if you want to give, put something in another pocket. And at the end of the journey, you might want to give it to some social organization or something like that. It's not that you don't give, but use that as an opportunity to know yourself. And this is a process every day. And I feel it's not just practice traveling alone. When you travel in a group, it is very key. Because, for example, I structure the day in such a way that we have a morning meditation, and then we have breakfast, and then we go to the site where I'll tell stories or teachings about the life of the Buddha, and then in the afternoon, we'll have a rest period, and then we'll go into something quite deeply into India. I feel India herself is a great teacher. But in the evening, we'll always have a discussion, a sharing of what struck us that day. And even if there are 15 of us traveling, we've all had the same experience, or we've seen the same things, but we've seen with different 15 pairs of eyes. So what you're doing in this journey is you're traveling more and more like an organism rather than just a collection of individuals. And that is a great, great teaching. And in fact, my role as a facilitator of these journeys is to build that group, that Sangha, as the Buddha called it. So I think the benefits are huge. Each one finds their own. I think the Buddha realized that just going into an area which is the unknown is important. And that's what we do in the interior too. And I think in terms of the power of places, it's difficult to say. I do feel that intentionality is very important. And when we go with a certain intention, and when many, many people go with the same intention, then there is an energy field that is created. And I feel also on this earth, there are certain types of spaces. You can feel ridges and mountains and confluence of rivers, which have a certain type of energy. And so, you have to be tuned in to feel it. But if you go with that openness, it touches you. And sometimes I go to the same place. I've been more than 150 times to some places on the Buddhist sites, whether it's Kushinagar, where the Buddha died, or Sarnath, where the Buddha gave his first teachings, or Bodh Gaya. And sometimes I don't feel it, and sometimes I feel it. So also depends on our own internal state at that time.
Yes.
And what do you feel? I mean,
I can relate so much to everything that you're saying, Shantam. It's so true. In our case, I have structured our days because we probably have far less externally in terms of cultural and spiritual significance, although we do have a plethora of amazing animals and other sensory experiences. But I structure the day in such a way that it's quite a it's almost like a combination between a retreat and a safari. So the first thing we do every morning, we gather on the outstairs balcony and we meditate. I do a guided meditation for about 20 minutes, and that really sets the tone for the day. We then have a light breakfast, and then we get into our vehicles and go game viewing for a couple of hours, which may sound like a long time, but when you're on the back of a Land Rover, and for all you know, there could be a herd of elephants around the next corner, you know, your eyes are you're totally focused on what's going on out there. It's one of the most extraordinarily easy ways to be mindful. That's what I love about nature. Nature drags us out of our narrative chatter, drags us away from what normally occupies us, our thoughts. And so we're very focused on what's going on out there. And then we have a beautiful lunch, and then like you do, a bit of a siesta, and then regroup for another meditation and another game drive in the evening, and a comparing of notes, just like you guys at the end of the day. And as you say, intentionality is one key part. And because we have people from such disparate parts of the world, what draws them all together, all on the same page, is this intention. And it's really a beautiful feeling by day 1 or 2, because we're isolated from everyone else. We don't see other people at all, only the staff that are looking after us in the lodge. But that sense of together as a small group, the bonding that occurs can be very, very powerful, and the sharing that goes on. And I find a number of things really come into play, but one of them, without question, is that when we're out in nature, you know, the animals there don't have the same operating systems that we have out in the normal world. We're not judged by our looks, our appearance, or how wealthy we are. People very rarely ask, what job do you do? You know, it doesn't come up unless you mention it in conversation. There's a kind of openness and receptivity to nature. And nature teaches us so many things, but perhaps the most powerful thing that comes to us right away, and possibly the same thing that you feel in India when confronted with poverty, is that how fortunate am I to be able to say, oh, you know, in 2 hours we're going to be having lunch, or in a few hours I'm going home to bed. We're looking at all these animals who every day for them is a struggle for daily survival. There's no assumptions about they're going to be there tomorrow. And when we're out in the wilds, we really do come face to face with the fact that as human beings, we live lives of such extraordinary privilege. And so there is a sense of gratitude really that arises from that. And another thing we do is we go to a local school and we help donate things. And once again, people from the Western world who haven't seen poverty are really touched and moved by the spontaneous gratitude of the kids. And it's like giving a kid a little frisbee in an African village. The delight in their faces is just extraordinary. You can't help contrasting that with giving a frisbee to a child in Perth, which you won't get many thanks at all. And so we come to realize it's not the frisbee that's doing it, it's the mind. And it's all about cultivating minds, and our minds to be more open and more appreciative of what we have. And to me, gratitude is one of the most powerful qualities that arises quite spontaneously and naturally when we spend time in nature. But I've been rambling too much, Shannon. Tell me about the impacts on your groups when you go on your travels.
Yeah, I think I think what you're saying about it being a retreat is important. I do think of it a bit like a retreat on wheels, and also that cultivation of non-reactivity, of letting go of our judgment, so that we can go beyond what we see as poverty, but touch the beauty and the wisdom of a culture and the countryside. In your case, the wisdom of the animals. In my case, it's really, I feel places, there's a deep wisdom culture, the very grounded people who we meet and where we travel. So we go to villages, we have discussions with villagers about maybe about farming, about parenting. But I think for the people coming from outside, which is for me too, a large majority of people who come are from America. I've taken people from Vietnam and Japan and Korea and Sri Lanka, and of course Australia and South Africa and England, the English-speaking people. But I think these are transformative journeys, and each time I feel something shifts. Now, For example, in Varanasi, I might take people to the ghats, which are where to the burning ghats, which are where people are cremated. Now, to see that nakedness of death is very powerful for people who are not used to it, especially from Western culture where it's all hidden away. But then I don't just do it as a sort of tourist thing. Then we read the sutras on death, and we also look at what the teachings on death are. And so, in fact, it's quite interesting. I start the journey with all this much greater razzmatazz of Bodh Gaya and Sarnath and places which are very heavy on sensory overload. And then later go to the calmer places like Kushinagar, where the Buddha died, or Lumbini, where he was born, for much deeper reflection of what is happening. And in fact, I find it's after sort of 7 day, 8, when the inner transformation starts taking place, when there's a little more discomfort in people. It's not a sun and sand holiday. It's really a journey of discovery. I remember once I was sitting in Sarnath, and there was a woman in our group who was obviously very well healed, and she was sitting there, and she was a bit overcome by what she saw as the poverty at that point. And she started crying, and a woman who had nothing, she was just like wearing a sari which was slightly torn, came zooming across, she was cutting grass, put her arm around and says, you have everything and you're crying, we have nothing and we are happy. And of course that made her fall even more. Yeah. And this woman, many years later, she wrote to me 6 years later and said, it was instances like that and a few more that made her come out of a very abusive marriage. And she was very happy. And in fact, I just talked to her a few days ago. We have been doing Zoom calls over the last, taking these journeys. People have been coming on journeys over the last 30 years. Every week I've been talking to one of the groups. And amazing stories. I mean, they go on and on. In fact, somebody just suggested writing a book about these journeys because these experiences. And I take students. There's a student who came from an Indian background, and he was rejecting Indian culture, and his mother was, and then he bought a sitar because he learned sitar while he was here. He suddenly got interested, and then it was his mother who started playing the sitar more than him because his father used to play the sitar, and so the whole family came together through this one trip. Somebody went off drugs, but on the other side, I would say that it takes a lot of guts to come on these journeys. It's much more comfortable to sit in your home and be in the habituated place. You're adventuring out. So I feel great gratitude for the people who come. It's not just what I offer, but I think I have a lot of gratitude for these people who come and make these journeys. And I always say, they say, why do you do this? I say, well, I'm here because you're here, in a sort of way. And it's also, of course, what is my own practice. So there are lots of stories of transformation. I'd like to hear yours. One other thing which I think probably happens in your case too is lifelong friendships that develop. I remember there was a woman who came from California who was a sort of one of these women entrepreneurs of the year in America. And there was another woman in New York who was a photographer. And every time this woman came from California to New York, she would add an extra day to her trip just to be with Nancy, this is Caroline, and go through old photographs and talk about the trip. That was it. That was their whole agenda for the day. And so things like this with so many. But what about you, David? What is your experience of this?
Well, once again, everything you say really totally reflects and resonates with me, Shantam, because I think you're totally right. The kinds of people that come on the kind of trips that you and I arrange are self-selecting in the sense that they've reached a point where they're now ready to take that leap. And it is to some extent a leap of faith, a leap into the unknown, and they're trusting in you or in me to help guide them through a process. I often feel like my job is almost like that of a facilitator. I'm almost flying on the coattails of the wonderful wildlife and the scenery that we have, and I'd let it do its magic. I almost just, that's all I have to do, almost like help people get to know each other and expose them, because once they're there, that's when the magic actually happens. And you're quite right that the bonding that occurs as people go through that process together, the process of discovery, in my case, I think it's more a discovery of that I am actually nature. I'm not separate from nature. That kind of realization in the kind of Buddhist sense, that in the sense that it deepens your understanding deepens to the point that it changes your behavior. I think once that's shared, it really is very powerful at creating bonds between people. And just like you say, there's two people who met. One lives here in Australia, another lady lives in England. And when my Australian friend went to see her brother in London, she went up to the north of England, especially to see a woman that she'd only met for 5 days a year before in Africa. And we still have, during the COVID period in particular, and when we had those bushfires in Australia, there were many emails flying to and fro around the world as everyone, terribly empathetic and concerned about each other. So, as you say, there is when friendships are formed during a time of emotional transformation, they are enduring friendships. They're very special friendships, and they go beyond the fact that they only actually spent very few days together, but it's the nature and the quality of those few days that were spent together that really endures. And to me, that's one of the most heartwarming things about the mindful safaris and my involvement in them, is knowing that I'm helping to facilitate it. It's all happening, but I'm a small part in being instrumental, and that gives me such joy, because I know that I'm helping people connect around the world, not only in terms of connecting them within themselves to nature, but to each other. And what a wonderful thing to be able to offer, I feel.
Yes, no, I think we're very fortunate to be able to do this, to do what we love and to share it with others. In fact, as you say, I feel I learn a lot each time from the people who come, from each journey. And I often tell my family I couldn't hope to meet a better set of people in the world than the people who come on these journeys. They sort of self-select. A lot of it is through word of mouth. People who've come on journeys before, we don't have a big advertising campaign or anything like that. So it's really a lot of trust, and it's a lot of, but I think my interest in this, my deeper interest, is the transformation that people go through. See, you can meet the Buddha externally. You can go to the sites where he was, you can sit in the cave where he sat, across the river where you can meet the people he met, the descendants of the people he met, children. You can hear the teachings, but it's only when you really practice that you can actually imbibe that reality and understanding of impermanence, of interconnectedness, and really touch the joy and happiness that we all have within us. So I'm interested in that to a large degree, this internal journey. But the external journey is so beautiful anyway. You see the mustard fields, and you see the farming practices. And in a way, India hasn't changed very much for 2,600 years in some ways. So you can really see the Buddha. And I remember one day when I was going, you could see, we saw a dead person, an old person, a sick person, and a monk. And the Buddha saw exactly those four sides.
Exactly.
So you can, and I think that interconnectedness with nature, with everything else, which is a key element of the Buddha's own teachings, is important to understand. And I think I would say that India is a teacher, and we do it in the context of the Buddha's teaching. So I know you also lead meditations and offer these sort of practices along the journey. I think it'll be nice to share one of those as we close. But I'd also like to just touch on one other thing, which is really I've enjoyed doing a lot, is taking young people. A few years ago, I took some people from a college, and then now I take young people from schools. There's a school called Phillips Exeter Academy, or it's another one called Groton. And every year, and these children, I don't take them on a Buddhist journey. I take them on a sort of immersion journey, this outer inner, but it's, I might take them to a nature place, or we have a trust called Ahimsa, which works in villages. So we take them to the villages where there are people, Muslim communities, Hindu communities, tribal communities. So, but these young people, their age, they're at a very impressionable age, and really shift something. And now I've heard from some friends who 10 years after the journeys, how that one journey determined to a large degree the career they took, and things like this.
Yeah.
So, I think, David, it'll be wonderful to meet also, but whenever we can, off Zoom. But would you like to lead us a little bit in the meditation as we close? and just to see maybe the interconnectedness of nature with our, with us.
Thank you, Shantam. I'm delighted to do that. Yes, I see we've got a little golden hand, which is telling us that we need to wrap up. So without further ado, I will dive into a very brief analytical meditation on nature. And what I like about this one is many of us feel totally separate and disconnected from nature. If we live in a city in particular, this is emphasized. But in truth, that is an illusion. And so I'd like to just invite you, please, to assume a comfortable meditation posture, just like you described at the start. Nice upright posture, a straight back, hands resting like a pair of shells in your palm, in your lap. Comfortably roll back shoulders, close your eyes, sit like a mountain, unruffled, serene. Take a few nice deep breaths, really inflate your lungs, and just let go of everything. Let go of all thoughts of the past, physical sensations, any thoughts of the future. As much as possible, try to be pure consciousness in this moment, here and now. And I'd like you to please just focus on how, when we go out into nature, we tend to think of ourselves as being separate, distinct, visiting nature as outsiders. But consider how every breath that you take, you're breathing in oxygen, which you need to live. And every exhalation, you're exhaling carbon dioxide, which are needed by the trees and the plants around us. So in fact, every breath that we take is an exchange with the trees and the plants. Consider how 90% of our body is actually comprised of water. We're constantly consuming water, whether it's as pure water or in tea or coffee or whatever beverage. We're constantly passing water out. That 90% of our body mass, which is water, originates in the sky as rain. And so, constantly, we are in exchange with nature as we take in and pass out water, completely dependent on rain, on the oceans, on the sea, on rivers. Consider how every cell in my body comes from somewhere else, originally from the earth. Whatever my food source, originally all the elements in my body, every cell, every atom, is only there because it comes from the earth. And similarly, I'm constantly passing out part of what I'm eating, food waste, which returns to the cycle. I am soil, as well as water, as well as air. And none of this would be possible were it not for warmth and heat and light. Nothing could exist, even if there was plenty of water and air and soil, if the sun wasn't there. It's all completely dependent on the sun. I am dependent on the sun. I am a manifestation of the sun. And when we consider this in contemplation, how every breath that I take is an exchange with the plants and the trees, how most of what I am, physically speaking, comes from the skies as rain, how my body mass is the earth, and all of this is dependent on the sun. I recognize how, far from being a visitor to nature, a person who visits nature. I actually am a manifestation of nature, an embodiment of nature. Far from coming into nature, I am nature, and nature is me. And in your own time, open your eyes and come back to the room. Thank you, Shantam. Thank you, everyone. I've really enjoyed our conversation so much.
No, thank you. And thank you, David, for leading us in this wonderful of interconnectedness, interdependence. And I feel that it's something which is very accessible to all of us all the time. My own teacher wrote a very nice book called The Sun, My Heart. Something like, well, we can't exist without a heart, we can't exist without the sun. And I think all Simple has been very kind to invite us. I feel that, I'd like to thank them again for this and really trying to share what is emanating out of a mountain culture, out of a Buddhist culture, and something that can be a benefit to the whole world, to children who want to embody mindfulness, all these things that are coming out of that sort of culture. So thank you again to the organizers. And I think as we close, if I could invite three sounds the bell again and then just bow out. Unless, David, you want to say something before we do that? Anything you want to add?
Just to add my thanks to yours, Shantam. I really do appreciate it. It's been a very special time, and I hope one day I'll be able to actually come to Ladakh in person.
Ladakh has many ethnic and traditional festivals, and among them, Losar is a festival which is celebrated in winters with traditional fervor and extreme joy. Like other places of Ladakh, the festival is celebrated with equal amount of zeal in Bodhkarbu village of Kargil since the ancient times, where Karokpas and Babas sing and dance on the tunes of Larnga. The dance form features 360 different dance and acting postures blended with equal number of musical tunes. Moreover, the Losar songs are quite different from other folk songs in terms of musical tunes and postures. This particular performance features 7 Karokpas with white turbans and 2 Babas wearing white gowns accompanied with traditional flutes in their hands. These performers go home to home and offer special prayers for well-being of the villagers and their prosperity. Moreover, the performers also extend good wishes to the people and pray for peace, tranquility and well-being of the world.
ethnic tribe mostly inhabit the area of
Ladakh has many ethnic and traditional festivals, and among them, Losar is a festival which is celebrated in winters with traditional fervor and extreme joy. Like other places of Ladakh, the festival is celebrated with equal amount of
बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम। लद्दाख यूनियन टेरिटरी के ज़ेर एहतिमाम महकमा सयाहत यूनियन टेरिटरी ऑफ लद्दाख ने लद्दाख लिटरेचर फेस्टिवल का अहतमाम किया है और इस सिलसिले की एक कड़ी के तहत लद्दाख एकेडमी ऑफ आर्ट कल्चर एंड लैंग्वेजेस करगिल और महकमा इत्तलाआत की जानिब से बहुत सारे नौइयत के प्रोग्राम्स का अहतमाम किया गया है और उनमें से एक है एक बहुत ही अहम मौजू पर गुफ्तगू और बहस का मौजू है कारगिल एज एन इम्पॉर्टेंट ट्रेड एंड कल्चरल सेंटर ऑन दी हिस्टोरिक सिल्क रूट, यानी तारीख़ी शाहराह अब्रेशम, और इसमें कारगिल की तारीख़ी हैसियत, कारगिल का मकाम शाहराह अब्रेशम के इस तारीख़ में कारगिल क्या मकाम रखता है, इस मौजू पर बहस करने के लिए हमारे इस पैनल में यहाँ लद्दाख के दो अहम शख्सियात जिनको न सिर्फ कारगिल के बल्कि पूरे खित्ते लद्दाख के तारीख़ और कल्चर के ऊपर एक पैनी इनका नज़र रहता है, इनका तज्ज़िया रहता है और इस सिलसिले में इन्होंने किताबें भी तसनीफ़ की है। एक है उनमें से एक अहम शख्सियत हमारे एजाज़ हुसैन मुंशी साहब, जो मुंशी हबीबुल्लाह म्यूज़ियम के क्यूरेटर भी है और मुंशी हबीबुल्लाह म्यूज़ियम इसी शाहराह अब्रेशम के आसार इन्हीं पर मबनी है और यही आसार इस म्यूज़ियम में महफूज हैं। और दूसरी शख्सियत जो आज के इस गुफ्तगू में शामिल हैं वो हैं जनाब सादिक हरदासी साहब, जो हमारे पूरे लद्दाख के बल्कि गिलगित बल्तिस्तान जो हमारे साथ ज़बान और कल्चर में एक ख़ास ममासिलत है तारीख़ी, इस पूरे हालात और कल्चर पर इनका एक नज़र है और इन्होंने कई किताबें भी इनके तसनीफ़ात में शामिल हैं। तो इन दोनों शख्सियात का हम इस गुफ्तगू में खुशामदीद करते हैं। तो इस गुफ्तगू के सिलसिले को आगे बढ़ाते हुए मैं सबसे पहले आज के जो मौजू हैं कि कारगिल का मकाम इस तारीख़ी शाहराह अब्रेशम के हवाले से, तो मैं जनाब एजाज़ हुसैन मुंशी साहब से ये सवाल करना चाहता हूँ कि इस तारीख़ी शाहराह की आप मुख्तसर तारीख़ बयान कीजिए और इस शाहराह का नाम शाहराह है अब्रेशम यानी सिल्क रूट, सिल्क क्यों पड़ा, इस पर आप अपनी नज़र से हमारे नाज़रीन को इस्तिफ़ादा फरमाएँ।
शुक्रिया खफ़ी साहब। सबसे पहले मैं अपने आप को खुशकिस्मत समझता हूँ कि इस इम्पोर्टेंट मौजू के लिए आपने मुझे चुना। तो जहाँ तक कारगिल के महल वक़ू और जहाँ तक इस रूट का जो इस रास्ते की जो अहमियत है, सिल्क रूट जो इसका नाम पड़ा ये 18वीं सदी में पड़ा, लेकिन जहाँ तक तारीख़ और रिसर्च के हिसाब से सिल्क रूट जो है जिसे हम शाहराह अब्रेशम कहते हैं, ये दुनिया का एक कदीम तरीन शाहराह है और इस शाहराह को ये डॉक्यूमेंट किया गया है कि सबसे पहले ये सना ईसवीं सदी से भी पहले ये ट्रेड हुआ करता था और ये ट्रेड जो लोग थे यानी जो इस ट्रेड से मुंसलिक थे, ये वो लोग थे जिन्होंने ग्लोबलाइजेशन ऑफ ट्रेड यानी जिसे हम ग्लोबलाइजेशन जो अभी हम बात करते हैं, उस वक्त उन्होंने ये कंसेप्ट दिया था कि एक जगह से दूसरी जगह जो प्रोड्यूस हैं या जो उनके जो चीज़ें हैं उनको किस तरह ये लोग बेचें और किस तरह ये लोग उन सामानों को उन चीज़ों को ले जाएं। ये जो रास्ता है ये कहते हैं कि ये चाइना में जो चंगान जैसे एक जगह है वहाँ से शुरू होकर ये यहाँ तक एक तरफ काशगर जिसे हम सिंकियांग कहते हैं चाइनीज़ तुर्किस्तान में, काशगर से आके ये यारकन से आके फिर ये कारगिलिक से होता हुआ खित्ता लद्दाख की तरफ आता था, जिसे हम ये भी कह सकते हैं कि खित्ता लद्दाख में जो ये रूट जो गिलगित बल्तिस्तान को भी टच करते हुए जो अभी भी हमारा रास्ता जिसकी हम डिमांड कर रहे हैं कि खोल दें, तो वो रास्ते से ये करगिल और लेह को टच करता था, लद्दाख को। और लेह में इसके दो रास्ते थे। एक जो रास्ता था जो कि हमारा दौलत बेग उल्दिंग से जाते हुए ये नुब्रा से दौलत बेग, ओल्डिंग से फिर ये यारकन की तरफ कारगिलिक में ये मिलता था। कारगिलिक से जाते ये रास्ता काशगर, जो कि एक बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंट एक पड़ाव था या एक इम्पोर्टेंट बाज़ार था, जहाँ नॉर्दर्न सिल्क रूट और साउदर्न सिल्क रूट मिलता था। और हमारा जो लद्दाख से टच करता था, इसे हम साउदर्न सिल्क रूट कहते हैं। और जो खुरासान से यानी ईरान तक ये रूट फैला हुआ था, और ईरान से जो रास्ता आता था ये काशगर में मिलता था। लेकिन ज़्यादातर जो हमारी तरफ लद्दाख की तरफ जो ताजिर आते थे, उसमें किर्गिज़ यानी जो किर्गिस्तान से लोग आते थे, उसमें उज़्बेकिस्तान से लोग आते थे, यारकन से लोग आते थे, और इसके साथ साथ फिर कश्मीर से होते हुए, लद्दाख से होते हुए ये रूट आपका बम्बई कोस्ट तक यानी बम्बई के सतह समंदर तक ये चला जाता था। और जिसमें अमृतसर हो, कश्मीर हो, ये बहुत ज़रूरी इसमें पड़ाव थे। यहाँ पर जब करगिल की हम बात करते हैं, क्योंकि करगिल का इस पे इन कंटेक्स्ट ऑफ करगिल हम बात करते हैं और करगिल की हम तारीख को देखते हैं, तो करगिल का अगर आप महल वक़ू को देखें, करगिल का जो महल वक़ू है ये हर तरफ से, हर मुसाफात इसका हर बराबर एक जगह पड़ता है। जैसे आप अस्करदू से तशरीफ़ लाते हैं या ले से तशरीफ़ लाते हैं, या जैसे आप संस्कर से तशरीफ़ लाते हैं या गिलगित बल्तिस्तान से, तो ये हर मसाफात तकरीबन 230, 235, 220 किलोमीटर के दूरी पर पड़ता था। और ये जो ट्रेड करगिल में जो ज़्यादातर इसका जो असर होता था, या जब लोग आते थे करगिल में, ये लोग ज़्यादातर सितंबर के महीने में करगिल में आया करते थे। और इनका जो एक सिस्टम होता था, ये बाज़ार का सिस्टम होता था। और बाज़ार के सिस्टम में ये लोग अपने चीज़ों को ज़्यादातर बार्टर सिस्टम में, सामान के बदले सामान, उस चीज़ में, क्योंकि करेंसी जो पैसा होता था ये बहुत कम होता था। और जहाँ तक अपने रिसर्च के हिसाब से, या जैसे आपने अर्ज़ किया कि मैं काम कर रहा हूँ इस सिल्क रूट के रिवाइवल पे, तो जहाँ तक मैंने अपना एक छोटा सा एक म्यूज़ियम सेट किया हुआ है, जिसमें उन आर्टिफैक्ट्स को देख के पता चलता है कि ये जो ताजिर थे ये बहुत ही एक्सपीरियंस्ड ताजिर थे। और जहाँ तक एक कारवान के हैसियत से ये लोग चलते थे, क्योंकि इनका जो कारवान होता था वो ऊँटों का होता था, वो घोड़ों का होता था, गद्दों का होता था, इवन बेड़ों पर भी वो कारवान जो होता था, लेकिन 40 से ज़्यादा नहीं होता था, क्योंकि ये एक कैलकुलेशन उनका होता था। एक कारवान में 40 लोग होते थे, चाहे वो मर्द हो या औरत हो, उन पर वो लोग 40 किलो से ज़्यादा सामान नहीं उठाते थे। और जो इनका घोड़ा हो, जो भी उनके साथ जो चीज़ें लादने के लिए जो चीज़ें होती थी, वो 40 से ज़्यादा नहीं होती थी। और इनका जो काम होता था ये बहुत ही ख़तरनाक डरों से, जैसे आप लोग ये लोग हमारा आप देख लिए, जब ये यारकन से आते थे, दौलत बेग ओल्दी जैसे, या आपका तखलकमन जैसे जो बहुत मुश्किल तरीन पड़ाव हैं, उन पड़ावों को गुजर के ये लोग करगिल आते थे। और करगिल में एक तरफ का एक बाज़ार लगता था, जिसमें तमाम नेशनलिटीज़ के लोग, जिसमें उज़्बेक भी आते थे, जिसमें ताजिक भी आते थे, जिसमें करगिल के लोग भी थे, हुशारपुरी लाले भी आते थे, लद्दाखी भी आते थे, तिब्बती भी आते थे। एक करगिल में एक कॉस्मोपॉलिटन करेक्टर होता था। और यहाँ तक ये जो कॉस्मोपॉलिटन करेक्टर करगिल का जो एक इम्पॉर्टेंट पड़ाव है, ये पड़ाव सन 1947 तक ये पड़ाव करगिल में ये रहा। और 47 के बाद इस ट्रेड पर बहुत ज़्यादा इफेक्ट पड़ा, इस रूट पर ज़्यादा इफेक्ट पड़ा, क्योंकि उसके बाद डिमार्केशन ऑफ बाउंड्रीज आ गई, पाकिस्तान का डिमार्केशन हुआ, उसके बाद चाइना में कम्युनिज्म आ गया, जिसकी वजह से पार्टीशन की वजह से ये ट्रेड रुक गया। और ये कहा जाता है कि 1946 में तुंगानियों का आखिरी जो काफिला था वो करगिल से गुजरा था, और ये लोग कश्मीर चले जाते थे। और अभी भी अगर आप कश्मीर जाएं, सफ़ा कदल की जो सराई है कश्मीर में, आली कदल है, या अभी भी वहाँ बोटा कदल जो कश्मीर में आप जगह है, उन जगहों को यहाँ के लोगों के नाम से मंसूब किया, क्योंकि कश्मीरी हमको ज़्यादातर बोटो ही कहते हैं। और बटा कदल, आली कदल और सफ़ा कदल की जो सराई है, जो महाराजा हरी सिंह के टाइम में इसी ट्रेड के लिए बनाया गया था। जी
एजाज साहब, आपने इस सिल्क रूट से जो मरबूत जितने भी जोग्राफियाई खित्ते हैं पूरे दुनिया में फैले हुए, ख़ासकर जो मशरक़ी एशिया या आप कह सकते हैं कि सेंट्रल एशिया, तो कुछ बहुत सारे ममालिक के आपने नाम भी यहाँ पे जिक्र किया, तो इसी से हमें अंदाज़ा होता है कि इस तिजारती शाहराह का कितनी तारीख़ी एक अहमियत है। तो एक चीज़ की एक मुअम्मा है आम लोगों के नज़र में कि ये जो तारीख़ी शाहराह है, इसका नाम शाहराह अब्रेशिम या सिल्क के नाम से क्यों पड़ा? अगर इस पर आप थोड़ी सी वजाहत करें।
हफीज़ साहब, जैसे मैंने पहले अर्ज़ किया, इस रूट का नाम 18वीं सदी में एक जर्मन स्कॉलर थे फेरेंडिन वन डॉक करके, जिन्होंने इस रूट का नाम सिल्क रूट रखा, क्योंकि ये सिल्क रूट अगर आप इसकी तारीख को या इसके रिसर्च को आप देखते हैं, इस रूट में बहुत ज़्यादा फेसेस थे और बहुत ज़्यादा डिमांड बहुत ज़्यादा चीज़ों की होती थी। जैसे कुछ वक्त में इसमें कारपेट्स, जैसे आप कालीन कहते हैं, ईरानी कालीन है या यारकंदी कालीन है, एक वक्त ये कालीन यहाँ से वहाँ से यहाँ आता था, क्योंकि दिस वाज ए टू एंड फ्रो रूट, यहाँ में सामान आता भी था, यहाँ से सामान जाता भी था। और लेकिन जब आप देखते हैं अगर ये रूट रोमन एम्पायर तक फैला हुआ था, क्योंकि रोमन एम्पायर में क्योंकि सिल्क वाज, क्योंकि जो सिल्क का ओरिजिन हुआ रेशम का, ये चाइना से हुआ। और इसमें जो आप सिल्क का अगर आप इसकी तारीख को देखते हैं, एक लेजेंड को देखते हैं, ये कहा जाता है कि सिल्क वाज ए सिक्रेसी विद चाइना, चाइना का एक सिक्रेसी था, उनका एक जो आइटम था, लेकिन सिल्क ने पूरा इनके इस नक्शे ही को चेंज कर दिया। क्योंकि उसके बाद ये कहा जाता है कि चाइना की एक शहजादी ने सिल्क वॉर्म्स को अपनी टोपी में छुपाकर उसने चाइना से आउट कर दिया। और लेकिन रोमन्स इतने क्रेजी हो गए इस कपड़े के लिए, इस सिल्क के लिए, कि कहते हैं कि बिल्कुल इतना डिमांड जब पड़ा, और जो रोमन का जो रास्ता था, जो रोम के लिए जाता था, इट वॉज कुछ पार्ट उसमें जर्मनी का लगता था, कुछ पार्ट उसके बाद फ्रांस का लगता था, तो जाके ये कहीं ग्रीस में चला जाता था। तो उसके बाद जब वो डिमांड था, और जब वहीं जो जर्मन जो स्कॉलर था, उस वक्त उसने ये कहा कि ज़्यादातर जो डिमांड ही है ये रशियन का है, तो इसीलिए उसने इस रूट का नाम ये रख दिया। और लोगों को उस वक्त कंसेप्ट ये था कि जो रशियन निकलता है यह चाइना और बाकी मशरक़ी जो ये आपका वस्ती एशिया है, वस्ती एशिया से ये सारा सामान आता था, सिल्क आता था, तो इसीलिए इसका नाम सिल्क रूट पड़ा। अदरवाइज इसमें देखिए एक वक्त इतना डिमांड स्पाइसेस का इंडिया से हुआ, किसी वक्त इंडिगो का इंडिया से ज़्यादातर डिमांड हुआ, और जब वहाँ से आता था, जैसे इसमें प्रेशर स्टोन्स आते थे, इसमें आपका मसाला जात आते थे, इसमें आपके कपड़े आते थे, कभी इसमें कालीन आता था, तो इसके अलग अलग फेसेस थे 18th सेंचुरी तक। लेकिन 18th सेंचुरी में क्या हो गया, जब जर्मन स्कॉलर ने इसका नाम ही सिल्क रूट रख दिया, तो तमाम दुनिया ने इसको एक्सेप्ट कर लिया कि ये एक शहर अब्रशम के नाम से जाना जाए। और ये जो शहर अब्रशम था, सिर्फ इसमें सामान ही नहीं आए, लेकिन आप इसमें देखिए, इट वाज एन एक्सचेंज फॉर आइडियाज़, इट वाज एन एक्सचेंज फॉर कल्चर, इट वाज एन एक्सचेंज फॉर ये दुनिया के दो अजीम मजहब, यानी अगर आप देखते हैं एक इस्लाम और दूसरा बुद्धिज़्म, ये भी इसी रास्ते से आए, फैलता फैलता ये कश्मीर तक चला गया। और कश्मीर से जैसे आप देखिए बुद्धिज़्म फैलता फैलता यारकन तक, खोतन तक जो एरिया था, इवन अफगानिस्तान तक, ये दुनिया के दो अजीम मजहब ही इस रूट के साथ, सिर्फ रेशम ही नहीं बाकी चीज़ात भी नहीं, और ये मजहब भी इस रूट के साथ इन इलाकों में आया जनाब। बिल्कुल
बेशक आपके इस तज्ज़िये से, इस वजाहत से मालूम होता है कि ये शाहरा सिर्फ तिजारती अहमियत का हामिल नहीं था, वो तो अपनी जगह पे तिजारती अहमियत इसका बचा है, लेकिन उसके साथ साथ इसने एक तहजीब और तमद्दुन को पूरे खित्ते में इस शाहरा की वजह से फैल गई। तो मैं सादर साहब से एक सवाल करना चाहता हूँ कि जैसे कि हमारा मौजू भी है कि करगिल का मकाम इस शाहरा के हवाले से, तो करगिल की इतनी अहमियत क्यों इस शाहरा के हवाले से बनती है? शायद ये 1800 ईस्वी में, जैसे एजाज साहब ने फरमाया कि ये 1800 ईस्वी में इस सिल्क रूट की यहाँ से शुरुआत होती है, तो इस तिजारती लेन देन में हो सकता है उससे पहले कारगिल उस वक़्त पूरी के नाम से जाना जाता है, तो इस खत्ते की अहमियत इस शाहरा के किनारों पर, ये खत्ता जब आबाद थे तो यहाँ पर कौन से ऐसे मार्केट थे या लोगों का इससे कैसा राबिता था तारीख़ी एतबार से, आप इसमें वजाहत फरमाइए।
हाँ, शुक्रिया खफ़ी साहब, जहाँ तक आपने ये जो सवाल किया है बहुत अहम सवाल किया है। आप अभी भी हमारे पास कुछ एविडेंस हैं, कुछ शवाहिद हैं कि ये सिल्क रूट ट्रेड का एक सेंटर रहा है। अभी मुंशी हबीबुल्लाह म्यूज़ियम तो बहुत सारे लोगों ने देखा है, इस्टेब्लिश है, सब आते जाते हैं। तो सबसे पहले मैं मुंशी हबीबुल्लाह म्यूज़ियम का जिक्र करना चाहूँगा। मुंशी अजीज़ भट्ट जो सराय था, मुंशी अजीज़ भट्ट इनके मतलब ग्रैंडफादर, तो उन्होंने जो, उनका भी ट्रेड था, सिर्फ इनका नहीं था, बहुत सारे लोगों का ट्रेड था करगिल में। तो जिस जगह में इस वक्त जिस जगह में भी हमारा ट्रेड सेंटर होता है, वहाँ पर उस ज़माने में ट्रेड जो है, जैसे एजाज साहब ने फरमाया कि उसके लिए हमारे यहाँ ऊँट तो आने का, हमारे यहाँ रेगिस्तान तो है नहीं, हमारे यहाँ घोड़ों पर, गधों पर या खच्चर और याक पर, जोमो पर भी ट्रेड होता था करगिल तक। ये बल्तिस्तान से शिगर से बल्तिस्तान से करगिल तक का जो ये ट्रेड ये रूट है सबसे सेफेस्ट और सबसे नज़दीकी रास्ता जो है हमारा है। तो यहाँ आने के बाद यहाँ पर उन घोड़ों के लिए चारा भूसे का भी इंतज़ाम या सराई का भी इंतज़ाम होता था कि लोगों को रात के वो ताजिर बैठे कहाँ। तो उसमें अभी आपको जब मैंने स्टडी किया था इस सिल्क रूट पर मुझे एक टॉपिक दिया गया था पहले, तो उसके वजह से मुझे स्टडी करना पड़ा। तो मैंने वहाँ पाया कि मुंशी अजीज़ भट्ट का जो सराय है वो अभी भी हम सब की नज़र में है, और एक सराय अभी भी आप उसी हालत में देख सकता है जो बल्ती बाज़ार इमाम बाड़े के साइड में जो मुसाफिर खाना के अभी भी कहा जाता है, और उसी हालत में है, वो डिसमेंटल नहीं हुआ है और रिकन्स्ट्रक्शन नहीं हुआ है। एक अहम चीज़ मुंशी अजीज़ भट्ट सराय और मुसाफिर खाना जो बल्ती बाज़ार के इमाम बाड़ा के गेट के अपोजिट में है, वो एक है वो खरमा वालों का था, नकजान वालों का, उसके मालिक था वो। तो वहाँ पर भी लोग को सराय भी बैठते थे। उसके अपोजिट में अबापा जो हमारा करगिल का एक मशहूर ख़ानदान है, अबापा का एक था अबापी गटो कहता था। कल जब तक हम छोटे थे हम जानते थे कि अबापी गटो बोलता था, एक्चुअली वो गटो नहीं था, एक्चुअली वो ट्रेडर्स के घोड़े रखने का वो अस्तबल था। तो उस जगह पर अभी नया कंस्ट्रक्शन हुआ है। ये दो चाड़ा पी एक तरा था, चाड़ा पी एक तरा था, चाड़ा वालों का भी एक वहाँ पर अस्तबल था जहाँ पर ट्रेडर्स का घोड़ों को भूसे का इंतज़ाम, बांध के रखने का इंतज़ाम, तो वो सब वहाँ होता था। तीसरा एक मैंने देखा कि खोजा वालों का, हमारे यहाँ पर जो कश्मीरी हजरात है जो अहले सुन्नत बरादरी के, उनका भी एक था जो अभी कारवान सराय होटल के नाम से बना है, मगर नाम वो है वो शायद उधर नहीं था, वो नीचे था जहाँ ये अभी हमारा पुराना कदीम जो बाज़ार है हमारा, ये आप बड़गबू से लेकर बल्ती बाज़ार इमाम बाड़े से आगे तक का बाज़ार कदीम हमारा बाज़ार था। तो एक चीज़ मैं आपको बताता चलूँ कि जब ट्रेडर्स यहाँ आते थे, यरकंदी लोग यहाँ आते थे, अभी भी हमारे करगिल में एक शवाहिद के तौर पर मैं आपको बताऊँ, बहुत सारे यरकंदी इस बेल्ट में आबाद हैं। अभी करगिल में भी आपको बहुत सारे ख़ानदान यरकंदी अभी आपको मिलेगा अगर आप तहक़ीक़ करेंगे। इसी तरह बल्तिस्तान में भी। तो इधर एक जगह हमारा अहम था, ये लोग ट्रेड कहाँ करते थे, चलो इनका अस्तबल और रहने का जगह तो ये सब था, ट्रेड सेंटर्स थे, मुंशी अजीज़ भट्ट सराय वगैरह बाकी इलाके जो मैंने आपको जिक्र किया। अहम जगह था हमारा ये कतिलगाह का जगह। कतिलगाह का जगह का नाम कदीम ज़माने में किला खर कहा जाता था। कतिलगाह का जगह किला खर, तो वहाँ किला था, किला भी नहीं, वो महाराजे के ज़माने में बनाया। तो हमारे लोग इतने सीधे साधे थे, जो भी गवर्नमेंट कुछ चीज़ बनाता उसको किला ही बोलते थे, वो खर बोलते थे, किला खर बोलता था। तो उस जगह पर बैठ के ये लोग ट्रेड करते थे, बाजार लगाते थे, उसका दुकान का कंसेप्ट नहीं था, तो ऐसे ट्रेड लगाते थे। तो इत्तिफाकन जब मैंने रिसर्च किया तो रिसर्च में मुझे पता लगा कि तन्मोसा नाले में फ्लड आके ये लोग फ्लड के जद में आए यरकंदी, और उनकी कब्र अभी भी मुझे बताया गया कि वहीं था कल तक। हाँ, ये हमारा कतिलगाह की जगह, उसका कदीम नाम किला खर था। तो ये एक एविडेंस है अभी भी कि यरकंदी लोग हमारे यहाँ आते थे, बैठते, बहुत सारे शवाहिद थे। और सबसे नियरेस्ट और सेफेस्ट रूट इसको माना जाता था 18वीं सदी में, जैसे एजाज साहब ने कहा कि ये 18वीं सदी में जब रेशम का ट्रेड होने लगा इस जगह पर, तो फिर शाहराह ऑपरेशन रखा। उससे पहले तो ये जनरल चंग ने अपने चाइनीज आर्मी के लिए यरकंदी घोड़ा और हमारा जांस्कारी घोड़ा, जो उस ज़माने में घोड़े से ही जंग किया करते थे, आमदरफ्त था, जंग के लिए वो यरकंदी और जांस्कारी घोड़ा लेने के लिए चाइनीज एक जनरल चंग ने इसी रास्ते का इस्तेमाल किया था। बाद में ये शाहराह रेशम बन गया। अब शाहराह रेशम अभी कुछ लोग कहता है कि ये अभी सीपेक, आपको हमने सुना है सबने, चाइना पाकिस्तान इकोनॉमिक कॉरिडोर, तो वो मुतबादिल है। उस जमाने में उधर से भी करगिल की कनेक्टिविटी थी। देखो, एक तो स्कर्दो से था करगिल की कनेक्टिविटी, दूसरा छोरबल्ला से वाई हम्बुती ला पास करगिल एक डेस्टिनेशन था, तीसरा आपको गिलगित से अस्तोर से वाई द्योसाई वाई इधर शिंगो से लेकर ये लातो वाला जो नाला है वहीं से आके करगिल एक डेस्टिनेशन था, मगर गर्मियों वाला। तीसरा एक डेस्टिनेशन था सीधा कश्मीर के लिए भी करगिल से ट्रेड हुआ करता था, वो वाई छोरबतला इधर से कहाँ से मुझे थोड़ा जहन में नहीं आ गया, ये थले पास वो जगह है। थले लगो का नाम से एक यहलू है, एक फोक सॉन्ग जो एविडेंस है, जो मैं ज़रूर बताना चाहूँगा। तो थले लगो में जब मिर्ज़ा हैदर गोरगांव ने कश्मीर पर हमला किया तो उसका जो फौज था वो थले लगो से आया। एक फोक लोग बल्तिस्तान में आम बोला जाता है उसको थले लगो की, वो यरकंदियों के बारे में ही है वो, कि उनका फौज आया, हमारे लोगों को ख़तरा है, ये वो फलान फिस्तान। तो वहाँ से आके छोरबदला मेन हमारा कदीम ज़माने से एंट्री रहा है खत्ते पुरिक के लिए। तो वहाँ से आपका ये एक यहाँ फिर वहाँ से हमारा ये हम्बुतिंगीला क्रॉस करके आगे वहाँ करसे तक के लिए भी, ज़ांस्कार तक के लिए, फिर ज़ांस्कार से किश्तवाड़ तक के लिए भी उधर रास्ता था, रूट चलता था। कश्मीर किश्तवाड़ से फिर पंजाब, फिर हिमाचल तक का भी रास्ता था। बाकी एक चीज़, इस रोड की अहमियत आज भी हम देख सकते हैं, मगर हमारे लोग उस पर गौर नहीं करते हैं। हमारे इमामबारों में जो कदीम ज़माने से जुलझना और ताऊद के जो सामान है, रेशमी जो कपड़े हैं पुराने हालत में, खुद हमारे हरदास में अभी भी 2 सेट है, तो वो भी उस ज़माने में यारकंदू ने लाके मुतारिफ किया है और मुतबर्रिक तौर पर बड़ा कीमती समझ के हमारे लोगों ने जुलझना को सजाने के लिए, ताऊद को सजाने के लिए रेशमी और सिल्क के वो कपड़े अभी भी हमारे इमाम बारगाहों में है। शुक्रिया।
सादिक साहब, यकीनन आप दोनों के इन ख्यालात से वाज़ेह होते हैं कि करगिल के जो एक मरकज़ी हैसियत इस शाहरा ऑपरेशन पे किस हद तक एक मरकज़ी हैसियत रखते थे कारगिल। तो इसका एक झलक आपने यूँ दिया जैसे वहाँ पे खरमंग वालों का भी एक जगह था हमारे, जो अभी भी उसके कुछ पोर्शंस हमारे ओल्ड बाज़ार अभी भी मौजूद हैं, हालांकि इसको रिवाइव और महफूज रखने की बहुत ज़्यादा ज़रूरत है। साथ में आपने खोजा का यहाँ पे जिक्र किया और साथ में खुद करगिल के आबा इनका जिक्र किया। तो ये हमें यहाँ से ये अंदाज़ा होता है कि एक संगम की तरह, एक तिजारती संगम की तरह करगिल की एक मरकज़ी हैसियत थी। तो मैं एजाज साहब से फिर सेंट्रल एशियन कनेक्शन पूछने से पहले सादिक साहब आपसे ये भी साथ में पूछना चाहता हूँ कि गिलगित बल्तिस्तान का इस शाहरा ऑपरेशन से क्या राबिता रहा है तिजारती और सकाफती तौर पे, तो इसको थोड़ा आप वाज़ेह फरमाइए।
हाँ जी हफीज़ साहब, बहुत अहम सवाल किया। देखिए आप 1947 से पहले का अगर आप तारीख़ देखें, ये मैंने बल्तिस्तान वालों को भी चैलेंज किया था कि आप कोई भी हिस्ट्री लिखें हमारे करगिल को आप छोड़ के या लद्दाख को आप छोड़ के लिख नहीं सकता है, क्योंकि ये इलाका एक था, ज़बान एक है, लिसान एक है। सिविलाइजेशन कभी भी नीचे से होता है। शायद हमारे यहाँ बुनियादी जो सेटलर्स हैं, जो हमारे यहाँ बुनियाद आबादकारी की बुनियाद रखी है, वो नीचे से आके लोगों ने रखी, या दर्दू ने रखा है, बल्तियों ने रखा है। बाद में तातारी यहाँ से आके इनमें मिल गया है। ये बल्तिस्तान का भी हिस्ट्री है और पुरिक का भी हिस्ट्री है, सेम हिस्ट्री है। तो बल्तिस्तान और पुरिक का एक तो लिसानी रिश्ता है, दूसरा नस्ली रिश्ता है, तीसरा मजहबी रिश्ता। अहम रिश्ता जो है मजहबी है। इसलिए आप एक बात बताइए मुझे, एक बात मैं आपको कहना चाहूँगा कि यहाँ अभी हमारा करगिल से 5 किलोमीटर पर सरहद है, इस वक्त का सरहद। तो इस वक्त हमारे संकू वाले का दुकान है करगिल में, आपको पानीखर वाले का दुकान है, वहाँ स्लुंचे वाला करता है। तो अभी हमारे बल्ती बाज़ार के जो लोग हैं, तो वो लोग यहाँ से हार्डली 30 किलोमीटर 40 किलोमीटर अंदर रहते हैं। तो जैसे कोई सांको वाला करगिल में दुकानदार था, तो उस वक्त वहाँ के लोग भी यहाँ दुकानदारी करता था। और मेरा ये दावा है, मैं ओपन कहता हूँ कि एजाज साहब यहाँ है, कि होशियारपुरियों के बाद सबसे पहला दुकानदार यहाँ बल्ती लोग थे। बल्तियों ने यहाँ दुकानदारी शुरू किया है, खरमंग वालों ने, स्कर्दो वालों ने नहीं, खरमंग वाले, क्योंकि खरमंग वाले वजारत लद्दाख में करगिल तहसील का हिस्सा था। आज भी रिन्यू रिकॉर्ड में आपको वो चीज़ मिलेगा। और उस वक्त खरमंग की आबादी 22,000 था, करगिल की आबादी کچھ 25 سے 30 ہزار کا تھا, اتنا ایگزیکٹ مجھے پتا نہیں ہے.
زیادہ تھے تھوڑے,
میں تھوڑا کرگل زیادہ تھا, تبھی جا کے کرگل نے تو تحصیل نہیں بن رہا تھا, خرمنگ کو تحصیل پر جوڑ کے یہ تحصیل بنایا تھا. تو ایک چیز یہ ہے کہ سلک روٹ کے وجہ سے یہ لوگ ٹریڈ جو ہے اسکردوں سے ہوتا تھا, اور دریائے سندھ اور دریائے سور کے کنارے آپ کو معمولی سا بھی چڑھائی کراس نہیں کرنا ہے, کہیں بھی فلڈ کا کوئی خطرہ نہیں ہے, کہیں بھی آپ کو کہیں پتھر گرنے کا خطرہ نہیں ہے. جیسے آپ اعجاز صاحب نے دولت بیگ اولڈی کا ذکر کیا, دولت بیگ اولڈی میں اتنا رسک تھا اس ٹریڈ کے لیے, آج بھی لوگوں کے جسم کے ڈھانچے وہاں پڑے ہوئے ہیں. ٹھیک ہے نا, ہمارا ٹریڈ یہاں سے شگر تک, کرگل سے سیدھا آپ اسکردوں سے آگے شگر خوبانستان تک, جہاں سے اپریکاٹ روٹ یقین کے لیے جو راستہ تھا آج سرحد کی وجہ سے بند ہے, یہ تو یقین کے ایکچولی روٹ وہیں تھا, تو بالکل پلین تھا K2 کے دامن تک. کرگل والوں کو, اسکردوں والوں کو کوئی درہ عبور کرنے کی, کوئی پہاڑی عبور کرنے کی ضرورت نہیں تھا. فلپی کی کتاب آپ دیکھ لیجئے 19ویں صدی 1905 کی جو کتاب ہے, اس میں اس نے تھالے لگو جہاں سے مرزا حیدر گورگاؤں کے فوج آیا اور کشمیر پر حملہ کیا, تاریخ رشدی جس نے لکھا ہے, تو اس کی فوج تھالے سے پاس سے خپلوں میں گھس گیا, کیونکہ اسکردوں میں نہیں پڑتا تھالے خپلوں میں پڑتا ہے, جو خپلوں کا انفلوئنس کرگل پر بہت زیادہ ہے, کیونکہ اس وقت جو ہے یہ مہاراجہ کے زمانے میں ہمارا بردو پل اور کھرول پل بنا مہاراجہ کی مجبوری تھی بلتستان کو جوڑنے کے لیے, بردو پل بنا لیہ کو اور اس علاقے کو جوڑنے کے لیے.
جگہ میں آپ کو تھوڑا یہاں پر روک رہا ہوں کہ خپلو کا جو اثر ہے کرگل پر وہ کس اعتبار سے, ثقافتی اعتبار سے, مذہبی اعتبار سے,
اس کو میں واضح کرنے کی کوشش کروں گا. ایک ہے یہ پل نہیں تھا, ہمارے یہاں دریا سرحد ہوا کرتے تھے, ٹھیک ہے نا, ابھی بھی آپ دیکھیں گے تو دریا کے پار ہمارے اس علاقے کا رشتہ آپس میں بالکل کم ہے. ابھی بھی آپ سروے کرے گا تو پتہ لگے گا, آپ 50 سال پہلے کا سروے کرو, ہرداس خود میرے گاؤں اور شیلک سے بالکل نزدیک ہے, مگر آپس میں رشتہ داری نہیں ہے. گوما کرگل بالکل نزدیک ہے, مگر رشتہ داری نہیں ہے. اس کے بلا ہمارا اسکردوں تک کی رشتہ داری ہے, ادھر سے گولتری تک رشتہ داری ہے دریا کے داہنے دانے, اور ہمارا اس زمانے کے راجوں کے حدود بھی دریا طے کرتا تھا. تو یہ چیز ایک ہے. ایک یہ بتاؤں میں آپ کو, کرسے میں ٹھیلا خاتون کو شادی کر کے لایا, کہاں سے؟ اسکردوں سے, کیونکہ اسکردوں میں مذہب تشیع کا تھا, شیعہ عقیدے کا تھا. کرسے میں سیدھا تشیع پھیل گیا, کوئی نربخش کا یا کسی اور مسلک کا وہاں ایویڈنس تصور نہیں ملتا ہے. کرگل کی جب آپ بات کریں تو کرگل تو 100% آپ کو نربخشہ فید کا ملے گا, چکتن آپ کو نربخشہ فید کا ملے گا, سوت آپ کو نربخشہ فید کا ملے گا, کرگل پراپر آپ کو نربخشہ فید کا ملے گا, سوت میں بھی آپ کو خان کا ملے گا, برو میں بھی آپ کو خان کا ملے گا, ٹھیک ہے نا. یہ ایویڈنس ہے یہاں پر, کیونکہ خپلوں میں نربخشوں کی اکثریت تھی, تو انہوں نے یہاں تبلیغ کیا تھا سب سے پہلے اسی راستے سے. جیسے اعجاز صاحب نے فرمایا, یہاں ٹریڈ ہی نہیں ہوا, یہاں اسلام بھی آیا, ایک تہذیب بھی آیا اسی روڈ سے. تو اس روڈ کو ہم فراموش بالکل نہیں کر سکتے, تاریخ کا ہمارا حصہ سب سے اہم بیک بون سمجھا جاتا ہے.
اسی سلسلے کو آگے بڑھاتے ہوئے ابھی تک آپ نے تعارف میں بھی بہت ہی مختصر وقت میں آپ نے اس کے پورے جغرافیہ کو بھی یہاں پہ بتا دیا, ساتھ میں تجارت کے ساتھ ساتھ دوسرے زندگی کے دوسرے جو ہمارے اسپیکٹس ہیں, دوسرے گوشے ہیں, ان پر اس شاہراہ کی وجہ سے کیا کیا بڑے اثرات مرتب ہوئے. تو اعجاز صاحب یہاں پر ایک بات نکل کے آگئی کہ مذہبی اثرات, آپ تاریخی اعتبار سے اس سے پہلے کہ یہاں پر آپ نے جیسے اشارہ کیا کہ اسلام اور بدھزم کا بھی یہاں سے جو ترویج ہو گئی, گزر ہو گئی, تو اس سے پہلے کرگل کس طرح کے عقیدے کو کرگل کے لوگ یہاں پہ جو یہاں کے مقامی باشندے کس عقیدے کو یہاں پہ فالو کرتے تھے, اور اس کے بعد یہاں پر اسلام کا کس حد تک اثر مرتب ہو گیا, اور بدھزم یہاں پہ پھیلنے میں اس شاہراہ کا کیا اہمیت ہے, اس پر آپ روشنی دیں.
خفیع صاحب آپ دیکھیے, جیسے ساجد صاحب نے بھی اشارہ کیا, کرگل یعنی جسے ہم تاریخی پرک کے نام سے جانتے ہیں, 16ویں صدی میں یہاں اسلام کی اشاعت ہوئی, اور جو ہمارے تبلیغ کار جو تھا جو ایران میں سے تشریف لائے تو یہاں اس سے پہلے یہ جو پورا ایریا تھا آپ کشمیر سے دیکھیے کیونکہ میرے پاس میوزیم میں ایک میپ ہے جو کہ سری لنکا کے کسی میوزیم میں نے لیا تھا. اس میپ سے پورا پتہ چلتا ہے کہ پورک جو ہمارا علاقہ تھا یہ ایک بہت بڑا سینٹر تھا بدھزم کے لیے. اور جب یہاں آپ تاریخی شواہد کو بھی دیکھتے ہیں چاہے آپ دراس میں جو ہمارے پاس جسے لوکل لینگویج میں چومو اور چوچو کہتے ہیں تو جو سیخبو کے ساتھ جو آپ کو جو یہ مائتریا کچھ اسٹیچوز ملتے ہیں اور اس کے ساتھ ساتھ جو کچھ جگہ ہمارے یہاں ہیں جیسے شسکور ہے سلیسکوٹ ہے یا باقی جو دوسرے جگہ ہیں یا اسکدمرس ہے تو اس کے ساتھ آپ آگے آ کے جائے آج ہمارے پاس کرگل میں جو مائتریا اسٹیچوز کی میں جو بات کرتا ہوں جسے ہم فیزر بدھا کہتے ہیں چاہے وہ ملبیک میں ہے چاہے وہ کرسکھر میں ہے چاہے وہ آپ کا دراس میں ہے چاہے وہ آپ کا اپاتی میں اس سے آپ کو پتہ چلتا ہے کہ کرگل ایک بہت بڑا سینٹر تھا. اور لکیلی اپنے ریسرچ کے دوران 2 سال پہلے جب میں کرسے علاقے میں گیا تو مجھے کچھ ڈاکومنٹس ملے یعنی جو کہ تقریباً یہاں پر جو سنگھ نمگل کے ٹائم کے یا ان سے پہلے کے جو رائل چارٹرز تھے جس میں کہیں جگہ یہ بھی لکھا گیا ہے کہ اس جگہ میں جا کے یہ فلانا لاما جا کے اس جگہ میں عشت کرے گا. تو یہ جو ہم دیکھتے ہیں ریسرچ میں یہ پورا ایریا کشمیر سے لے کے یارکن تک یعنی سینٹرل ایشیا کا بھی آپ دیکھ لیں جہاں افغانستان میں بامیان وغیرہ یہ پورا بدھسٹ ایریا تھا یہ پورا. اور لیکن آہستہ آہستہ لیکن بعد میں میرے پاس کچھ ڈاکومنٹس آج بھی میوزیم میں ہیں جب اور اس وقت جو تبلیغ کار تھے یا جو مسلمان جو تبلیغ کرنے یہاں تشریف لائے تھے جو ایران سے انہوں نے کوشش کیا کہ سب سے پہلے وہ راجگان کو مذہب اسلام کی طرح حائل کرے مذہب اسلام کے بارے میں ان کے بتائیں. اور کچھ ڈاکومنٹس میرے پاس ایسے ہیں جو ڈاکومنٹ جس میں آدھا فارسی میں لکھا ہوا ہے اور آدھا بدھک میں لکھا ہوا ہے. اس سے مطلب یہ لگتا ہے کہ راجے کو پہلے سمجھانے کے لیے وہ فارسی میں ہے تاکہ راجا پھر اپنے رایا کو بتائیں کہ جب میں نے اس چیز کو ایکسیپٹ کیا تو تم لوگ بھی اس چیز کو ایکسیپٹ کرو. ان چیزوں سے پتہ چلتا ہے کہ یہ جو پورک کا ہمارا علاقہ تھا اور یہ جو ہمارے پاس تاریخی شواہد ہے. اور میں یہ بھی کہوں آج کی اس میں ڈاکومنٹیشن میں اور مونومنٹل جو چیزیں ہیں آج ہم لے سے بھی بہت آگے ہیں لیکن بدقسمتی یہاں ریسرچ نہیں ہے یہاں ڈاکومنٹیشن نہیں ہے کچھ ان کی طرف ہم نے زیادہ دھیان نہیں دیا تو اس وجہ سے اس ایریا میں اتنا یہ شواہد پتہ نہیں چلتا ہے کہ کسی وقت میں یہ ایریا جو ہمارا پورک کا ایریا تھا یہ بدھسٹ سینٹر تھا. لیکن بعد میں جب تبلیغ یہاں ہوا اور ایریاز میں جیسے پہلے صادق صاحب نے کہا کہ نوربخشیہ کا تبلیغ ہوا کیونکہ وہ ریسرچ سے بھی پتہ چلتا لیکن اس کے بعد پھر شیعزم کا جب یہاں تبلیغ ہوا تو اس پورے علاقے نے شیعزم کو قبول کیا. اس کی وجہ سے یہ جو بدھسٹ ہماری جو چیزیں ہیں یا جو ان کے تاریخی شواہد ہیں ان پر اتنا دھیان نہیں دیا گیا. جی
تو یہ ایک تاریخی حقیقت ہے کہ یہاں پر پہلے اسلام کے اشاعت سے پہلے پورک میں بدھزم لوگ اس عقیدے کو مانتے تھے اور اس کے تاریخی شواہد اور آثار آج بھی پورک میں ایسے نادر شواہد موجود ہیں. تو اس میں ہمارے اس بحث میں کارگل کو ایک مرکزی حیثیت شاہراہ ابریشم میں کس طرح ایک تاریخی اعتبار سے یہ گفتگو ہیں. لیکن جب اب ہم دیکھتے ہیں کہ کارگل کا ایک بین الاقوامی حیثیت اس وقت بالکل مشخص تھا اس شاہراہ کی وجہ سے. تو اعجاز صاحب کہ یہاں پر سینٹرل ایشیا اب سینٹرل ایشیا وسطی ایشیا جس کو اردو میں کہتے ہیں تو سینٹرل ایشیا اور اس شاہراہ کا جو کنیکشن ہے اس کو آپ کس نظر سے دیکھتے ہیں؟ حالانکہ آپ نے پہلے ہی اس کے جغرافیکلی اس کا تعارف کر دیا تھا تو یہ کس طرح سینٹرل ایشین کنیکشن کرگل کے اہمیت کو اس تاریخی حیثیت میں اور بھی دوبالا کر دیتے ہیں؟
جناب کیونکہ یہ جو سلک روٹ ہے اس کے ساتھ جب تک آپ سینٹرل ایشیا کو نہ جوڑیں میرے خیال میں یہ بالکل بحث یا جو یہ جو ان وقت چیزوں میں جو ریسرچ ہو رہا ہے نامکمل ہے. وسطی ایشیا کا آپ دیکھیے نہ صرف لسانی نہ صرف مذہبی بلکہ ایک کلچرل جو مثال کی طور میرے پاس تقریباً میوزیم میں تقریباً 10,000 سے زیادہ آرٹیفیکٹس ہیں جن آرٹیفیکٹس کو میں نے نام دیا ہے آرٹیفیکٹس آف سینٹرل ایشیا ایز ویل ایز سلک روٹ انکلوڈنگ کرگل آرٹیفیکٹس. اس میں آپ دیکھیے خاص کر میں یہ آپ کو بتاتا ہوں جو ہماری جیولری ہے خاص کر جو لڑکیوں کا جو کیونکہ آج سے تقریباً 3-4 سال پہلے میں نے دلی میں ایک ایگزیبیشن انڈیا انٹرنیشنل سینٹر جو منسٹری آف کلچر کے ساتھ شاید دیٹ واز دا فرسٹ ایگزیبیشن جو اس پیمانے میں ہوا تھا جہاں ہم نے 16 سینٹرل ایشین کنٹریز کو جمع کر کے ان کے ایمبیسڈرز اور ان کو بلا کے ڈاکٹر کرن سنگھ صاحب خود تشریف لائے تھے اور ہمارے ساتھ تقریباً 45 منٹ ہمارے ساتھ بیٹھے، جس میں ہم نے تمام سینٹرل ایشین کنٹریز کے ایمبیسڈر کو دلی میں بلا کے ایک ایگزیبیشن کیا تھا جو 10 دن کا ایگزیبیشن تھا، جو سینٹرل ایشین اور کرگلی آرٹیفیکٹس، دیٹ واز ون آف دا سکسیزفل ایگزیبیشن. اور انڈیا فرسٹ ٹائم منسٹری آف ایکسٹرنل افیئرز، منسٹری آف کلچر اس لیول پہ کر رہا تھا. جب ہم نے وہ آرٹیفیکٹس وہاں جو کرگل سے تقریباً میں یہاں سے 100 کے قریب آرٹیفیکٹس کو لے کے گیا تھا، تو جب وہ سینٹرل ایشین کنٹریز کے ایمبیسڈرز آ گئے وہ میرے سے کوشچن کرنے لگے، خاص کر جو ٹیکسٹائل، جیسے صادق صاحب نے ابھی کہا کہ وہ جو ریشم جو آتا تھا جسے شاہی کہتے ہیں یا جسے امپیریل سلک آپ کہتے ہیں، یا باقی قنخاب جو ہے، یا بالکل جو ہمارا ابھی ہمارے کرگل میں جسے ہم یہ بولتے ہیں گوشن وغیرہ، یہ تو سارا وہیں سے آتا تھا. جب ان کپڑوں کو دیکھے وہ ہم سے کہنے لگے یہ کپڑے آپ کہاں سے لائے. اور اس کے ساتھ جیسے میرے پاس آج کوائنز ہیں، جیسے سکہ، چاہے وہ میرے پاس 5 لاکھ کی ایک کرنسی ہے، چاہے وہ جس پہ مسقال ارمچی، جس پر مسقال یارقن، جس پہ کرو، جسے وہ کرو بھی کہا جاتا تھا. اور جہاں مسلم انفلوئنس اور جہاں بدھسٹ انفلوئنس ہے، بدھسٹ اور مسلم دونوں ہیں، ان ایریاز میں ان کوائنز پر ٹبیٹین میں بھی لکھا ہوا ہے، ٹبیٹین اسکرپٹ میں جسے ہم ایگے کہتے ہیں، اور اس کے ساتھ فارسی میں بھی وہ لکھا ہوا. اور اس سے یہ پتہ چلتا ہے جو کچھ کوائنز میرے پاس یارقن کے بھی کچھ کوائنز ہیں، میرے پاس ارمچی کے بھی کچھ کوائنز ہیں، اور تاجکستان کے بھی کچھ کوائنز ہیں. کیونکہ اگر آپ سلک روٹ کو دیکھتے ہیں، سلک روٹ یہ سلسلہ پھر جیسے انہوں نے کہا کہ شرائع قراقرم جو آج سپیک کا جو وہاں سے دیکھیے گلگت بلتستان، گلگت سے جا کے وہ روٹ سے پھر وہ ختلان جہاں شاہ ہمدان کا مقبرہ ہے، یہاں تقریباً ہم 800 کلومیٹر دور اگر ہمارا یہ راستہ چھوڑ دیتے ہیں، ہم یا ختلان سے 800 کلومیٹر کی دوری پر ہیں تاجکستان سے. کیونکہ دیز آر دا سیزنل روٹس، دیز آر دا موسٹ کمرشل روٹس جو اس وقت تھے. لیکن بدقسمتی آج اس کی وجہ سے ان روٹس کو بند کر دیا گیا ہے. لیکن انہی روٹس کو بھی جب آپ اس سینٹرل ایشیا کے نقشے کو دیکھتے ہیں اور کرگل کے لوکیشن کو دیکھتے ہیں، لداخ کے لوکیشن کو دیکھتے ہیں، یہ ڈائریکٹ جا کے آپ کو ختلان تک ملتا ہے. تو ختلان سے اس کے بعد پھر آپ ازبکستان بھی جا سکتے ہیں، آپ تاجکستان بھی جا سکتے ہیں، آپ کرغزستان بھی جا سکتے ہیں. اور جو ایک اس کے ساتھ ساتھ کھانے کا جو اثر ہے ہمارے اوپر، جسے ہم ڈائٹری امپیکٹ کہتے ہیں، جیسے پلاؤ ہے یا سموسا ہے، یا جیسے ہمارا آپ دیکھیں ہمارے ادھر جیسے ساسیج کہتے ہیں، ننگ کہتے ہیں لوکل بولی میں، یہ ساری چیزیں آپ دیکھیے اس کا جو انفلوئنس ہے یہ سینٹرل ایشیا سے یہاں تک ہی نہیں، کشمیر تک. میں خاص کر ایمبرائڈری کی بات کرتا ہوں، قالین بافی کی بات کرتا ہوں، اور کشمیر کا جسے آپ اسے نصف وسط ایشیا بھی کہہ سکتے ہیں، جیسے کشمیر کو آپ نصف ایران کہتے ہیں، اس طرح نصف وسط ایشیا. کیونکہ جتنا بھی ایمبرائڈری آپ دیکھیں، کیونکہ شاہ ہمدان کے ساتھ صرف مذہب نہیں آیا، شاہ ہمدان ایک انڈسٹری کو لے کے آیا، تمدن آ گیا. اس سے یہ پتہ چلتا ہے کہ کرگل کا جو کنیکشن تھا یہ ڈائریکٹ سینٹرل ایشیا تک، میں نے پہلے کہا کہ یارقن تک بھی اس کا یہ ہمارا سلسلہ جو ہے یہ چلتا تھا.
بے شک اعجاز صاحب، آپ کے اس گفتگو سے ہمارے اس بحث میں کافی حد تک یہاں پہ ہم ایک ماحصل چاہتے تھے، اس میں کافی حد تک یہ مدد ملی ہے کہ کرگل کی جو اہمیت ہے وہ کس حد تک اس میں تھا وہ واضح سے واضح تر ہوتی جا رہی ہے. تو میں اب اقتضاء وقت کو مد نظر رکھتے ہوئے صادق صاحب سے میں یہ ایک عرض چاہتا ہوں، آپ سے وضاحت چاہتا ہوں، عرض کرنا چاہتا ہوں کہ یہاں پر جو سینٹرل ایشیا سے پورے جڑے ہوئے شاہراہ تھے، جس کا نہ صرف تجارتی اہمیت تھی، ایک اس کا ایک مرچنڈائز امپورٹنس تو اپنی جگہ پہ ہیں، اور ساتھ میں یہاں پر ایک ثقافتی مذہبی پورا ایک مطلب ہم ایک تبدیلی یہاں پہ اس شاہراہ کی وجہ سے دیکھتے ہیں. تو ایسے میں ہمیں لگتا ہے کہ اب بیچ میں بعد میں پارٹیشن کی وجہ سے، ملک کی تقسیم کی وجہ سے، جیسے ایک ہی دیوار کی دوری کے وجہ سے جو ہم اپنے رشتہ داروں سے، جیسے آپ نے پہلے بتایا کہ رشتہ دار ہر دست کے بہت زیادہ ابھی بلتستان میں ہے بنسبت خود کرگل کے ایڈجسنٹ ایریاز کے. تو ایسے میں ہمیں ان ثقافتی سماجی رشتوں کو بھی بحال کرنا اور اس تجارتی اہمیت کو بھی بازیاب کرنا، اپنے اس شان رفتہ کو دوبارہ بازیاب کرنے کی ضرورت ہے. اور کرگل جو ایک بہت ہی اہم تجارتی مرکز تھا، اب اس کے آثار اب بھی ہیں، لیکن اس کے حالات جتنی توجہ جانی چاہیے اتنا لوگوں کی طرف سے بھی حکام کی طرف سے بھی شاید اس پر نہ گئے ہوں، کیونکہ اس کے تاریخی اہمیت ابھی لوگوں کو زیادہ واضح نہیں ہے. تو اس کے شان رفتہ کو بحال کرنے کے لیے، ریوائیو کرنے کے لیے کن کن اقدامات کو بہت ہی ترجیحی بنیادوں پر کرنے کی ضرورت ہے تاکہ یہ بڑے سرعت سے زیادہ دیر نہ ہو اور یہ شاہراہ اور اس شاہراہ کی وجہ سے ہمارے دوسرے زندگی کے شعبوں پر ایک اچھا اثر دوبارہ مرتب ہو. اس پر آپ کا کیا نظر ہے؟
شکریہ خفی صاحب، آپ نے بہت اہم نقطے کی طرف آپ نے اشارہ کیا ہے جو میرے دل کے بھی، اب ہم سب کے تمام کرگل والوں کی یہ چاہت بھی ہے. کیوں؟ اس لیے کہ اس میں انسانی رشتہ جڑا ہوا ہے، انسانی ایک معمہ ہے، انسانی ایک معاملہ ہے. تو آپ 1947 سے پہلے جب ہمارا یہ سرحد وغیرہ نہیں تھا، یہاں پر بارڈر وغیرہ نہیں لگا تھا، تو آپ امیجن کیجیے، آپ اندازہ لگائے جی کرگل میں کس قسم کی گہما گہمی ہونی چاہیے. کرگل اگر یہ سلک روٹ کا دوبارہ اگر یہ کھلتا ہے تو آج جس طرح پاکستان میں لاہور کی اہمیت ہے واگا کی وجہ سے، جیسے امرتسر کی اہمیت ہے واگا کی وجہ سے، تو ہمارا کرگل امرتسر کی حیثیت اختیار کرے گا.
صحیح بات.
وہ اس لیے کہ یہ ایک تو اس میں انسانی رشتے آپس میں بچھڑے ہوئے ہیں، آپس میں بہت سالوں سے بھائی بہن، ایون میاں بیوی بھی بچھڑا ہوا ہے. ہم نے ایک سروے کیا ہے، اس سروے کے مطابق 9000 فیملیز ڈیوائڈ ڈائریکٹ انڈائریکٹ اس سائڈ میں صرف، جبکہ خود میں بلتستان گیا تو بلتستان میں ہمارے کرگل کے ہی کرگل لداخ پر بولتا ہے، وہاں کرگل اور لداخ کے لوگ جو ہے وہاں پر اسکردو کے اندر ہی 285 فیملی ہے. اسکردو سٹی کے اندر، ابھی گاؤں دیہات میں بھی بہت سارے لوگ ہیں. کراچی کے اندر 280 فیملی کرگل والے ہیں، کرگل لداخ والے ہیں. تو ان کا بھی ایک تڑپ ہے اپنے گھر دیکھنے کا، اپنے آبا و اجداد دیکھنا، اپنے کسی عزیز کے میت میں شامل ہونے، اپنے کسی عزیز کی شادی میں شامل ہونے کی یہ تڑپ ہے. تو اگر یہ روٹ دوبارہ کھلے تو کرگل کو وہ مقام واپس ملے گا جو آج سے پہلے سینٹرل ایشین ٹریڈ سینٹر کی اہمیت تھی کرگل کو. تو آپ دیکھیے اس روٹ نے کیا کیا دیا کرگل کو. اس روٹ میں سب سے پہلے آپ نے کہا، جیسے اعجاز صاحب نے کہا کہ صرف یہاں پر ٹریڈ نہیں ہوتا تھا، مذہب بھی. ابھی ہم فخر کرتے ہیں ہم شیعہ اسلام ہیں، تو ہمیں فخر کرنے کا موقع اسی روٹ نے دیا ہے. اسی روٹ سے آیا ہے، کہیں اور سے نہیں ہے. آپ کو یہ اسلام نہیں آیا، اسی روٹ سے آیا ہے. اچھا، اس کے بعد آپ کو لٹریچر دیکھو، بلتستان کے یہاں مرثیے پڑھتے ہیں، نوحے پڑھتے ہیں بلتی شاعروں کے. تو یہ کہاں سے آیا ہے؟ ادب کے میدان میں بھی بالکل وہیں سے آیا ہے. تو یہ کیا ہوتا تھا اس ٹریڈ میں؟ ایک خوبصورت چیز ایک چیز یہ تھا، کیونکہ ہمارے لوگ بحیثیت لیبر کام کرتے تھے اس ٹریڈ میں. پوری کے لوگ، بلتستان کے لوگ، کرمان کے لوگ، خپلوں کے لوگ بحیثیت پورٹر کام کرتے تھے. تو آپس میں یہ لوگ کہیں ڈسٹینیشن پر رات گزارنا پڑتا تھا. تو محرم کے ایام میں کوئی بلتی نے مرثیہ پڑھا تو پورک والا بھی سیکھتا تھا، پورک والے نے کسی کو اٹکیانلو پڑھا تو بلتستان والے. ایک کلچرل ایکسچینج کا ایک ذریعہ تھا، کلچرل ایکسچینج کا اور مذہبی ایکسچینج کا بھی ایک ذریعہ تھا. اب دیکھو، ابھی سروے کرو، ہمارے یہاں کے جتنے بھی آغاز ہیں سعید سے، یہاں جتنے بھی سعید ہیں وہ کرس کے. 80% سعید جو ہے کرس، کیونکہ شیعہ انفلوئنس کے بعد جب سعید محمد شاہ کرس نے یہاں پر تبلیغ شروع کیا تو اس نے کرس سے سعید یہاں پر موقع آپ منجی کے سعید دیکھ لیجیے، آپ اقچمل کے سعید، آپ ادھر کے سعید دیکھ لیجیے، اب پورا سورو کے جتنے بھی انفلوئنس یہاں خپلوں کے تھے، جتنے بھی اخون یہاں آئے ہیں وہ خپلوں کے ہیں. اب ان سے جا کے پوچھ لیجئے، جتنے بھی سعید ہیں وہ کیرس کے ہیں. تو اسی روٹ کی وجہ سے یہاں سے وہاں بھی، وہاں سے یہاں بھی ایک کلچرل ایکسچینج، ایون نیرنگ سسٹم. ایک چیز اس زمانے میں ایک نیرنگ سسٹم تھا. بالکل نیرنگ سسٹم یہ تھا کہ بدھسٹ اور مسلمانوں میں دوست ہوتے تھے، جو رشتہ داری ہوتی تھی، رشتہ داری نہیں، رشتہ دار سے بھی بڑھ کر نیرنگ ہوتا تھا، بانڈ ہوتا. جب کوئی سکیوربو چند کا، خود میرے دادے کا ایک نیرنگ تھا سکیوربو چند والا، تو وہ آ کے میرے دادے کے پاس بیٹھتا تھا. میرا دادا آگے لیفٹ ٹریڈ کے لیے جاتا تھا تو سکیوربو چند میں اپنے نیرنگ کے پاس بیٹھتا تھا. تو اتنا خوبصورت ایک کلچرل ایکسچینج، ایک نیشنل انٹرنیشنل. ہاں، تو یہ تھا. وہ ہمارے ہوشیار پوری سرداروں کی وجہ سے بھی، آپ ادھر بلتی بازار میں جو سکھ ہیں، ہمارے سکھ بھائی ہیں، ہندو بھائی ہیں، ان کے ساتھ جو ان لوگوں کا جو ریلیشن ہے
آج بھی
جو آج بھی ان کے عید مطلب وفات میں شادی میں جو آپس میں جو تعلق داری ہے اس کو آپ آج بھی محسوس کر سکتے ہیں.
جی بے شک اس شاہراہ نے ایک کرگل کی جو موجودہ ایک حیثیت ہے، ایک مقام ہے جو بہت ہی خوبصورت ہے. یہاں پر کمیونل ہارمنی ہے، جیسے اس میں ہوشیار پوری سکھوں کا ذکر آ گیا، یہ بھی اسی شاہراہ کی دین ہے. اور اس میں بدھسٹ مسلم، جیسے آپ نے اس میں ہمارے ایک اصطلاح جوڑ دی نیرنگ کا، جس کو آسان اصطلاح میں لوگ نیمشن کہتے ہیں، نیمشن یود ذرے. تو یہ اب اس کے پرت در پرت ہمیں بہت سارے اس شاہراہ کے دیے ہوئے بہت سارے فائدے ملتے ہیں، جن کے ایک تاریخی اہمیت پر یہ جو گفتگو ہے بہت کم ہے. آگے اس پر تحقیق ہونے کی بہت زیادہ ضرورت ہے اور گنجائش بھی ہے. تو پروگرام کو آگے بڑھاتے ہوئے میں اعجاز صاحب سے آخر میں یہ پوچھنا چاہتا ہوں کہ اس کے ریوائول میں کس حد تک کتنے شعبوں نے کام کیا ہے، اور ابھی آگے اس شاہراہ کے شان رفتہ کو بحال کرنے اور اس کی وجہ سے جو انسانی مسائل پیش آئے ہوئے ہیں تقسیم کی وجہ سے، جیسے صادق صاحب نے جن کی طرف تفصیلاً واضح کیا کہ ایک انسانی مسئلہ جو درپیش ہے لوگوں کو، تو ان چیزوں کے تدارک کے لیے اس شاہراہ کے کو بحال کرنے اور بازیاب کرنے کے لیے آئندہ کیا کیا اقدامات کرنے کی ضرورت ہے، اس پر آپ کا بھی نظر بہت یہاں پہ اہم ہے.
خفیع صاحب، جیسے صادق صاحب نے بھی عرض کیا، اس کو ریوائیو کرنے کے لیے خاص کر سب سے پہلے کرگل میں ہی اس چیز کی ضرورت ہے. جو ہمارا ینگر جنریشن ہے، ہمارے جو بدقسمتی اتنی ہے کہ ہمارے جو ینگر جنریشن، چاہے وہ اسٹوڈنٹس جو ہمارے ہیں یا ریسرچرز ہیں، وہ لوگ ریسرچ کی طرف نہیں جاتے، اکیڈمک ریسرچ کی طرف نہیں جاتے، کیونکہ ایک ہمارا مائنڈ سیٹ ہے ڈاکٹر بنے، انجینئر بنے اور کچھ نہیں بنے. میں بھی اس روٹ کی روایت، اور لیکن ہندوستان سے زیادہ یا لداخ سے زیادہ اس روٹ پر فورن یونیورسٹیز میں بہت کام ہو رہا ہے، بہت کام، جس میں کرگل کے امپورٹنس کو لے کے، لداخ کے امپورٹنس کو لے کے کہ یہ روٹ لداخ میں اس کی کیا اہمیت تھی، کرگل میں اس کی کیا اہمیت تھی، خاص کر جو آکسفورڈ یونیورسٹی ہے یا ہیڈلبرگ یونیورسٹی جو جرمنی میں ہے یا بون یونیورسٹی. کیونکہ میں خود بھی انٹرنیشنل انسٹیٹیوٹ آف بدھسٹ اینڈ ہمالین اسٹڈیز سے جڑا ہوں، جو کہ بون میں ہے، اور جس کا ہمارا مین سینٹر جہاں سے ہم کام کرتے ہیں. ہم نے کرگل کی تاریخ پر پہلی ایک کتاب لکھی جو پورک کے نام سے، ان انٹروڈکشن ٹو دا پورک. اس میں ہم نے سٹارٹنگ میں ہی ہم نے اس میں اسی سینٹرل ایشین میوزیم کا، کرگل کی، اس کا ہم نے ذکر کیا. اور جب ریسرچ میں ہمیں یہ لگا، کیونکہ فارنرز کو اس میں بہت زیادہ انٹرسٹ ہے، لیکن جب ہم ان کے ساتھ بیٹھتے ہیں، بات کرتے ہیں، وہ کہتے ہیں نو، آپ کا پہلا جو یہ ہونا چاہیے یہ ادھر سے. لیکن بدقسمتی یہاں پر ہمارا جو ایک کیا یہ کہیں، اس ریسرچ کی بہت زیادہ کمی ہے، کیونکہ اس میں اتنا ریسرچ، جبکہ ہمارے پاس سب کچھ ہے. جہاں بھی میں جاتا ہوں، مجھے انڈیا میں یا انڈیا سے باہر لیکچرز کا یا اس طرح موقع ملتا ہے ورکشاپس میں، تو میں ان سے کہتا ہوں یس دیز آئی پوزیس آل دیز تھنگس، یہ ساری چیزیں میری ہیں، لیکن آئی ایم ناٹ اتھارٹی آن دس تھنگ، کیونکہ اس چیز پر مجھے اتنی اتھارٹی نہیں کہ میں بول سکوں، کیونکہ اتنا مجھے پتہ نہیں ہے، چاہے جو گھر میں تھوڑا ملا یا بزرگوں سے تھوڑا جو مجھے ان چیز کے بارے میں ملا. لیکن آج بھی اگر آپ ہمارے یہ ڈاؤن بازار کو، جسے ہم اپو بازار کہتے ہیں، جسے ہم کیروان بازار، کیونکہ جی ہاں، کرگل ایک آف شوٹ ہے سینٹرل ایشیا کے لیے. جتنا کرگل سے ایزی ہم سینٹرل ایشیا کے لیے ہیں کہ، لیکن اس میں اب تھوڑا یہ ہے ہندوستان اور پاکستان کا ریلیشن ٹھیک ہونا چاہیے. پھر کیونکہ کانفیڈنس بلڈنگ میجر کے لیے ہندوستان ایک سب سے بڑا، اس راستے کو اگر ہم اوپن کریں، جو کانفیڈنس میجر ہندوستان اور پاکستان کے بیچ ڈیولپ کر کے، اسے اگر ہم، کیونکہ یہ سب سے بڑا پیسفل راستہ ہے، اور اس کے تھرو ریسرچرز یہاں آئے، جیسے صادق صاحب نے کہا کہ بلتستان کا ایک بہت بڑا اثر، چاہے وہ لسانی حساب سے ہو، رشتے کے حساب سے ہو، تو ایک جب یہ روٹ کھل جائے تو اس میں ایک ریوائول یہ ہو سکتا ہے کہ خود انہوں نے ہمیں ایک موقع ملا کہ ہنو میں ہم نے ایک فیملی کو تھرو اس کے فیس بک کے ذریعے، جب یہ پاکستان چلے گئے، اس فیملی سے ہم ملے جس کے وہاں رشتہ دار تھے, اور صادق صاحب کے تھرو ان فیملیز کا ایک یہ ملن ہوا. تو اس طرح ایک جو سب سے پہلے ہم ایک جو انسانی جو ہمارا رشتہ ہے اس کو ریوائیو کر سکتے ہیں. آٹومیٹیکلی جب یہ ٹریڈ کھل جاتا ہے, یہ راستہ کھل جاتا ہے, تو ایک ریوائیول اس میں ضرور آ جاتا ہے. ہم یہ کہیں کہ گلگت بلتستان تک ایک ہمارے راستے کا اور ریوائیول کا جو ہماری ہسٹری ہے, جو کلچر, باقی اس کے بعد یہ تو بہت بڑے لیول پر بات ہے, لیکن اس میں ہمیں سوچنا ہے, ہمارے ینگر جنریشن کو سوچنا ہے, ہمارے پالیسی میکرز کو سوچنا ہے, انڈیا کے گورنمنٹ کو سوچنا ہے, پاکستان کی گورنمنٹ کو سوچنا ہے کہ کس طرح اس روٹ کو کھولے. ایک ریوائیول ہم سلک روٹ کے کلچرل اور ہسٹوریکل اسپیکٹ کو لے کے ہم یارکن تک, ہم اس کا نام کیا ہے, تاجکستان تک ایزیلی ہم پہنچ.
تو بے شک یہ وقت اب ہمیں اجازت نہیں دے رہے ہیں, تو اس گفتگو کو سمیٹتے ہوئے ہم اس بات کو یہاں پر واضح کرنا چاہتے ہیں کہ شاہراہ ابریشم کے حوالے سے کرگل کی ایک تاریخی اور مرکزی حیثیت رہی ہے, ایک تجارتی مرکز کے طور پر, اور یہاں پر بہت سارے لوگوں کا ملن اور بہت سارے آئیڈیاز اور خیالوں کے ملن ہے جس پر تحقیق کرنے کی ضرورت ہے. اور ہمارے دونوں ماہرین نے اس بات پر زور دیا کہ خود ہمارے مقامی جو ریسرچرز ہیں ان کو غیر جو یہاں کے لوگوں کے علاوہ جو جتنے بھی مغربی ممالک میں ریسرچ ہو رہے ہیں اس کے علاوہ ہمارے نئے جو جنریشن ہے ریسرچرز ہیں ان کو زیادہ توجہ دے کر اس شاہراہ کی بحالی کے راستے تلاش کرنا بہت زیادہ اہم ہے, تاکہ یہ جو بند جو وسٹا ہے, جو ونڈو ہے مغربی ایشیا کے لیے, کرگل کے جانب سے یہ دوبارہ کھل جائے. اسی امید پر کنکلوڈنگ ریمارکس کے لیے اعجاز صاحب آپ بہت ہی کم مختصر الفاظ میں.
میں اس میں سب سے پہلے یہ بتانا چاہتا ہوں خاص کر ریوائیول کے لیے, جیسے لداخ یونیورسٹی ہے ہماری, اب اللہ کے فضل سے ہماری ایک یونیورسٹی بنی, اس میں اگر ایک ہمارا سینٹر کھل جاتا ہے سلک روٹ اسٹڈیز, اسلامک اسٹڈیز کے لیے, جیسے کشمیر یونیورسٹی میں آپ دیکھیے سینٹر فار سینٹرل ایشین اسٹڈیز ہے, اس طرح اگر لداخ یونیورسٹی میں ہمارا ایک سینٹر کھل جاتا ہے, اس کی وجہ سے ہم لوگ بہت زیادہ ینگر جنریشن کو اس کی طرف راغب کر سکتے ہیں, اس کے امپورٹنس کو سمجھا کے, اس کے ہسٹوریکل اسپیکٹ کو سمجھا کے, اور ایک جو کلچرل اور ہمارا ایک جو ہیومینیٹیرین ریلیشن ہے اس کے لے کے. لیکن اگر ہمارا ایک سینٹر لداخ یونیورسٹی میں کرگل میں ہمارا ایک اسٹڈی کھل جاتا ہے ہمالین اسٹڈیز کو کر کے یا سینٹرل ایشین اسٹڈیز کو لے کے, تو یہ اس کے امپورٹنس کو سمجھنے کے لیے کرگل کا مقام اس میں کیا تھا, ہسٹوریکل اسپیکٹ کیا تھا, تو یہ ایک بہت ہی بڑا اقدام ہوگا. اور اس کے ساتھ ساتھ ایسے بحث وغیرہ, ایسے جو ہمارے ڈسکشنز ہیں جس میں ایک فروٹفل لوگوں کو خاص کر پتہ چلے کہ ہاں بھائی کرگل کی بھی ایک حیثیت تھی, کرگل کی بھی ایک تاریخ تھی, کرگل کی بھی ایک اتنی خوبصورت ہسٹری تھی. اس چیز کو لے کے کرگل کو ہم ایک طریقے سے ریکمنڈیشن کر سکتے ہیں اور کرگل کے امپورٹنس کو ہم آگے لے سکتے ہیں.
بے شک تو گفتگو کو ہم یہیں پہ روک رہے ہیں, اور ہم لداخ اکیڈمی آف آرٹ کلچر اینڈ لینگویجز کی جانب سے ہمارے دونوں ماہرین اعجاز صاحب اور صادق صاحب, آپ دونوں کا بہت بہت شکریہ ادا کرتا ہوں کہ آپ نے اپنے بہت ہی اہم اور زرین خیالات جو تاریخی شواہد پر مبنی تھے ان کو ہمارے ناظرین تک پہنچایا. تو اسی کے ساتھ آپ لوگوں سے اجازت چاہتا ہوں. بہت بہت شکریہ.
July. On the occasion of Ladakh Literature Festival, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to present yet another beautiful song and dance from the region of Jangthang. Jangthang is the highest region in east of Ladakh, and the people here, they rear yak, sheep and goats as their main source of livelihood. And the world famous Pashmina wool comes from the goats of Jangthang. Jangthang is also famous for its distinct dance form called Jabro. On this beautiful occasion, we are going to present a soulful dance of Jabro for all the viewers out there enjoying the beautiful occasion or the event of Ladakh Literature Festival. Please enjoy.
dola dilik so talilo machala ju das bushin tsangalar mo na bakyo se na ju das bushin tsangalar mo na bakyo se na ju
Baltis as an ethnic group are quite fond of festivities and celebrations, and different traditional festivals are celebrated on different occasions around the year. Among such celebration is related to the festival of flowers, the Mendok Tanmo. According to the ancient traditions, the younger lord of the village and other enthusiasts fix a specific date on which they organize a trip to the mountains, where they sing and dance to celebrate the joy of the onset of the summer season, which has been beautifully manifested by the performing artists through this lovely Balti ghazal. While they return home, they bring with them flower bouquets as a mark of love and respect to the elders and near and dear ones.
Welcome back. Our session for today is The Legacy of Late Sri Tashi Ragyas, an eminent Ladakhi scholar. A conversation between Ngawang Tsering Shakspo and Sri Murup Namgyal, moderated by Rinchen. Ngawang Tsering Shakspo is a well-known Ladakhi writer who has worked at the JNK Academy of Art, Culture and Languages and was the chief editor and the head of Academy in Leh for about 2 decades. He has authored several books, which include A Cultural History of Ladakh, amongst others. Presently, Ngawang Tsering is the director of Center for Research on Ladakh and the editor of Ladakhi Review Journal. Sri Murup Namgyal is a renowned Ladakhi folk singer, dramatist, narrator, folklore exponent, and lyricist. He was conferred with the prestigious National Award Padma Shri by the Government of India in 2004 in recognition of his outstanding contribution to the nation. Murup Namgyal worked on a documentation project of folk songs and Kesar Saga of Ladakh with the Ladakh Cultural Academy. Rinchen is an independent journalist and also the former founding and editor of Reach Ladakh Bulletin. Presently, she is a media fellow with the Energy and Resources Institute, TERI, New Delhi. Join us for an interactive session with our eminent scholars where they pay tribute to the legendary late Sri Tashi Ragyas.
So the topic for the session is the legacy of Sri Tashi Ragyas. So I am in conversation with very senior speakers, 2 senior speakers, Murup Namgyal and Ngawang Tsering Shakspo. So before starting the session, I'm going to brief a little bit about the background of Tashi Ragyas. So Tashi Ragyas was a very well-known scholar and historian of Ladakh. He devoted himself to Buddhist philosophy and its ways of life at a very early age. Many initiatives and research in other areas about Ladakh have benefited from him, as he is an expert not only in Tibetan, Boti language, but also in English language. Besides being a scholar of the Mahayana and Vajrayana Buddhism, he devoted himself to Buddhist philosophy and its ways of life at very early age. He played many roles, like he was the in charge of Ladakhi program Radio Kashmir Srinagar. He was appointed as lecturer Buddhist Studies Delhi University. He also worked as information officer with Jammu and Kashmir government. And he is also the founder president of Ladakh Cultural Forum Leh. Besides, he has been the secretary of Ladakh Buddhist Association and member General Council Sahitya Academy in New Delhi. Besides that, Tashi also worked as an education officer in Ladakh Ecological Development Group, an NGO, and he is also one of the founding members of International Association for Ladakh Studies. So now he is no more. So I'll request Sri Murup Namgyal to introduce him or say ajang le tenenge changme sang mula tangi ajang le ngi tio molen samara ajang Murup Namgyal le tenenga ta daksa mele ngatang nang yampo metenok ngata daksa kung tong ste ngatang nang yampo dalte tal dek almost dek chokshik song teno halale tene ngata sorches la tio sor ngina ajang Murup Namgyal le tene khong nang yampo mangemo yot kyak tene chagla sang mamang pucho ste inokse mola halale tene ajang le kazuk shik molen ngera e khong nang yampo kazuk shik chagla zatin ya kazuk shik zatin teves ko lal sapishik molna hala ajang le
kasaju somala jule yotemitan metetan dete medanyam ba ngatang la sina tuk mijgin pin kaur gatak tukchunam dunchi parla gatutsupa wananyam pumanyel del nyemol spin engejete o ba yu wanla pajigna sapi pajikazu bel tene ngajasko Ladakh nam pet sordu sina azom j'apprécie yes Janel Septi juxdu ma officiel pin tene buma rangakaru jal juanyampo ngata ngai la jumiri cast of danes munam gel song tashir gel bote ko onla la yankar yede zestes ma ampaj mayons lo bin spe aba laxpa tispa aba laxpa balkan yakar song moram mala balkan tene na mana tako semme mi ngeras gordung mardung achang machar juxumba sin no lole Nera non penso che si schiot malora zespa. Teo nga man bano ospana kashir biajik sepa amlara. Mana tel digans nera ale. Ospana korte onsana kursi telde chika akbar jikselin nang jikse. Yeteza na jujus nyata. Koma ranga kashir bias oti kursi ka. Ale nera non penso che si schiot Schiot pasana tene nga jana ska kosa tans koma jana Divina, kata shegela namik mispaji, ma namik chikpaji dukche si pesal sasna. Amatans ko soso jikidu nora ana yelo kharji matans nyampoze ne yalzes. Kharji zo tanyera ale don tans kurbanye samta mana bagar tanse mons ko tanse donneto samkanjons ko kani ale. Tenna snampe papa tukpa taki mancha bazar tayi donat pinju. Tenis ferer demo çık ma şaçsın tek ayo arale. Kuma pezgik samayon çimeli pezgik yoçesi pezgik sna pe pezgik ba pe pezgik te pezgik bunena pe pin konspasana sarmana şuk çemenjo. Yaşimiye geldi tane sar şuk sigorpen ba. Cicesin mutlu branteo sar şuk stanse. Sevillik onu çizaçin biçemunis molara. Atete mane işkapteno bu kalezes ve işkapmata atsak nyateno ba. Teno ko anzagi top boz molara. Mamani remek sorte jalta ole. Tenen gena jakshi ge jaga ama pandap chung jikta ta lokpa kirkijin namse izo changpung na pungpa ga scam shi namse yati duble. Ama skot pitok punga bodara muto yong he amale uri kyonsel tuwa molara. Kasale zite song yara konrai hejik zop jikta se uri done skildo nga tansira. Tanspasana ta gareno shamma no pa luyonchen ba lutong molara. Kasa lutan lezes yana. Teni te kanyera ale. Kanskar pola ashelgi icholortela skuar laxno juka suluji. Despa ama çoğunuz komane hala çarpsal. Madem aslında ngaje dramatik çöçün norantena fitan alole kasale nyetan despa koran logique soman somju yanşigan reflexion un azen japon juxat pinira telu jashinga laps tapsena divina drama double tena tansa topju to pasana tanzina alinge kautanjun Stillas käselus poyan yangu Gavenye moi uyulen pada Gavenye moi uyulen pada Zakan botansani manate dibi gamaz genata once more zetin olopcho kalistan gena lantok chik tangol lantok nis tangos mana lantok sumsum supa tangos jo Teo sombasana Teni maninga manate sama mana tapchan manangarang hepak nang poso chanjit sorju nge teni ngera ale jakachi gi janata ilu norandis yang ata recording train malara ta recording train mal pasana ngera ale jaksi gi janga lu jans ngera jante sombasana shagaranika information office kudukpa te ngera skusha spinam gels kundun limu salatatuk yatena tsogla kansare ka tsunami tabla salatatuk ne machine nabi harmonium salatatuk yale tene ngera nge recording chiste kale songmesan tanya juche tonda poteven ma goma ran stage ka pinkanbo ma mingun dun lang won chukanbo chor chukanbo ka ta shirbe juksin yang tena tsogla ma recording tangpo chukanbo tena skujab stashira bia juksin ye sambena nge pya lamenang lama kongmenong kongma ranjini ngatang las pasang me pya kongma skutin chen mojik tang mojik juksin Dasaika Justinju, tene testing na yara ale, tanga, ajan sonam nurus kete duk, tene jung ilasika chat, assistant information officer ka, tene I drama ama chokan sak nora chesong hai, jispa, tene drama choche silchit po nga kaltena, kong information laskaju, ta nga te kurubo, mardemo sorle mane, nge choktong laksmo yara pat dog juksa jumane, nge jawani dashin batale, te mane, Kyokchik mana juksa ngale mana teo stopchan na ngachan chache singira nyampo kyong chosan salat zadat pinju Znatok pitok majasam azum sekete yerale kachos sosansala zadatpin. Yatena zogla yerale mi misena kastes mi trampojik mi migidunla mi chanla tong te yotna tene tashira piazinju. Misena mi mani randot metkanjik ju janton zatkanjik mana chize sokta inna zugi mana chitok don tankanjik na chitok bonte dulkanjik officer jik na kashokchik ma tashira pias tongju. Yeah, ta mana dingmo ta to ang tu rajena mek ta mana mana matong kazugi matong zena o ta lanchik tong yarale che zena nga disi altab zakanjet yarale kawe ngaje lamdon taskita lamdon la seket tas ngate te tu yarale cholam sa drone jiten drone tansosena zug zak baswa dawas sab na isko te isko dingmo so te ka katrash be chogla langsman man ne balance çok olan nasıl pe galle mazeran despo che mazeran no nie no chachin da se zuzete madik pozitif ya o te tananga te tukşo zikşesi yira
jikta mane moya khalam mane mathong zete mola rakhala jale tene inang daksa itsox migun mijagun ma sode chane nok samara ki ngata itsox migun nang pong mija thukte ngata mi thangme rangra mi chena role model mi ri gyon khalale tene jangle tene ngata memele daksa ngata nang yam pudal ches pong ngata Ladakh se rigju kam mashante kyong chenmojik yong stemano kazuk shik molen tevi ka ngata nang khongai kane ngata tong sa chik po ngata Ladakh se ya ma dark days je mana le ta ngata ma sode met kane jak chik toshik teche shik toshik mana kazuk shik molen na jangle tevi kale
ako migis kes pane parlang atang tong san on la ju tong sa son tong sa os banyarale inna I mingun tongches po ma pans pa chen mo yang music mana gay be tong sa ma tazam chik ni aba shite nga tazam chik serka ma yarale ne meo ka ve nga chos wanle amir tamba ka ve nge mi se chos nge mi yo tong sa nga shite shiga ma yarale tam chik sunja prashira Kimaran tamayon se mama serka yon denbarang matang sange ki amma ka chinmojigin nokju ena ko I jikten kundur gawe lu gawe na lu ngira gyana chuksum gyana chonga tu ir gyana chonga na lu chuksum nie pia dis mur nam yal kara I lu tong hez tingira lu chuksum kundur gawe zoskari il win na yarale gyana chonga na lu chuksum nie pia dis ranjina ina ma yotam chik lu te man nge matang kan chik mana mechu mana tashia pia singena chinla bitsulla ya mani chize chokta kale ngira ale mani nge lame chulla aba me chulla kare achotan yogon no me chulla siwana antena ni lu tan tan ni tushia ngira ale kon yerges kon pel zakani pi information na ale tena ngira ale zingtang yurer gan chat sorry Don Mespas, sonam major tan bujorsun changira. Ta sonam nurbite sanira yergas. Yom pampo agar dug zanate yergas kompen ar pampo. Sonam nurbite la miduk tan buduk ta tenna togla mo yera aleman kuma dans sedang sku chercher ce là. Ski chijik tisno. Kanetino, hindina atino, urdina atino, angrezina atino. Budigina tamana ene mana como lugun sweet town from yara hago atene gola jo skat po hago na teo skat no lugo sujiga hago etna lu hago tenna tenete skat po la yarga shechino molteo molten skat po matan shia mano skat po matan un sada no mutu bola tia sada no ale juspa matan to no spena ngati lui no junglu ni no ye Temun yeja artist gunis kalna tenis fi sarchen teo masala pechen no bortana pechamine tetya tenei sangma tongshike yang dang yang songbasan ne ka si larjik chunjang chimana ya kul Ini kira teo santa dur chen pe ni amma message na yalga tan 사진마도 되는 공화세 밀다고 내가 터진다. 저들 잠시 링셀 공화스 스토리가 부르다. 대외 공포대 오면 파지 라마지 스케이스북 탐파지 뭐 잔톤 조간지 공녀랑을 카쇼 찍는 거 찍는 거 다 스쿠샤프트시르 비스 스쿠샤스트시르 비즈라 귤 장진이 공화당 아만스케스 파나팔라 트롱시고 셋카파 인능 이소세 미군 마티퍼나 스케체스포 마나가셰스포 마팡스파송 마기엇파 찬지클루스 인능 다코이 somkani lugun yang kong stankani lamgun kong dikani gyaldabsgun kong tinkani yargas kong pelgun mata tsale rukse temun sila zatna temun nikal laglen zatna nye sambena ngata skadiga mashante yuja yon or samara teneskat korang na korang shia manok skat ngatang tsum stadano mulatin teo kazuwi kaale juata nyampo teneskat po rangskat po mata po lu foksong collectiosiyot yatenatola jikten kundurgawe lu somatateyot tenteun ngeja artist gunis salen juzo mostengera ziksangera kon I jikten kundurgawe lu jukan bina lu gyana chuksum duble lu gyana chuksum bina lu chuksumbo nye pia distowajo murub namgyale piale nye tangchesi piale te stauni turuti da tsogla balanguni betsorti da tsogla ka ruskyot nanga jugmane tide skyodat nyarale yanga met kamet lu tangchugat nyale nye yang spirit chigma khachan jugo sharak ma dibina nga lu tangzane tenenge tezana singata laasi mesko aba Eliezer Jordan tang ama konga esko ma tsayong tangsa nyemon murub rang wala na ina amolra in despa o amal hame putsai na amolra inle wa tenekora lu ta amana skat por demara torena I TV gonte tong e goston amata amolra aba ama esko nga TV jignosikons te TV us kontenera nga lu tangchuk ziksam samshi nga ta shiriga teneteng la rinchan nang yashat sorarakle tenatogla yera ale tene skushars tashira pies Gunlo ma tonpo skeskot ngati par la juxpa yang skot tangchespo ma hang jiksongacho ngacho sipi angel tare acho yoro nomo aba ama ngara e aba tamana chungtu laitu ang merak ngerang ale meme ishe samba lamyot samba trongstyang ni mikna chikarchin nakshin matangstin samshik dang koi saktia skuspur la me pulsana makatak shik sarsar jikteka pula songte tene denbarang atesana chimara tamayonspa buma national shanteka sequence tene ziksangera kons kuspuri kana rinshel manamangpo inkane trosdugaju ota teve starzino te mibo ma dubaj ginpin nyamshung ginpin gyala ginpin randot metkan ginpin jandon samkan ginpin su jigang tenamul ngira rangzan zo rangozgon smanka achechen azena lakpa yugan dul malatin tesong basana tene skuse juk mulangatang nija sangme zixtior to ngira shanga geologic saltena tena rezgar exceptiona kushurik namseskyodu karu thuk nangyara ale ha o molen skyoda zallo tiwa karu tinang te tiwala tilan mani tiwa chik tinagera tilan manar gya yipya salata to gajuman tesam ko shesgo sabmon nang kengo zabmo yetkanbo ngangara migne tongkantang namcho sarkando mene janma yang sangme chi samat chi mola zarkanbo nga amane ralnyak tiktama teka nartas medle ka tashirges nye migne kazuwa tong nye sema kazuk char nye namchok ne kazuwa sor jukanbo tene ngeja samkan langya la mana kwa serna chusi chu ngera serna met pa rose tam setan sinju nye jua tenain kazuk kong ngera ngatan shejiga ngatan skadiga marchiwa tan sistan yotin yang teos kepchisi pia kong chiba gansum mise gama skutse gama zatin tene te kong zatkan bo tola cha machuga tene ngatan chiki molte minuga ngera kana zerkan bo migne tongo sano teo ngachani no orste kong jaltana tsam chik molte na teo ngatan migi dunla tene dangdiringera le ngata matches만 metano chi 상마 yetno 상매상 각잔보 tene Ladakh spa innani ngata skadiga yasha joshis skadik ken goshes skadik tangoshes jungwinchik zurinchik tereare juatne skadiga nangmechona tene ngata teole yarges mani mizerina tola margyazir
Skadik izok salpo juste molches pola matukje che chena inangata tu singata exam je izok sala mero halale tene tukje che izok gol de muchos de salpo juste molches la tene ajang le tsok dangang masude chansora rakche zena nga ketenang nistong chuksomena memele nang yampo nga reach ta kana editor nga interview cho che skapshik to halale tene te zaneng ngata mi nang ngara espera sola nga khong nang yam tukte izok espera tang che to halale tene ajang le ta ina sering shole koi male yang po kazuk shiki relation lose tene kazuk contributions inangi kong iske culture academy nang chala khala le kong mochte request ourselves ngawang sering pole tene ajang le ngawang sering le ngira kazuk shik kong nang yang po experience gun lose chia jana ngata memele tashirab gizlam man is mang project award mang project top to khala leng shik molen tene ngira request en tangira ikana wa age khirchesla ajang le
kasa tene ngi kuja tashirab giz kolla tene kuja tashirab giz demba le ma khata chmuji juste katkan mus kolla ngi mo pochi jimba tene khondang tangpo jal khabole nga khong tanyam po thukchet punya nga le chu tong bugya tukchu rangishi na le khachula songpin nga le te tene pala nga khong khaspain kan bo nga shesin tansu khong somba po khong som po jigira somba po sela das kadi ngi dischat ye man pa yang le khong hinji yana english le te la khong sanskrit ma gala khana kya le khong urdu ma gala khana kya le khong skarna khaji gina nya le ma khata ju ye chu ba nya yo mata kazu zena katunya le coin te de tlu jusum bugya ngapu ngaru binanya le ira jala le singatim da singla le tene buda janti jo pale te bo sistatinya songi songa biale te te zene nyara le kon septi gatal ko le mucha tanyam po nyara le te chale zat kyarle te man pa nyara le kon mixal du nyara le pancherim po nyara le ci sogle transator yana cons ka duplo sulla coni c'è zato generale tengate delle tu si spera generale te con tu unique generale te panchani puchana ne puchale zato generale te juma be generale te panchani puche con bote generale con la soluzione generale con la ta scuola sulla mia perigi posto generale mungi sanction natale ma po tutto sabanga semana generale tene tashila gasi molto ngai suengo masalan mane manem nya ranga sante salto generale tene panchari mbuji te sunga mo ko chazot nya ko athenti gatana tene te sunga ro generale ki wakran te masan nya le ki penebu thuk thate salte no la kanto generale te na nya po yanga tashila gasi kundu na po generale nga sudut ma po jena chaches skap so generale tene suppose nya jinnu bu ya jal tene junga ba na nya ta sira biasa paga persona nya le ta sira ya mo chetu mo le nga khong kenan mo kan bon nya le je na khong ma demba le ma ne tu yuning jin nya le te lama ko ma mo na nya po le misal dunya le jawari bo chale panchan lim bo che tene tu la ko so ba ko la lim bo che nya le khong to yu tu la ma ko ji dat kyak le te khong la da sa chhala ja kan ko ta ko ma ne ma ta ji sha da nya le khong le ma ne kurang ngira le ngai yulu de nya special la sum gute le tu tum bu gadun fina special ngira le te special mas ka tawe tu ne tu sia ngira le te ngara academy na yo de nya le te second edition ya yang tenche ni stom chi par gap se ni principal le te da sa te special man tu ba mi ngira le te special gun le te ne te sin nya ko la da si gadap dia de tanong le te ko gadap de kan le te ko gadap po le mas ka ta gute no ngira le tene te man panira le da ji shop nya le ko yer gel kon pe kan skola ni juna nya le ko information department la ipille tene khona te sabbar bu nya le khona dis le Tele khona te ka chi jongata le te pakhan gala me pasanya la lakman dis te pari adu tula pins te khona te shu nyata ma kitchen ngala le tunda bungi tiu je pala la mane chi jongala le I astum ches ngala le te khapi choche ma tudo chemo chanji ge pinanya le teninga da ksa tiu mara panyana le I da se ngata idrem bugis kan bugina le ngata la saman pa yang jarat pa yang sigal pa kan sko jira le te phi just ni da sai yang chung jinya le da sai angrezi na ni district le te tiu ni ko la mata da sai siltan samara ngala le te tiu sin bi chema question le. So I say a few words about Tashi Rabjas, an eminent Ladakhi writer, a scholar, and a poet of repute, as well as the maker of modern Ladakhi literature. I call him the maker of modern Ladakhi literature. It's because Tashi Rabjas has done so much for the promotion of Ladakhi language, that is, I can't give much explanation about that. If I tell something about Tashi's life, Tashi was born in the year 1927 in Sakti village, situated at the distance of 50 kilometers from Leh town. He obtained his basic education from primary school Semde, situated at the distance of 7 kilometers away from his home, Sakti. After that, he moved to pursue his further studies in Leh. No doubt, Tashi was a brilliant student of his time, so his parents sent him to Kashmir for higher education. To get Srinagar, he walked all the way from Leh to Srinagar, which took him about 16 days to get there. Upon getting to Srinagar, Tashi Rabjas obtained admission at Sri Pratap College, popularly addressed by the people as SP College Srinagar. Here he studied up to the graduation level. I vividly remember that Tashi used to talk about the scholarship of Pandit Sridhar Kaur, the person who in his service career in 1949-50 served in the education department of the government as the inspector of school in Ladakh. He said that Pandit Dulu was not only a kind person to him, but at the same time his mentor, and he had achieved so much in his lifetime because of his good guidance. Here in Srinagar, he also came into the contact with Kushok Bakula, who was at that time popularly addressed as the head Lama of Ladakh. At that time, Tashi was a young and energetic person. Of his studies at Srinagar, Kushok Bakula was the lone member of Jammu and Kashmir Assembly from Ladakh. In around 1952, Kushok Bakula appointed Tashi Rabjas as his private secretary, and with that, he remained with Kushok Bakula for many years. In 1956, he joined Kushok Bakula in a cultural mission sponsored by the government of India to Burma, the country presently known as Myanmar. Tashi Rabjas also was in the delegation for the World Fellowship of Buddhist Conference in Rangoon. The other important participants in the Buddhist conference was Dr. Bhimrao Ambedkar, the architect of Indian Constitution. Tashi said to me that he somehow get very close to Dr. Bhimrao Ambedkar in Rangoon, and by seeing him, Dr. Ambedkar questioned Tashi about where do you come from. When Tashi said that he is from Ladakh in India, by hearing the reply, Dr. Ambedkar responded with only one word to Tashi, said, learn English, means English Sikhi. Around the same time, Tashi also visited Tibet. The other person Tashi used to talk about was Kachin Ishetunduk, the great Ladakhi scholar who did a commendable job for revitalization of traditional Ladakhi culture, as well as to give new twist to centuries-old Ladakhi culture and customs. Tashi used to address Kachin as his spiritual master. Tashi said that he learned Tibetan language and literature from him, and Kachin remained as his spiritual teacher for a very long time. No doubt, Tashi was an eminent Ladakhi scholar, historian, philosopher, poet, and singer, beside that a Buddhist scholar of repute, who dominated the cultural and literary scenario of the region for more than half a century. I saw Tashi for the first time in Srinagar in the year 1962. Very young, and I was in Srinagar along with some 17 Ladakhi students on a vacation. I think at that time Tashi was a Ladakhi news reader at Radio Kashmir Srinagar, and he gave a lecture before us saying that you students must learn science. I think Tashi served Radio Kashmir as broadcaster in Ladakhi for many years, and during that time or before, he composed dozens of modern songs which helped to bring some kind of social awakening among the oppressed Ladakhi people under Dogra regime and later by the bureaucrats coming from Kashmir to run the administration of Ladakh. After serving Radio Kashmir, I understand that Tashi moved to Gangtok, Sikkim, and here he worked as the Government of India Press, Gangtok, and served as assistant editor of a monthly journal titled Yelka Kompel, Development and Progress. In those days, Sikkim was a kingdom, and the Government of India Press was established in Sikkim to propagate the development that India is making in the field of science and technology through the medium of Tibetan language. After that, in the year 1960, Tashi briefly worked as lecturer in Tibetan language at the University of Delhi. Around 1964, Tashi got appointment in the Information Department of Jammu and Kashmir as Assistant Officer, Information Officer Leh. During his assignment as Assistant Information Officer Leh, Tashi did a commendable job by publishing a monthly journal, Yelka Kompel, in Ladakhi language to educate the people of Ladakh about the development activities carried by the state government in the field of socio-cultural sphere. Here I am to say that in 1975, I was a candidate for a post in the Jammu and Kashmir Academy of Art, Culture, Languages. There was a selection board constituted by the academy, and interestingly, I found Tashi as the language expert, and he instantly selected me for the post. With that, I remained in touch with Tashi till his last breath. On my request, as well as his sheer love for literature, Tashi wrote more than 100 articles for the Academy Ladakhi publications, and I, as editor of the Academy's journal, availed the opportunity to read all his compositions. In around 1980, Tashi published his book on Ladakh history, the book which was not only welcomed by the scholars community of Ladakh, but at the same time, all walks of people, those who were interested in the field of Ladakhi history. His other well-acclaimed book is Ladakhi folk songs, about which I already talked. For his contribution in the field of Ladakhi literature, Tashi was conferred prestigious award in the year 1990. Prior to that, in the year 1986, he was again conferred prestigious robe of honor by Jammu Kashmir Academy. He was also a recipient of Dogra Ratan Award from the Dogra Sansthan. Tashi was
in Ladakh, and it was a very unfortunate day that we lost him recently. And thank you so much, Ajang Lezuk de muchos de mola zaches ngatai. Karung in nangata khong a document gun khong kitab tam jige zuk song khong kazu contributions jige teo nge sambena document just the bor kota yung just contribution teo document just the bor just nge sambena ma khakchan jik samar khala jangle thukje che jangle tene zuk salpo just the molches la tene ajang ngorom nam gel yang izuk salpo just the molches la thukje che tene rewa chen khong I las gyala gun ngata kule ngata chahe culture academy indo ya young department gun indo I gune mal demo chose document chose thu thang ma yo chis tane thu gun la yo sta den zer kan bore wachin thukje cheng iskala le.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to present a beautiful dance performance from the rich cultural heritage of Ladakh. from the valley of Zanskar. Zanskar, you must have heard about it. It's world famous for centuries-old Sani Gompa, Kanishka Stupa, Lama Naropa's Zonkul Cave, and many other heritage sites. Zanskar is also famous for its adventurous sport of Chada Trek during winters. The delicious butter and the melodious song of Ale Yato is highly appreciated and recommended all over Ladakh. From the valley of Zanskar, we are right now, today, presenting the beautiful and the melodious song of Ale Yato. They are inviting all the friends for merrymaking and enjoy this moment in their life. Wishing a very healthy life of all our viewers. Ale Yato for all of you.
Oh
बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम। यूनियन टेरिटरी ऑफ लद्दाख के महकमा सयाहत की जानिब से लद्दाख लिटरेचर फेस्टिवल इस साल तिब्बी मुश्किलात के बावजूद अब फ़ज़ाए मजाज़ी के तवस्सुत से इस फेस्टिवल का अहतमाम किया जा रहा है और यहाँ ज़िला करगिल में लद्दाख एकेडमी ऑफ़ आर्ट कल्चर एंड लैंग्वेजेस और महकमा इत्तलाआत के इश्तराक से मुख्तलिफ़ मौज़ूआत पर इस सिलसिले में प्रोग्राम्स का अहतमाम किया जा रहा है, जिसमें पैनल डिस्कशंस, मौसीकी और दूसरे शोबों के हवाले से प्रोग्राम्स का इनेकाद किया जा रहा है। इसी सिलसिले के कड़ी के तहत आज एक उर्दू मुशायरे का अहतमाम किया गया है। हालांकि लद्दाख में यहाँ के मादरी ज़बान का उर्दू से दूर दूर का वास्ता भी नहीं है। उर्दू लैंग्वेज फैमिली के एतबार से संस्कृत से ताल्लुक़ रखते हैं और यहाँ लद्दाख में बोली जाने वाली बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमान शीना शायरी के एक मोतबर शख्सियत हैं, तारुफ का मोहताज नहीं, और जनाब हाजी मोहम्मद हुसैन साहब जो करगिल के तारीख़ पर और करगिल में सयाहत के मैदान में इनका एक मुनफरिद नाम है। और साथ में हमारे आज के इस महफ़िल में हिस्सा ले रहे शोरा और उनके अस्माए गिरामी में यहाँ पर इनका ज़िक्र करना चाहता हूँ। जनाब मोहम्मद अली खुमार तुमेली साहब, जनाब मोहम्मद अली आशूर साहब, जनाब मोहम्मद जवाद जालिब साहब, जनाब अशरफ अली सागर साहब, जनाब हाजी मोहम्मद अली नौशीन साहब और ये नाचीज़ नासिरुद्दीन खफ़ी। तो मुशायरे का बाकायदा आगाज़ करने से पहले, चूँकि पहले ही ज़िक्र हुआ कि इस साल बहुत सारे तिब्बी मुश्किलात और इनके चलते यहाँ पर बहुत सारे अदबी सरगर्मियाँ मुअत्तल रही। बकौल फैज़ अहमद फैज़ के, न गुल खिले हैं न उनसे मिले न मैं पी है, अजीब रंग में अब के बहार गुजरी है। तो फिर भी हमारे यहाँ कल्चरल एकेडमी के काविशों के बदौलत इन अय्याम में बहुत सारे ऐसे अदबी प्रोग्राम्स का इनेकाद किया जा रहा है, जो एक बहुत ही अच्छी बात है यहाँ अदबी सरगर्मियों को बढ़ावा देने के लिए। तो इस मुशायरे का आगाज़ मैं सबसे पहले जनाब मोहम्मद अली खुमार साहब इनके इस्तकबाल के लिए ये शेर कि तुम आ गए हो तो कुछ चांदनी सी बातें हों, ज़मीं पे चांद कहाँ रोज़ रोज़ उतरता है। तो इस शेर के साथ मैं जनाब खुमार साहब से गुजारिश करता हूँ कि आप अपने कलाम से इस महफ़िल को रौनक बख्शें।
शुक्रिया खफ़ी साहब। बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम। ऐवान सदारत में तशरीफ़ फरमा एग्जीक्यूटिव काउंसलर जनाब मुबारक शाह साहब, हाजी मोहम्मद हुसैन साहब, अहमद खान जवान साहब, बाकी शुरा इकराम, अस्सलाम वालेकुम। कुछ इशार में साथ लेके आया हूँ, लेकिन उससे पहले एक छोटी सी कथा है उर्दू के ही बारे में कि खुशबू की दुकान है उर्दू, खुशबू की दुकान है उर्दू, आशिकों की ज़ुबान है उर्दू, आशिकों की ज़ुबान है उर्दू, खुशबू की दुकान है उर्दू, आशिकों की ज़ुबान है उर्दू। और झांक कर देख ले ज़रा इसको, एक झांक कर देख ले ज़रा इसको, झांक कर देख ले ज़रा इसको, एक हीरे की कान है उर्दू। शुक्रिया शुक्रिया। एक हीरे की कान है उर्दू। कुछ गज़लें में साथ लेके आया हूँ, तो उससे पहले 4 मिसरे एक कथा की कि ख़याल माह अंजुम ने दरख्शां कर दिया मुझको, ख़याल माह अंजुम ने दरख्शां कर दिया मुझको, कि इसको कब से फिर से माह तावां कर दिया मुझको। ख़याल माह अंजुम ने दरख्शां कर दिया मुझको, कि इसको कब ने फिर से माह तावां कर दिया मुझको। कि नवे दानम की खाकी को है क्यों शौक़े जुनू ज़्यादा, नमे दानम कि खाकी को है क्यों शौक़े जुनू ज़्यादा, नमे दानम कि खाकी को है क्यों शौक़े जुनू ज़्यादा, कि शौक़े दीद ने एक सोज़ पिन्हा कर दिया मुझको। शुक्रिया। कि शौक़े दीद ने एक सोज़ पिन्हा कर दिया मुझको। एक गज़ल के कुछ इशार कि इसी फ़ज़ा में ही उठता हूँ दूर तू भी नहीं, इसी फ़ज़ा में ही उठता हूँ दूर तू भी नहीं, तेरे वजूद से बेबहरचार सू भी नहीं। शुक्रिया। तेरे वजूद से बेबहरचार सू भी नहीं। और मकीन अर्ज़ मुक़द्दस तो मैं नहीं लेकिन, खफ़ी साहब, मकीन अर्ज़ मुक़द्दस तो मैं नहीं लेकिन, तेरे मकान से परे मेरी आरज़ू भी नहीं। शुक्रिया शुक्रिया। मकीन अर्ज़ मुक़द्दस तो मैं नहीं लेकिन, मकीन अर्ज़ मुक़द्दस तो मैं नहीं लेकिन, तेरे मकान से परे मेरी आरज़ू भी नहीं। और मैं एक कोशक नापायदार में गुम हूँ, शायर से कि मैं एक कोशक नापायदार में गुम हूँ, हुसूल मस्कन पाइंदा मेरा खूब ही नहीं। शुक्रिया। हुसूल मस्कन पाइंदा मेरा खूब ही नहीं। और खड़ा हूँ तेरे मकान के करीब ही लेकिन, खड़ा हूँ तेरे मकान के करीब ही लेकिन, तेरे हरीम में आऊँ मैं बावजू भी नहीं। शुक्रिया। खड़ा हूँ तेरे मकान के करीब ही लेकिन, तेरे हरीम में आऊँ मैं बावजू भी नहीं। शुक्रिया। कि मैं देखता हूँ तेरा अक्स दूर ही से सही, मैं देखता हूँ तेरा अक्स दूर ही से सही, मैं देखता हूँ तेरा अक्स दूर ही से सही, वो गर्ची तेरी शबाहत से हूबहू भी नहीं। शुक्रिया। वो गर्ची तेरी शबाहत से हूबहू भी नहीं। और ये मक्ता कि गमे फ़िराक़ भी एक शोरिश निहा है खुमार, गमे फ़िराक़ भी एक शोरिश निहा है खुमार, कि शौक़ यार से खाली तेरा लहू भी नहीं। शुक्रिया। कि शौक़ यार से खाली तेरा लहू भी नहीं। اگر صدر محفل کی اجازت ہو تو اور ایک چھوٹی سی غزل کہ گرتی ہیں خش تو گارائے دیوار کیا کریں، عرض ہے کہ گرتی ہیں خش تو گارائے دیوار کیا کریں، گرنے کو یہ مکان ہے تیار کیا کریں، شکریہ، گرنے کو یہ مکان ہے تیار کیا کریں، اور درد جگر کو بیچ بھی دیں کوڑیوں کے دام، عرض ہے درد جگر کو بیچ بھی دیں کوڑیوں کے دام، ملتا نہیں ہے اس کا خریدار کیا کریں، شکریہ جی، ملتا نہیں ہے اس کا خریدار کیا کریں، درد جگر کو بیچ بھی دیں کوڑیوں کے دام، ملتا نہیں ہے اس کا خریدار کیا کریں، اور یہ عرض ہے کہ ایسے یہاں ہے اس دل کلفت زدہ کے داغ، ایسے یہاں ہے اس دل کلفت زدہ کے داغ، جیسے خزاں زدہ کوئی گلزار کیا کریں، شکریہ، جیسے خزاں زدہ کوئی گلزار کیا کریں، اور پڑھتے ہیں جن کو نامہ دلدار کی طرح، عرض ہے کہ پڑھتے ہیں جن کو نامہ دلدار کی طرح، رہنے دے آج ان کو بھی اخبار کیا کریں، رہنے دے آج ان کو بھی اخبار کیا کریں، اور یہ شعر خاص طور پر کہ بے خانماں ہے آج زیاں خانہ جگر، بے خانماں ہے آج زیاں خانہ جگر، ایسے میں گھر میں آنے کا اصرار کیا کریں، شکریہ، ایسے میں گھر میں آنے کا اصرار کیا کریں، اور یہ مقطع دیکھیے کہ رہنے دو رنج کو دل مضطر میں ہی خمار، رہنے دو رنج کو دل مضطر میں ہی خمار، رہنے دو رنج کو دل مضطر میں ہی خمار، ہم بھی متاع عشق کا بیوپار کیا کریں، شکریہ، ہم بھی متاع عشق کا بیوپار کیا کریں، گرتی ہیں خش تو گارائے دیوار کیا کریں، گرنے کوئی
واہ بہت خوب، ہر طرح کی بے سر و سامانیوں کے باوجود آج وہ آیا تو مجھ کو اپنا گھر اچھا لگا۔ تو اس کے بعد ہمارے معزز شاعر کو دعوت دینے سے پہلے ان کے استقبال میں یہ شعر کہ جس بزم میں ساغر ہو نہ صحبا ہو نہ خم ہو، جس بزم میں ساغر ہو نہ صحبا ہو نہ خم ہو، رندوں کو تسلی ہے کہ اس بزم میں تم ہو۔ میرا اشارہ ہے جناب اشرف علی ساگر کی جانب کہ آپ اپنے کلام سے اس محفل کو رونق بخشے۔ جناب اشرف علی ساگر صاحب۔
شکریہ حفیظ صاحب، ایوان صدارت میں تشریف فرما نقوی صاحب، حسین صاحب اور جوان صاحب، دیگر معزز شعراء کرام، ایک غزل لے کے حاضر خدمت ہوا ہوں۔
ارشاد۔
مطلع یوں ہے کہ خوش ہوں کہ میرا نام جڑا شرک جلی میں، خوش ہوں کہ میرا نام جڑا شرک جلی میں، پوشیدہ ہیں صفات خدا صرف علی میں، پوشیدہ ہیں صفات خدا صرف علی میں ننگ سر و پا ہی نہیں دست طلب بھی، میں ننگ سر و پا ہی نہیں دست طلب بھی، میں یوں ہی بھٹکتا رہوں جانا کی گلی میں، یوں ہی بھٹکتا رہوں جانا کی گلی میں، خوش ہوں کہ میرا نام جڑا شرک جلی میں. حفیظ صاحب
ارشاد ہے.
رسوائی میں شہرت کی بلندی پہ رسائی.
رسوائی میں شہرت کی
رسوائی میں شہرت کی بلندی پہ رسائی. اب کس کو پتا کیا ہے صلہ ذکر خفی میں. اب کیا ہے پتا اب کیا ہے صلہ کس کو پتا ذکر خفی میں. خوش ہوں کہ میرا نام جڑا شرک جلی میں. لطف کرم و آہ و فغا سود ضیا سب. لطف کرم و آہ و فغا سود ضیا سب. یزداں کا حکم ہے وہ رہیں زندہ دلی میں. یزداں کا حکم ہے وہ رہیں زندہ دلی میں. شعر بطور خاص درخواست لیے در پہ درخشان ہے درخش. درخواست لیے در پہ درخشان ہے درخش. درباں کا اثر دیکھ رہا ہوں عملی میں. درباں کا اثر دیکھ رہا ہوں عملی میں. مقار صحیح. خوش ہوں کہ میرا نام جڑا شرک جلی میں. جو خرد گل و لال میں پوشیدہ ہے ساگر. جو خرد گل و لال میں پوشیدہ ہے ساگر. سلطان عجم ڈھونڈ رہا ہے وہ کلی میں. سلطان عجم ڈھونڈ رہا ہے وہ کلی میں. خوش ہوں کہ میرا نام جڑا شرک جلی میں.
جناب ساگر صاحب، تمہارے ساتھ یہ موسم فرشتوں جیسا ہے. تمہارے بعد میں یہ موسم بہت ستائے گا. تو اسی اثنا میں یہ ناچیز اور عاجز خود اپنے 2-4 اشعار پڑھ دیتا ہوں. ایک غزل کے کچھ اشعار ہیں کہ مطلع یوں ہے: کر کے اڑتا ہوں پروں پر اعتبار، کر کے اڑتا ہوں پروں پر اعتبار، کچھ نہیں ہے موسموں پر اعتبار. کر کے اڑتا ہوں پروں پر اعتبار، کچھ نہیں ہے موسموں پر اعتبار. تندیوں پر جو لٹائے رنگ و بو، تندیوں پر جو لٹائے رنگ و بو، کس طرح کر لے گلوں پر اعتبار. تندیوں پر جو لٹائے رنگ و بو، کس طرح کر لے گلوں پر اعتبار. جالب صاحب، تھی حقیقت زیست کی کچھ اور ہی، تھی حقیقت زیست کی کچھ اور ہی، کر لیا تھا ایک پھسوں پر اعتبار، کر کے اڑتا ہوں پروں پر اعتبار۔ یہ شعر خاص طور سے عمر بس ایک سانس تھی اور کچھ نہیں، عمر بس ایک سانس تھی اور کچھ نہیں، کر گزارا مدتوں پر اعتبار۔ شکریہ۔ عمر بس ایک سانس تھی اور کچھ نہیں، کر گزارا مدتوں پر اعتبار، کر کے اڑتا ہوں پروں پر اعتبار۔ یہ شعر عاشور صاحب، ہم نے آسانی سے دھوکہ کھا لیے، ہم نے آسانی سے دھوکہ کھا لیے، اب فقط ہے مشکلوں پر اعتبار۔ ہم نے آسانی سے دھوکہ کھا لیے، اب فقط ہے مشکلوں پر اعتبار، کر کے اڑتا ہوں پروں پر اعتبار۔ ہم تو اشکوں کے سہارے جی لیے، ہم تو اشکوں کے سہارے جی لیے، اس قدر تھا آنسوؤں پر اعتبار، کر کے اڑتا ہوں پروں پر اعتبار۔ اور یہ آخری شعر ہے، کرتا رہتا ہوں تیرا ذکر خفی۔ ساگر صاحب، کرتا رہتا ہوں تیرا ذکر خفی، ہے تجھے مخفی دلوں پر اعتبار، کر کے اڑتا ہوں پروں پر اعتبار۔ شکریہ جناب۔ کرتا رہتا ہوں تیرا ذکر خفی، ہے تجھے مخفی دلوں پر اعتبار، کر کے اڑتا ہوں پروں پر اعتبار، کچھ نہیں ہے موسموں پر اعتبار۔ تو اس کے بعد اس محفل کا سلسلہ آگے بڑھاتے ہوئے میں ایک بزرگ شاعر جناب محمد علی عاشور صاحب آپ سے گزارش گزار ہوں اس شعر کے ساتھ کہ گلوں میں رنگ برے باد نو بہار چلے، چلے بھی آؤ کہ گلشن کا کاروبار چلے۔ اپنے کلام سے اس محفل کو رونق بخشیں۔
بغیر تمہید کے یہاں جو استاد حضرات بیٹھے ہوئے ان کے کچھ اشعار ان کو گوش گزار کرنا چاہتے ہیں، کیونکہ میں حقیقت میں بستی شاعر ہوں۔ تو مطلع عرض ہے، جھونکا ہوا کا وہ چلی دھوکھا یہ کیا دیا، جھونکا ہوا کا وہ چلی دھوکھا یہ کیا دیا، ایک آشیانہ چھوڑ میری بستی اڑا دیا، ایک آشیانہ چھوڑ میری بستی اڑا دیا، تنکوں میں بکھیر کے نہیں ہو گئی وہ سیر، تنکوں میں بکھیر کے نہیں ہو گئی وہ سیر، ارمان کے چراغ کو سر شام بجھا دیا، ارمان کے چراغ کو سر شام بجھا دیا، جس شاخ پہ گیت گاتی تھی گلشن کے اندلیب، جس شاخ پہ گیت گاتی تھی گلشن کے اندلیب، قمریوں نے قطعت کر مرثیہ پڑھا دیا، قمریوں نے قطعت کر مرثیہ پڑھا دیا۔ کون ہے یہاں یہ سن لے میرا التجا کوئی، کون ہے یہاں یہ سن لے میرا التجا کوئی، قانون کو سب کے سب نے ہے سیسا پلا دیا، قانون کو سب نے قانون کو سب کے سب نے ہے سیسا پلا دیا،
سیسا پلا دیا۔
یا رب میرے جنون کی عمر اور دراز کر، یا رب میرے جنون کی عمر اور دراز کر، میں وہ پلا دے تو نے جو مجھ کو چکھا دیا، میں وہ پلا دے تو نے جو مجھ کو چکھا دیا۔
بہت اچھے۔
میں بس میں آ کے ٹک ابھی کھولا ہی تھا بیاس، میں بس میں آ کے ٹک ابھی کھولا ہی تھا بیاس، یہ کیا ستم ہے تو نے تو مضمون اٹھا دیا، یہ کیا ستم ہے تو نے تو مضمون اٹھا دیا، ہر سو چراغ جلا ہے پر روشنی نہیں،
ہر سو چراغ جلا ہے،
چراغ جلا ہے پر روشنی نہیں، اس نار کو رکون کی کس نے ندا دیا، اس نار کو رکون کی کس نے ندا دیا۔ اے تیشہ تم سے کیا گلا خود پیڑ سرے قصور، اے تیشہ تم سے کیا گلا خود پیڑ سرے قصور،
दस्ताना जिसने तुमको खुशी से थमा दिया, दस्ताना जिसने तुमको खुशी से थमा दिया, खाता रसजू जब दिल ही बुझ गया तो रहा क्या बकर जुहा, जब दिल ही बुझ गया तो रहा क्या बकर जुहा, ईदों के बदले हमने तो आशूर मना दिया, जब दिल ही बुझ गया तो रहा क्या बकर जुहा, ईदों के बदले हमने तो आशूर मना दिया।
दुनिया के महफिलों से उगता गया हूँ यार अब, क्या लुत्फ अंजुमन का जब दिल ही बुझ गया हो। कुछ ऐसे ही हालात बयान कर रहे थे जनाब मोहम्मद अली आशूर साहब। अब मैं इक़्तिज़ाए वक्त को देखते हुए एक और बुज़ुर्ग शायर जनाब हाजी मोहम्मद अली नौशीन साहब से गुज़ार हूँ कि आप अपने कलाम से इस महफिल का को रौनक बख्शें। जनाब हाजी मोहम्मद अली नौशीन साहब।
शुक्रिया हफ़ी साहब। ऐवान सदारत में जलवा फरमा मेहमान मुशर्रा किराम, इस महफिल में जज्बे हुब्बुल वतनी से एक गज़ल के चंद अशआर पेश करने की जसारत करते हैं। गज़ल बहुत ही सादा है, अल्फाज बहुत सादा है, मुलाहिज़ा फरमाइए। हम हिंदी प्यार मोहब्बत का दुनिया को राग सुनाते हैं, हम हिंदी प्यार मोहब्बत का दुनिया को राग सुनाते हैं, हम हिंदू मुस्लिम सिख बौद्ध सभी इतिहाद के नगमे गाते हैं। हम हिंदी प्यार मोहब्बत का दुनिया को राग सुनाते हैं, हिंदू मुस्लिम सिख बौद्ध सभी इतिहाद के नगमे गाते हैं। शायर है, वो दिल ही नहीं इंसानों का जो फिक्र वतन से खाली हो, वो दिल ही नहीं इंसानों का जो फिक्र वतन से खाली हो, स्वत हैफ उन गद्दारों पर जो गैरों के नगमे गाते हैं। वो दिल ही नहीं इंसानों का जो फिक्र वतन से खाली हो, स्वत हैफ है उन गद्दारों पर जो गैरों के नगमे, जो गैरों के गुण गाते हैं। जो दीन और धर्म को ना जाने वो वीर मुजाहिद कैसे हो, जो दीन और धर्म को ना जाने वो वीर मुजाहिद कैसे हो, वो खून बहाते हैं उनका जो देर और हरम में बैठे। जो दीन और धर्म को ना जाने वो वीर मुजाहिद कैसे हो, वो खून बहाते हैं उनका जो देर और हरम में बैठे हैं। शायर अरस है, कुछ लोग जो नाम पे मजहब के लड़ते हैं और लड़ाते हैं, कुछ लोग जो नाम पे मजहब के लड़ते हैं और लड़ाते हैं, वो राम रहीम को क्या जाने दिन रात लहू जो पीते हैं। कुछ लोग जो नाम पे मजहब के लड़ते हैं और लड़ाते हैं, वो राम रहीम को क्या जाने दिन रात लहू जो पीते हैं। अरस है, उड़ी एक वाक़ा है, उड़ी छट्टी सिंह पूरा का या सानहा हो पुलवामा का, उड़ी छट्टी सिंह पूरा का या सानहा हो पुलवामा का, एक साथ सभी दिल सीनों में यूं बलक बलक कर रोते हैं, एक साथ सभी दिल सीनों में यूं बलक बलक कर रोते हैं। नफरत के बोना बीज, नफरत के बोना बीज फरंगी चाल पुरानी है बरसों, नफरत के बोना बीज फरंगी चाल पुरानी है बरसों, होश में रहना हम वतनों कुछ नेता ऐसे होते हैं, होश में रहना हम वतनों कुछ नेता ऐसे होते हैं। हमें नाज है उन वीरों पर जो है, नाज हमें उन वीरों पर जो मर कर भी ये कहते हैं, है नाज हमें उन वीरों पर जो मर कर भी ये कहते हैं, हम भारत के रखवाले, हम भारत के रखवाले प्यारी माँ के राज दुलारे हैं। हमें नाज है नाज हमें उन वीरों पर जो मर कर भी ये कहते हैं, हम भारत के रखवाले प्यारी माँ के राज दुलारे हैं। इस दौर में जंग है एक जुनून, इस दौर में जंग है एक जुनून,
बारूद के बल जो लड़ते हैं, इस दौर में जंग है एक जुनून, बारूद के बल जो लड़ते हैं, इस पार भी इंसान मरते हैं, उस पार भी इंसान मरते हैं। इस दौर में जंग है एक जुनून, बारूद के बल पे लड़ते हैं, इस पार भी इंसान मरते हैं, उस पार भी इंसान मरते हैं। मख्तारज है, नौशीन तुम्हारी दाद रसी, नौशीन तुम्हारी दाद रसी, अब कौन करे अल्लाह के सिवा। नौशीन तुम्हारी दाद रसी, अब कौन करे अल्लाह के सिवा। सीने में लिए अरमान बहुत, सीने में लिए अरमान बहुत, हब्बुल वतनी के जीते हैं। हम हिंदी प्यार मोहब्बत का दुनिया को राग सुनाते हैं। हिंदू मुस्लिम सिख बौद्ध सभी, हिंदू मुस्लिम सिख बौद्ध सभी इतिहाद के नगमे गाते हैं।
बहुत खूबसूरत और दिलनशीन ताज़ा तलमीहात और अमन भाईचारगी के पैगाम पर मबनी शेर यहाँ पर सुना रहे थे हमारे बुज़ुर्ग शायर जनाब मोहम्मद अली नौशीन साहब। अब ये मुशायरे का सिलसिला अपने आखिरी मराहिल में दाखिल हो चुकी है। मैं यहाँ पर एक ऐसे शायर को दावत देने से पहले ये कहना वजह समझता हूँ कि इनका मदरसे से लेकर कॉलेज और कॉलेज से यूनिवर्सिटी और तदरीस के अभी इनका पेशा है उर्दू की तदरीस, तो यूँ कहूँ कि उर्दू इनका ओढ़ना बिछोना है और हमारे पूरे ख़ित्ते में उर्दू की हिफाजत और उर्दू की तरक्की इन्हीं के कंधों पर अभी इन्हीं की ज़िम्मेदारी है। तो इनको यहाँ पर अपने कलाम के लिए बुलाने से पहले ये शेर कि आप आए तो बहारों ने लुटाई खुशबू, फूल तो फूल थे कांटों से भी आई खुशबू। मैं यहाँ हमारे मुख्तदिर उर्दू के उस्ताद और शायर जनाब मोहम्मद जवाद जालिब साहब से गुजारिश करता हूँ कि आप अपने कलाम पेश करें। जनाब जालिब साहब।
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया हफीज़ साहब। ईवान सदारत में तशरीफ़ फरमा मुबारक शाह नकवी साहब, जवान साहब, हुसैन साहब, बाकी शुरा किराम, आप सबों की इजाज़त से कुछ तुकबंदियाँ एक बतौर तमीज़ एक गज़ल की चंद इशार देखिएगा। देखिए कि है मेरा इश्क जवां तेरी जवानी की तरह, है मेरा इश्क जवां तेरी जवानी की तरह, तुझको पढ़ता हूँ मैं मंटू की कहानी की तरह, तुझको पढ़ता हूँ मैं मंटू की कहानी की तरह। तुम हंसी बन गई मेरी जो कभी आती थी, तुम हंसी बन गई मेरी जो कभी आती थी, आ भी जाओ न कभी आंख में पानी की तरह, आ भी जाओ न कभी आंख में पानी की तरह। मेरी कोशिश हुई नाकाम कभी सोचा था, मेरी कोशिश हुई नाकाम कभी सोचा था, तुझसे मैं बेर रखूं दुश्मन जानी की तरह, तुझसे मैं बेर रखूं दुश्मन जानी की तरह। कुछ सुनाऊं न मुझे शेर मेरी जाने गजल, कुछ सुनाओ न मुझे शेर मेरी जाने गजल, गाहे नासिर गाहे शाकिर गाहे बानी की तरह, गाहे नासिर गाहे शाकिर गाहे बानी की तरह। और हिजर की तेरी तपिश देख जरा आके यहाँ, हिजर की तेरी तपिश देख जरा आके यहाँ, दिले सुकड़ा है मेरा सूखी खुबानी की तरह, दिले सुकड़ा है मेरा सूखी खुबानी की तरह। गर्ची मुझ बहुत शुक्रिया जनाब। हिजर की तेरी तपिश देख जरा आके यहाँ, दिले सुकड़ा है मेरा सूखी खुबानी की तरह। गर्ची मुझको फन तस्वीर में यारा ही नहीं, गर्ची मुझको फन तस्वीर में यारा ही नहीं, तेरी तस्वीर बनाऊंगा मैं मानी की तरह, तेरी तस्वीर बनाऊंगा मैं मानी की तरह। और मख्ता की दस्ते गुर्बत में है उजड़ा उगराना जालिब, दस्ते गुर्बत में है उजड़ा उगराना जालिब, जो फरामोश नहीं होगी कहानी की तरह, जो फरामोश नहीं होगी कहानी की तरह। बरादर मोहतरम, नासिरुद्दीन खफी ने मौसम की बात की, मैं भी कुछ कर रहा हूँ लेकिन अंदाज मुख्तलिफ है। इन्होंने मौसम को पसंद नहीं किया, मैं मौसम को पसंद कर रहा हूँ। मैं अब भी ढूंढता हूँ वो दिले बेताब का मौसम, मैं अब भी ढूंढता हूँ वो दिले बेताब का मौसम, कि हर मौसम पर बारी है वो तेरे ख्वाब का मौसम, कि हर मौसम पर बारी है वो तेरे ख्वाब का मौसम। परंदू ने अभी देखी ही थी बस धूप की सूरत, परंदू ने अभी देखी ही थी बस धूप की सूरत, पलट कर आ गया है फिर वही बर्फाब का मौसम, पलट कर आ गया है फिर वही बर्फाब का मौसम। और खबर करना हमें भी ए सबा हम खाक में होंगे। सागर साहब, नौशीन साहब, खबर करना हमें भी ए सबा हम खाक में होंगे, चमन में आएगा जब भी गुले नायाब का मौसम, चमन में आएगा जब भी गुले नायाब का मौसम। हमारी तिश्नगी कायम रहेगी अब तो जाहिर है, हमारी तिश्नगी कायम रहेगी अब तो जाहिर है, वही सहरा वही पहरा वही बेआब का मौसम, वही सहरा वही पहरा वही बेआब का मौसम। कि जब डूबेगी ये किश्ती मोहब्बत के समंदर में, कि जब डूबेगी ये किश्ती मोहब्बत के समंदर में, हमें अच्छा लगेगा बस वही गरकाब का मौसम, हमें अच्छा लगेगा बस वही गरकाब का मौसम। पलट सकती है तेरी नाव भी उनकी तरह जालिब, पलट सकती है तेरी नाव भी उनकी तरह जालिब, हवा है तुन बुलंद लहरे यह गर्दाब का मौसम, हवा है तुन बुलंद लहरे यह गर्दाब का मौसम। आखिर में और एक गजल से पढ़ के आप लोगों की सहमत तमाम करना चाहूँगा। दिल इसलिए भी तुझसे मोहब्बत नहीं करता, दिल इसलिए भी तुझसे मोहब्बत नहीं करता, मजलूम की तू क्यों की हिमायत नहीं करता, मजलूम की तू क्यों की हिमायत नहीं करता। और ख्वाबों से कहो अब तो पलट आओ खुदारा, ख्वाबों से कहो अब तो पलट आओ खुदारा, वैसे भी वो अब हमसे मोहब्बत नहीं करता, वैसे भी वो अब हमसे मोहब्बत नहीं करता। इन तीगो तबर खंजर और लश्कर से ये कह दो, इन तीगो तबर खंजर और लश्कर से ये कह दो, शब की कभी खुर्शीद तो बेअत नहीं करता, शब की कभी खुर्शीद तो बेअत नहीं करता, ऐसू में हमें तुम कभी शामिल नहीं करना। ये बेसिकली तज़मीन का शेर है। ऐसू में हमें तुम कभी शामिल नहीं करना, जो जुल्म तो सहता है बगावत नहीं करता, जो जुल्म तो सहता है बगावत नहीं करता। और वो पा नहीं सकता है खुदाए दो जहां को, वो पा नहीं सकता है जवान साहब, वो पा नहीं सकता है खुदाए दो जहां को, जो दिल से कभी दिल की तहारत नहीं करता, जो दिल से कभी दिल की तहारत नहीं करता, वो पा नहीं सकता है खुदाए दो जहां को, वो पा नहीं सकता है खुदाए दो जहां को, जो दिल से कभी दिल की तहारत नहीं करता। पलकों को मेरी जिसकी तलब है शब तारीक, पलकों को मेरी जिसकी तलब है शब तारीक, ऐसा है वो जालिम जो इनायत नहीं करता। आखिर में मक्ता जनाब, अल्फाज में मानी की तरह दिल में है जालिब, अल्फाज में मानी की तरह दिल में है जालिब, अपनों से कोई यूं भी बगावत नहीं करता, अपनों से कोई यूं भी बगावत नहीं करता। बहुत अच्छा।
तो जालिब साहब के इन अशार के साथ आज का ये महफिल मुशायरा अपने इख्तिताम को पहुंच रही है, और इख्तितामिया पर मैं आज के मेहमान खुसूसी ऐवान सदारत में तशरीफ़ फरमा ऑनरेबल कायम मकाम चेयरमैन लद्दाख ऑटोनमस हिल डेवलपमेंट काउंसिल करगिल जनाब मुबारक शाह नगवी साहब से दरख्वास्त करता हूँ कि आज के इस मुशायरे के हवाले से और इस पूरे प्रोग्राम यानी लद्दाख लिटरेचर फेस्टिवल के हवाले से अपने ज़र्रीन ख़यालात का इजहार करें। एक मुख्तसर सी वक्त है तो आपके इन ख़यालात का हम यहाँ पे इस्तिफ़ादा करेंगे। जनाब मुबारक शाह नगवी साहब।
बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम। ऐवान सदारत में आए हुए मेहमान हमारे हुसैन साहब और हमारे खान साहब, हमारे सीना शायर और बाकी शायर, आप सबों का मैं खैर मकदम करता हूँ। और मुझे आज बहुत खुशी महसूस हो रही है आप लोगों के बीच में यहाँ आके ये मुशायरा मैंने सुना और मैं आप लोगों से आइंदा भी इल्तिजा करूँगा कि ऐसे मुशायरे होने चाहिए। तो आज जो आपने उर्दू में मुशायरा किया, मैं चाहता हूँ कि हमारी बल्ती ज़बान और हमारी सीना ज़बान को भी जो तशख़्ख़ुस है उसका जो ये है उसको बरकरार रखा जाए। ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा हमें अपनी ज़बान पर काम करने की ज़रूरत है, क्योंकि हमारी ज़बान अभी इस तरह जो उर्दू जैसे आपने अभी मुशायरे किए या अभी आपने शायरी बताया, इसी तरह हमारी ज़बान में भी होना चाहिए। तो मैं जो हमारा टूरिज़म डिपार्टमेंट का शुक्रगुज़ार हूँ कि इन्होंने यहाँ जो लद्दाख लिटरेचर फेस्टिवल का जो इस सिलसिले में जो इन्होंने ये किया, लद्दाख LHDC कारगिल और तमाम कारगिल के अवाम की तरह से आप सबों को शुक्रिया अदा करता हूँ और पूरी अवाम की तरह से UT इंतज़ामिया का भी मैं शुक्रगुज़ार हूँ कि इन्होंने ऐसे प्रोग्राम यहाँ पर मुनक़िद करने का आप लोगों को मौका दे दिया। आप लोगों ने उस मौके का फ़ायदा उठाया और इन्होंने UT एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन ने यहाँ पर ये ऐसे ये एहतमाम करने का भी आपको मौका भी दे दिया।
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया जनाब मुबारक शाह नकवी साहब, ऑनरेबल एग्जीक्यूटिव काउंसलर। आपने हमारे शोरा और अदीबों की हौसला अफजाई की और साथ में आपके ये फ़िक्र बजा है कि यहाँ के मकामी ज़बानों को भी अहमियत दी जाए। लद्दाख एकेडमी ऑफ आर्ट कल्चर एंड लैंग्वेजेस हमेशा हर वक्त हमारे ज़बानों में भी यहाँ पर शेर व शायरी और दूसरे अदबी प्रोग्राम्स का इनेकाद करते रहते हैं और आइंदा भी हमें उम्मीद है कि इसमें ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा इजाफ़ा होगा इन प्रोग्राम्स में। और आखिर में इस शेर के साथ कि मेहरबान हो के बुला लो मुझे चाहो जिस वक्त, मैं गया वक्त नहीं हूँ कि फिर आ भी न सकूँ, ये मुशायरा अपने इख्तिताम को पहुँचता है। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया।